Volume 12. Chapter 1101, Tower. Tower. Three groups merged inside the palace. Xavier looked at a wounded Clive and revealed a smile. "Well done, Mr. Clive. We have one last target remaining." Jarvis told me about the Emperor's arrangement and a backdoor to manipulate the robots before he died. Clive wasn't smiling. His expression had a trace of loneliness. He could have killed me. I didn't expect him to back off so suddenly at the end. He's so pitiful. Everything was caused by the Empire. We're here to correct that mistake. Crowley and Bobby came over, looking resolute. We don't have much time. The Tree of Life is over there. They could already see a white beam rising from within the palace, connecting with the skies to release a shocking glow of light. Snakebite Fist Ultimate Snakebite. Black energy roared forth from Xavier's fist, the terrifying destructive energy it contained even surpassing laser weapons. The robots blocking their road were sent flying and broke apart in midair. Mr. Leyland made me this strong with a few pointers. Xavier ran inside the palace, the occasional robot blocking him turned into scrap metal. He'd finally understood just how terrifying Leyland was. Just the fact that he could be beside the Snake Dowager was sufficient to show his status. Hiss. Scram. Although Xavier's strength was already shocking, he was quite lacking in comparison to Crowley. That one low roar of his caused a gigantic beast made of a few hundred phantom snakes to surface, black air condensing to turn it real. Rumble, rumble, the chimera crushed a wave of robots into pieces, the corrosive liquid coming from the snakes causing the entire palace to collapse. Breaking open a brilliant and beautiful door, Xavier retreated a few steps in clear intimidation. What welcomed him was a dazzling sight in the palace, exquisite dishes filling an entire long table. However, a few youths in royal clothing were lying on the ground, a dark green the 10th visible on their skin. A poised lady was clutching at her chest, sitting upright with a pained smile and an exquisite dagger stabbed into her body. A rose of blood had bloomed upon her clothes. This is... What's going on? Xavier murmured in disbelief. Just a simple change in the palace. Bobby walked in and glanced around, her eyes filled with disdain. However, when she saw the few young princes and princesses on the ground, her facial expression finally changed. The X-Gene. Even the royal family wasn't spared? Our old thoughts might be wrong, that existence doesn't support the royal family, instead just using it as a puppet or plaything. Why are you still staring blankly? The whole world is filled with such tragedy right now. We have to find the anti-teleportation array and anti-gravity room quickly. I don't want to waste time breaking through each room one by one. Crowley's roar transmitted from the outside. The entire building was demolished with his ferocious strength as he continued rushing towards the incoming robots. Bang! The huge building collapsed under the weight of marble, its pillars bending into an arc before it crashed into the ground. Numerous robots collapsed, but an even denser horde took their place, walking out from all directions like a terrifying flood. The scene numbed the scalps of those present. Damn it! It looks like the other party has long been prepared. Xavier bit his teeth, and his body started to shake. A trace of black mist was emitted from his pores, and Bobby was shocked to discover that her ability to sense him weakened, as if he was disappearing into thin air. These robot scanners are inflexible, I'll sneak past them. A resolute expression surfaced on Xavier's face. Under the control of Snakebite Fist, his blood slowly cooled and he began to restrain his energy fluctuations. Wait for me, Jill. Xavier broke through the robots, rushing directly towards that pillar of light. Such a troublesome little demon, Crowley said from atop the giant beast, don't tell me I'll have to use that move. The beast started hissing even louder as if sensing his intentions, terrifying energy converging on its body. The target is the Tree of Life. Great Mistress, please give me strength. Frightening balls of energy formed with Crowley's prayers, merging together rapidly and rippling with terrifying power. Ha! Scram! The surging balls of energy formed a massive black hole. Be it the robots, the force field, or the building itself, everything was devoured by the black hole to reveal a wide, spacious passageway. Dawn, activate. A slender mechanical figure descended just then. A terrifying furnace roared as the shadow weaved stilled around the area. The beam of light that had killed the metal-back whale appeared once more. Extremely dazzling white light instantly collided with the black hole, their collision distorting the surroundings. A storm of annihilation ensued, instantly destroying most of the palace and inflicting great casualties amongst both the robots and the rebels. A mushroom cloud rushed into the sky, and the Tree of Life held firm and steady. A strange mechanical armor stood in front of Crowley, forming its last line of defense. The armor was smooth yet slender, its back attached to a skeletal wing and a hooked tail. It looked like an angel revealing its dark side. Scram, or you'll end up dead. An increasingly murderous look appeared in Crowley's eyes. Regardless of who it was, being interrupted in the moment before success in life would cause one to fly into a rage. I'm sorry, I can't that. A female voice was transmitted from the glowing armor. Ling was staring at the screen from within the control room, the man standing on the gigantic beast drawing all her attention. An attack surpassing the Empire's energy limit. If I hadn't taken Dawn from the submarine, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to block that attack. Ling's face revealed a bitter smile. Dawn is the pinnacle of the Empire's technology, built to the limit of our energy. It's our last trump card, our final defense. Ling turned and looked at the direction of the Imperial Garden. Father. This is all I can do for you. Attack, kill them all and get rid of the Empire. Crowley did not stop just because the other party was a girl. Such a thing would be extravagant for the rebel army. In a critical moment of life and death, any who blocked him would only be torn apart. For the Empire. Ling shouted, and the radiant armor activated as a light sword with the power to cut through space appeared in its hands. The robot collided with the giant snake. Old man. The final moment is here, the shadows flashed, and two old men on the verge of collapse appeared. Yeah. It's been a long time since we fought alongside each other, Night Devil. Sword Saint wiped the handle of his broken iron sword, sighing suddenly. The last glory of the Empire shall be protected by us. Night Devil suddenly roared, he and Sword Saint forming streams of light that rushed towards the rebels with the robot army. Kill. Bobby made eye contact with the other higher-ups, deciding to fight. Both sides were fighting for their goals and beliefs, there was no possibility of turning back. Outside the Imperial Garden, the rebel army and last resistance of the Empire collided. The overflowing energy scattered and caused a terrifying fluctuation. Emperor! To govern everything. God! Emperor Aragon's eyes were filled with eagerness as he stepped onto the central metal platform. A flash of light verified him as he moved towards the top of the Tree of Life, towards its crown. The surroundings of the platform were absolutely empty, with but an isolated metal seat present. The resistance of hundreds of generations, thousands of years of unwillingness. Dear ancestors, please bless and protect me. A trace of resoluteness appeared on Emperor Aragon's face, and he took a box out of his bosom. Inside was a pair of shriveled eyes and some mermaid scales. Bring it on! Madness flashed in Aragon's eyes as he directly swallowed these items. I am the world. Immediately after, a horrifying change emerged on his body. Tumors spread out along his body, with scales and humanoid faces on them. Aragon struggled to sit on the metal throne. Kacha. Kacha many channels opened up around the tower, revealing needles attached to tubes. The tubes seemed to possess their own lives, encircling the Emperor. Poo. 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 *AAAHHH. Soon after, hundreds of thousands of these tiny needles pierced into Aragon's body, stimulating all his nerves. The pain he felt exceeded the limits of human ability, able to cause a normal person to perish instantly. Even he couldn't help but release a bestial roar. Numerous tubes wriggled amidst this terrifying roar, seemingly trying to draw something in as Aragon's body shrunk rapidly. He turned into a near corpse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1102, Growth. Growth. The hundreds of thousands of tubes sucked Emperor Aragon dry in just a moment, devouring all his nutrients until he seemed less than a corpse. His body suddenly trembled, the fire in his eyes dying out. However, a heated soul broke through the boundary of illusory and real before the moment of his death, moving through the tubes to reach the bottom of the tower instantly. Subsequently, a mind-blowing light beam suddenly soared into the sky. This is, Xavier involuntarily exited stealth, a frightening expression on his face. Just a glance had sent terror into his heart, as if an inescapable crisis was approaching him. Project Tree of Life. I must stop it. Jill? Xavier shouted as he suddenly saw Jill's silhouette within one of the 12 pearls. His little sister was sadly unconscious, not able to respond. I'm coming right away, I'll save you. You have to persist. Black scales instantly covered Xavier's hands, and he released a strong power. Open for me. Xavier attacked the defensive force field repeatedly with his fists, but his snakebite fist could not cause it to even tremble. How can it be? Why is this so? Xavier was about to fall apart, the black shadows converging on his hands repeatedly smashing the light. However, this was the core of the Empire's defense, using the most advanced technology and resources. It stood unmoving as a mountain, firmly rooted to the ground. Buzz, a soul emerged from within the pillar of light at this moment, near the crown of the metal tower. It seemed to bellow out as it emitted a light that stirred the hearts of the people. The shadow weave materialized on top of the tower, covering the entire world. The light beam crackled as it separated from the metal tower, connecting instead to the shadow weave. Branches continued to spread out, and within a few moments a primordial tree made of light was formed in mid-air, its many branches tightly linked to the shadow weave. The Tree of Life. It's begun. All the survivors in the Empire looked up at this moment, seeing the massive tree. Damn it! Damn it! Xavier brandished his fists constantly. Even his scales shattered to the force of his blows, blood spilling onto the membrane of light. Snake Dowager, or Leyland. Either one of you, please give me strength. Falling into despair, Xavier couldn't bear it anymore as he prayed. Within the palace, Leyland and Allsnake were in the middle of their chess match. It looks like those bloodline carriers are experiencing difficulties. What do you think? Allsnake twirled a piece in her hand, a smile on her face. It was as if everything had happened in front of her. Regardless of what they do, the Empire. No, the royal family is destined to fail. A trace of disdain could be seen in Leyland's smile. Even we can sense this easily. How could it escape Shar? I'm afraid she's letting them continue these small tricks, waiting for the right time to harvest the rewards. But what should we do about it? The Snake Dowager stared at Leyland with her beautiful eyes, a trace of coquettishness in her expression. I've noticed you have other plans in your mind. That's a secret, and the source of my confidence. Forgive me, I cannot reveal it to you right now. Leyland shot the Snake Dowager a sincere look. When the time is right, I'll fulfill my end of the contract. Please trust in me until then. What about now? Are we not doing anything? The Snake Dowager leaned back lazily, whether she really believed in Leyland's words unknown. Right now? We can add in a variable or two, waiting for Shar's reaction. Leyland smiled softly, placing a finger on a datura flower rune. Outside the Imperial Garden, Xavier suddenly felt his body heat up. This feeling, he tore his shirt apart, seeing a beautiful black flower slowly blooming on his chest above his heart. The pain seemed to tear his body apart, constantly eroding his nerves. The last time this happened he'd been unable to endure the pain, losing consciousness. However, things were different this time. Several upgrades in strength allowed Xavier to persevere, gnashing his teeth in an effort to remain conscious. The extreme force caused his gums to bleed. At the same time, he felt a terrifying power moving within his body. Snakebite Fist. A black phantom snake with scarlet eyes suddenly emerged in front of Xavier, a few stories tall. An earth-shattering roar resounded as he punched out, the surrounding earth trembling as the defensive force field shattered. Jill. Xavier instantly rushed towards Jill's location. Scram. The pillar of light radiated anger, and numerous needle tubes suddenly charged towards Xavier. These insignificant things, Xavier used his hands to catch them, but the moment he made contact his face changed. So hard, even harder than alloys. It's also so powerful, and this current. Bang, the boy was sent flying. There cannot be any damage to the Tree of Life. The tree completed its preparations amidst the fluctuations of the soul, suddenly spreading out. Xavier suddenly felt lightheaded, as if his spirit had been extracted. Fortunately, the datura flower's protection had allowed him to remain conscious. However, he would rather have fainted than watch the scene in front of him. Particles of light emerged from everywhere in the capital like rain, converging on the pillar of light. The 12 pearls lit up, the faces of the girls within revealing painful expressions. Once the powerful soul energy was transformed, it gathered at the center of the tower that housed the Tree of Life. The tree grew in size, slowly increasing its pull on Xavier's soul. It has started. Ling, in control of Dawn, released a sigh of relief as she separated from Crowley. Hateful. This is all your fault. Crowley looked at his surroundings as an invisible net of energy began to materialize, looking like a bunch of branches that grabbed onto the fallen whose bodies had been infected with the X gene. A particle of light was then drawn out of these people, moving towards the tree as if this web was a bunch of roots. Looking at the scene, Crowley could not help but feel extremely terrified. It's useless even if you knock me down now, Ling forced a bitter smile while looking at Crowley. It'll start with the bodies affected by the X gene, their souls providing the Tree of Life its initial nourishment. Then will be the ordinary people who weren't infected, followed by ability wielders and bloodline carriers. With the Tree of Life's rapid growth, the force with which it will absorb these souls will grow. No one can escape, and abandoning the rapid shadows just ridiculous. The shadow weave is everywhere. Such a thing would only help delay the inevitable by a few minutes, nothing more. Since you knew all this, why not do anything to stop it? Crowley was thoroughly enraged. The chimera of snakes roared and rushed forward. Because this is my fate, Ling laughed bitterly, her eyes showing reminiscence. Cough, she suddenly coughed and spat out fresh blood. It looks like I won't be able to continue from now? After all, I only have an ordinary physique. There was a trace of a smile on the princess' face as the armor collided with the beast, roots from the shadow weave appearing to bore into her body. The feeling of one's soul being grabbed caused her face to stiffen. Self-destruct. Before losing her consciousness, Ling issued the last order. Boom, the armor grabbed the chimeral beast, before disintegrating in a terrifying explosion. How I wish to go back to my childhood, looking at my father push my swing, Ling smiled before she fell into total darkness, her body swallowed by the fire. Crowley! Crowley! Bobby rushed over, only to see a bottomless black hole. The range of the destruction had been surprisingly small, but this wasn't Ling's goodwill. She'd instead focused all the destructive might on her opponent. The area surrounding them had been annihilated, the earth itself completely gone to reveal a bottomless underground tunnel. Crowley had borne the full brunt of this attack. Would he be able to survive? Bobby's face was filled with tears as she constantly called for Crowley. Cough. Rest assured. Before the destruction of the Empire, I will not die. A few long-backed snakes similar to vines grabbed the edges of the pit before Crowley climbed out. However, he was not in a good state. Half of his body had been destroyed, both of his legs and his right arm gone. She was a respectable opponent, but also a pitiful person. Crowley looked at the pit and sighed. Whoosh, his body muscles suddenly squirmed, and he finally even grew out a new arm and legs. His newborn limbs had delicate white skin, seeming no different from the rest of him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1103, Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Perhaps it was because of the bizarreness of the recent events, Bobby just accepted Crowley's regeneration with some elation. He managed to help the others upon his return, killing Night Devil and Sword Saint before moving to the final battleground. It was there that he saw the elegant and imposing metal tower, with the needle-top tubes surrounding it seemingly alive. Crowley! Hurry! The large metal pipes moved once more, stopping Xavier outside the tree. There were numerous wounds on his body, but the youth continued to sprint forward as he headed for the tower with pearls. The Tree of Life. The tree's huge roots had spread throughout the top of the tower, its huge branches covering the skies and making for a vantage point over the entire empire. There was a crimson glow on the tree's bark, forming a vague image of a face filled with madness. Ling is so useless. Rage appeared on the face once it saw and the rest come over. A powerful gust of energy shot forth as many of the roots of the branches of the Tree of Life shot forward to attack them. Many of the rebel troops were caught by these vines, their souls immediately extracted as corpses fell to the ground. At such a time. There's nothing to be afraid of even if I die, Crowley pushed Bobby away, revealing a black serpent imprint on his back. The final seal. Unseal now. Hiss, a powerful surge of darkness spread out, and the chimeral serpent appeared once more. Only now, it looked even more illusory than before. I give you all my life force. Annihilate it. Black blood oozed out of Crowley's pores, continuously entering the body of the giant serpent. It hissed as it received the nourishment, a powerful ball of energy converging in its mouth as it materialized again. I'll bury you. Several hundred balls of energy converged, forming a terrifying black hole once more. The branches were destroyed in front of its might, saving many lives. Facing this attack, even Aragon, who'd turned into the Tree of Life, had to be cautious. The massive tree shrank down a little as powerful soul force formed a thick wall before the black hole. Boom! An explosion rocked the place the moment the black hole came into contact, shattering the wall. However, the Tree of Life still stood tall after the dust settled, and even worse, there was no damage to it at all. I've already become one with the Tree of Life. With the first stage of soul collection complete, nobody in the world can annihilate me anymore, Aragon bellowed as his face appeared on the now crimson tree. Just the soul energy of the Empire could bring me to such a realm. I will plant firmly into the earth, becoming the core of the realm as I spread my roots throughout the world. Aragon's spirit projection seemed extremely zealous, his insanity overwhelming. Are you afraid now? Do you feel that fear? Run for your lives. If you're lucky enough, you might be able to last through the end and watch the world perish with me. No, you'll watch the beginning of a new world. Aragon issued his decree. The Tree of Life immediately swelled as he spoke, terrifying roots piercing into the ground and covering the entire palace in an instant. The 12 pearls were operating at full force. A few of the girls were already unable to withstand the damage, blood spurting out of their orifices. Jill! Jill! Xavier roared in rage. There had never been a day when he'd felt as cowardly and helpless before. Kacha. Kacha cracks appeared on the ground as the Tree of Life's roots continuously expanded through the planet. Very soon it spanned the entire empire. The crown of pearls grew at the same time, expanding until it reached the skies to connect to the shadow weave. Even after that it continued to expand. It wasn't just the cities, and it wasn't only humans. Anything in the empire with the ability to think had its true soul absorbed by the weave. Javis told me the Tree of Life expands in 3 stages. The first time it will cover the entire region. The second time it will move to cover the entire planet. The third and final stage is when it will fuse with the world itself, becoming a god. Clive stepped forward. It will be impossible to defeat in its second and third stages of growth. We need to take this opportunity now to eliminate it. Bobby nodded her head. Even as it continues to expand, it's protecting those 12 pearls. They should be its core. Young people, the world needs you. The old will create an opportunity for the future. Clive stood forward with other survivors. That's right, Crowley had stood up as well, even if he was close to collapsing. Even with the bloodline phantom, we won't be able to escape the final purge of the weave. We can only gamble on this once chance. Listen up, Xavier. We'll concentrate our power to make a chance for you. Your mission is to charge in and destroy the 12 pearls. Remember, don't attack the tree. That's on a completely different level from you. Crowley looked at Xavier and smiled. Don't you wish to save your sister? Then do it. Do it and, at the same time, save the world. Let's go. Clive charged ahead, activating a platinum card against the numerous branches and pipes. The newest technology in the Empire, a space reversal pulse. I hope it'll be of some use. One last smile escaped Clive's face as his body turned to dust amidst a large explosion. Wait for me, old man. Another steel-faced soldier dashed forward, choosing to destroy himself without any hesitation. The sacrifice caused Xavier to clench his fists tightly. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, explosions rang out one after the other, and a path was built upon human lives. This is great. That soul fortress from before can't restore itself so easily after this much damage. We have a better chance. Crowley pulled at Xavier, a 100-headed giant snake charging into the vicinity of the metallic tower. Whoosh, numerous terrifying needles shot towards them like enraged beasts, the Tree of Life up above howling in anger. On the other hand, the powerful bloodline carriers dashed out in silence, using their lives to open up the path to victory. Chi. Great numbers of thin needles pricked into the 100-headed beast, the terrifying incisions causing the huge beast's torso to shrivel up. It soon turned into a bag of skin and bones, and Crowley seemed to have lost all blood in his face. No. Why is this happening? Hot tears blurred Xavier's sight. Kid, did you think we're doing this for you? No, this is for the world. The continuous sacrifices brought them ever closer to the platform. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Aragon was infuriated by the time they reached the place, the terrifying soul attacks of those branches surging violently in their direction. I'll marry you, Crowley. Bobby stood up from the snake at this moment, her back turned to Crowley. She then jumped off the giant beast, a pair of dark green butterfly wings extending from her back in mid-air. It looked dazzling and beautiful. A dark green luster appeared around the wings, and although it seemed weak, it managed to withstand the onslaught of attacks. The Tree of Life's attack was like the palm of the Devil King. However, a frail butterfly still managed to dance under the might of this devil, shining brilliantly with the last bit of life it had. Bobby's sacrifice finally brought Xavier and Crowley to the 12 pearls. The former could see Jill within one of them, able to tell apart every pore on her body. Xavier! You can only count on yourself in life. The mistress is far too superior to us. Hoping for her to pity us is only something the inferior trash does. Crowley had his back to Xavier as he spoke quickly. This is my final realization. Hence, the only ones able to save humankind are ourselves. Do it! Aragorn! Die! Crowley's body turned into a ray of light amidst his roars, merging into the 100-headed beasts as he formed Xavier's last line of defense. Guys, Xavier's tears flowed uncontrollably, but he did not hesitate further. He knew full well that he could not give up this chance that everyone had fought about with their lives. Snakebite Fist leapt into action as the black datura flower bloomed on his back. All his other issues solved, he stood properly in front of Jill. Stop! Terrifying soul fluctuations reverberated from behind him, but Xavier did not turn back. Someone reliable was protecting him. This bullshit empire. Terrifying black energy appeared on Xavier's hands. This bullshit project. A beam of light from the datura flower engulfed Xavier's body, allowing his strength to reach its peak. You bullshit Aragon. Die. He bellowed, unleashing his strongest punch ever. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1104, Revival. Revival. As he threw this punch, Xavier was exceptionally certain that he'd reached the peak of his power. All his power, his hot-bloodedness, his emotions, everything had been gathered into this one punch, containing the hopes of Crowley, Bobby, Clive, and all the rest. Crowley would have had a better chance at breaking these pearls. However, Xavier knew very well that he himself wasn't powerful enough to stop the Tree of Life. If they switched places, he wouldn't even have a chance to raise his fist. The Tree of Life would eliminate him instantly, and Crowley would lose his chance to attack. This was why Crowley and the rest had placed their hopes for the world on him, and Xavier understood this enough to throw his everything into the punch. He was confident that even a fort made entirely of steel would be destroyed by this one blow. Clang, his fist collided with the outer wall of the pearl, but there was no damage at all. And oh. Xavier bellowed, and raised his fist once more. Unfortunately, he was not given a second chance. A terrifying energy attacked his back, causing him to go limp. No. Everyone's sacrifice and hard work. Is the world done for just like this? He felt complete despair. He looked at his little sister within the pearl, seemingly in a deep sleep, as he prayed in his heart, "Lay, Snake Dowager. I know you can hear me, so please make a move. I'm willing to pay any price." Unfortunately, he soon felt himself being enveloped by a terrifying web, his soul taken captive. His thoughts grew stagnant. Before entering complete darkness, he raised his head and looked at Jill within the pearl. I'm sorry. The girl in the pearl had been asleep, but all of a sudden her eyebrows twitched as she awoke, her black eyes meeting Xavier's own. This is great." Xavier's lips curved into a slight smile before he sank into complete darkness. Unfortunately, he hadn't noticed that the girl's eyes lacked all emotion, as if she was just looking at a stranger. "Kiki, those meddling ants are now finally dead." The Tree of Life continued to mature, and the blood-red tumor on it continued to grow in size as Emperor Aragon chuckled in a carefree manner. "How could my blood and sweat be destroyed so easily? He seems to be related to you, little lady. He worked really hard in his effort to save your life. Now, it's time to make use of you all. Wake up and help me purge the evil." The terrifying Tree of Light had now extended its roots through half the empire, the soul energy gathered from the act quite frightening. Numerous frenzied black spots were absorbed by the tree's roots and branches, gathered into the 12 pearls with the girls in them. Many of the tubes couldn't even take the pressure, causing swollen tumors to beat into the pearls. The pearls emitted dazzling rays as they purified all the evil and insanity. The clean power was then supplied to the Tree of Life, being directed to the blood-red tumor. Very good. That's the way. I will soon become God," Aragon said from within. "You're no god. You're just a mere mortal." A distinct voice sounded from within the pearl. Jill watched the tree tumor coldly, a look of scorn in her eyes. "How is this possible? How can a purifier like you speak?" The huge tree tumor made a sound, and Emperor Aragorn's face appeared. However, his expression was now distorted, transforming even as it turned into a fog. "How can a small bit of evil intent stop me?" Jill's lips curved up in a snicker. "Only mortals like you would lose their sense of self after assimilating too many souls." "How sad." "Mortal? Who in the world are you?" Emperor Aragorn's voice now became extremely sharp. "Me? Haven't you been trying to go against me all this time?" Jill's aura changed all of a sudden. Her eyes turned into stars of wisdom. "Mistress of the night. You're the night mistress." Emperor Aragon howled like a mouse seeing a cat. "Didn't you find it strange? I discovered your little plot long ago, but pretended not to notice and allowed you to do as you wished." Shar smiled as the soul tree continued to work, large amounts of soul energy being purified and entering the tumor. "You want to become a god? You want to go against me? That's all a part of my plans. If not, would you still be working so hard at completing this task?" The smile on Jill's face grew. "Also, you've even been so kind as to give me a chance to make use of you." "How foolish." A powerful will descended at this moment. The 12 purifiers continued to work, but now things were different. A pure white soul energy traveled across these channels to enter the blood-red tumor, even beginning to form a huge web that unceasingly corroded Emperor Aragon's strength. The girls within the 11 other pearls opened their eyes as well, smiles of ridicule on their faces. I will be the one controlling the final body, not me. The girls' bodies blurred out as this proclamation resounded, as if they'd transformed from the material to become a flow of energy. The network gave them great power as they abruptly passed through the metal tower into the tree and its tumor. No. I'm still protected by Kali and the mermaid. I haven't lost yet. Emperor Aragon appeared crazed and twisted, his face now a complete blur. The 12 young girls held hands around him, chanting a strange song with him at the center. Aragon didn't even have a millionth of a chance of winning against the will and power of a rank 8 existence. The calming melody of the folksong seemed to appease the tree of life, causing the dark red tumor to gradually turn pure white as it faded away. The crown of pearls stopped moving the moment the tumor disappeared, traces of cracks appearing on it. Aragon's withered body suddenly flaked apart atop his throne, turning to a pile of ashes. 2 streaks of light suddenly appeared within the ashes, causing terrifying whirlwinds in the sky. Kali, Ko. Do you still wish to go against me? The shadow weave flickered, and Shar appeared on a branch of the tree of life, dressed in black. The 2 spirals grew in response to her question, slivers of bloodline force pulled out from all parts of the palace. This is the bloodline of your descendants, and the power of malicious intent? I see. Is it all snake? Shar bit at her lips as 2 illusory figures walked out of the spirals. The tyrannical power of laws from the past quickly returned. We already made a mistake once, Shar. We won't make it again. Prophet Kali was an elderly man filled with wisdom, while Ko, who belonged to the sea tribe, looked like a mermaid. The great waves of the sea surged underneath them. Nothing seemed to have changed within that red villa on the outskirts of Carolyn. Leyland had just finished his last move, ending the chess game. I see. She used that hatred and the death of descendants to awaken the last remaining conscience, huh? It seems to be some ancient ceremonial spell. Sadly, even if you've called them out, they don't have the same absolute power as they did in the past. You're making your move? The Snake Dowager nodded. I've been waiting too long. Today, everything will end. She took a step forward, and the air before her shattered. Whoosh, terrifying spatial turbulence formed. The Snake Dowager's hair rustled, its many strands in disarray as they transformed into giant snakes. A ball of snakes that looked like a star formed underneath her, carrying the great power of her bloodline. The Snake Dowager had taken on her ultimate form. The numerous malicious snake heads somehow didn't diminish her charm, instead making her seem more mysterious and wild. From the astral plane it seemed like a huge tree emanating white light had formed within the shadow world, growing as it attempted to fuse with the world itself. A ball of snakes the size of a world suddenly appeared, the serpents snarling and hissing at the tree of light. Allsnake, Shar was not at all surprised at the Snake Dowager's appearance. This 10,000-year war ends here. Indeed, but victory shall be mine. Your terrifying control will destroy the world. The Snake Dowager retorted without hesitation. In the meanwhile, 2 streaks of purple-red light were launched from the ball of snakes, entering Kali and Ko. The great amount of bloodline force immediately consolidated the 2's powers, strengthening their auras. What a pity. If the trials I was here to make for 3, you would definitely fall here. The Snake Dowager and the 2 other ancient existences in the shadow world now stood shoulder to shoulder, creating a huge amount of pressure. Most important was that they were natives of the world. They were the ones who'd fought over the world will in ancient times, the ones with the authority to control the world's outcome. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1105, Terror. Terror. You've always been like this, Allsnake. Hoping for help and allies, remaining unaware that the most reliable support is yourself, Shar revealed a bizarre smile as her eyes scanned the Snake Dowager's surroundings. What about that Magus ally of yours? The Snake Dowager's expression changed immediately upon Leyland's mention. Have you reached an agreement with him? Leyland was the ally she placed the most importance on, someone she valued more than the other 3 rank 8 existences. It might have been because she'd previously suffered at his hands. Nope. But since he decided not to show up, I can feel at ease when dealing with you. A sincere smile appeared on Shar's face, the terrifying killing intent causing the skies to darken as snow fell to the earth. That's exactly what I was thinking. The Snake Dowager had resolved herself to kill. Whoosh, a layer of obscure black wind instantly engulfed the entire shadow world. The Snake Dowager spat out a frightening black storm from her mouth that seemed to sweep everything away. This was an attack covering the entire shadow world. Since the Mistress of the Night had chosen to take control of everything, she would instead destroy the planet. The destruction would lead everything back to primal chaos, akin to resetting the world. The Snake Dowager had thought this through, working up the determination and courage to do so. Even more terrifyingly, her peak rank 8 strength made it possible to succeed. How terrifying would a peak rank 8 existence be? A tenth of the Shadow World's surface had been decimated by her strike within a few minutes, and the corrosion continued to dig deeper. Even the tree of life that was fusing with the world suffered great damage, a few branches scattering apart into motes of light. You're trying to provoke me, Allsnake. I never imagined you'd be so foolish. Shar looked at the Snake Dowager with pity in her eyes. A raging will emerged in the skies, its core surging with oppressive origin force. The act of returning everything to primal chaos would naturally erase the world will, pushing it to wait for its rebirth. However, the Dowager currently intended to completely destroy this will. Shar wished to control it, while the Snake Dowager wished to eliminate it entirely. The latter obviously engendered more hate. Disregarding her nativity, the world will raged with fury. However, Shar already had control of more than half of the world will, allowing her to gain the power of the world origin force. Thus, it made no difference to the Snake Dowager how the rest of the world will behaved. All Snake. To have accumulated several tens of thousands of years of power, you are indeed worthy of being called the Shadow World's favorite daughter. Shar's voice was calm as a huge weave emerged in her hands. Although the terrifying black storm had destroyed a great amount of the shadow weave, it recuperated quickly. On the other hand, energy consumption became a problem. The black winds were slowly pushed back after being devoured, wrapped up by the huge shadow weave. It's a pity. With control over the entire shadow world, I am invincible. Shar currently seemed like a frightening spider queen as she relied on the shadow weave to suppress the Snake Dowager completely. With the great consumption of energy, the Snake Dowager was like a fly trapped in a web. Although her initial struggles could break a few strands, she still couldn't avoid the fate of being captured and poisoned to death. The mermaid guardian Ko stood out at this moment. She had brilliant golden hair and beautiful green pupils, her lower body the tail of a fish. Her green scales shone with splendor. Ocean, she said softly. The entirety of the Shadow World's ocean suddenly roared, a territory that was more than twice as large as the entire Shadow Empire. With control over the law of the ocean, Ko could bring forth great disaster once she mobilized the seas. Almost instantly a violent tsunami engulfed the lands, bringing destruction to the empire once more. Unlike the previous incident which only affected the coast, the waves this time were hundreds of meters high as they made their way inland. The rivers of the empire changed direction as the sea level strangely increased. The Azure Ocean, the cradle of life, revealed its ferocity for the first time. With the sea level rising a few meters, a great portion of the mainland would likely be submerged. On top of that, Ko was controlling this. What if she decided to let the disaster continue? The waves instantly swept away the flora and fauna of the land, the terrifying pressure erasing all traces of life on the ground. The life forms of the land had been annihilated before the tree of life could even spread its roots completely, leaving no value to them. Such was the level of a battle between existences like Shar and the Snake Dowager. The Dowager and her allies were racing against time to destroy everything, while Shar had to ensure the completion of the Tree of Life at all costs. Shar's opponent this time around was far more troublesome than the Trial's Eye. Being at the peak of rank 8, the Snake Dowager had strengthened herself for tens of thousands of years as she plotted her vengeance. Her power was unpredictable, while Kali and Ko weren't opponents Shar could ignore either. More importantly, these three existences were native to the Shadow World, born with power to rule it. They naturally had great resistance to the world origin force. With the bloodline energy from the Snake Dowager reinforcing them, even if Kali and Ko weren't in top condition, they still posed a terrifying threat. They already hated Shar greatly for their fall, and with their souls being mere residues now they had nothing to fear. I see origin force converging. Be careful, she's trying to buy some time for the Tree of Life to mature and engulf us. Kali had been watching Shar attentively all this while. There's no need for such trouble. I can settle all of you now. Perhaps due to the humiliation of her plans being exposed, the current Shar no longer had any reservations. The force of the sea whizzed up as the scattered origin force of the world was recalled instantly. The shadow weave suddenly retreated without the protection of the origin force, and the speed of the world's destruction grew tenfold. However, neither the Snake Dowager nor Kali betrayed any joy. They were currently facing an existence at the peak of rank 8 who'd drawn in all her power to strike. With the control over the world will and the great amount of origin force she'd recalled, Shar had stepped into the absolute limits of rank 8 for a while. Had the Tree of Life project gone more smoothly, she would have stepped into that stage permanently just now. I was born into shadows, and grew up within them. I am the daughter of shadow itself, I should be the original master. Shar stepped forward with that declaration, and the entire world roared out with oppression. Powerful origin force chopped through a few snake heads like a knife through butter, blood spilling from the Snake Dowager's hair. The dead should no longer exist in this world. Shar's sentence was echoed by the shadow world, causing Kali's face to change continuously. I see that. She'll complete the tree of life. Kali's eyes changed colors, but before he could finish his prophecy, a hand filled with origin force pressed down on his head. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The eternal astral abyss shall be your final destination. Kali's body sizzled as it melted under dazzling light. Shar's power of laws managed to reduce the prophet to ashes even if he had the Snake Dowager's help. After all, only a part of his soul had managed to revive, and he was far from his prime. He was weak compared to Shar, who was at her peak. Once Kali's body dissolved completely, a bunch of light similar to star fragments dissipated from Shar's hands. These fragments were the remnants of his will, representing the failure of his resurrection. Kali's true soul had been sent to the astral plane, where he would have to wait a really long time before he could move into rebirth. It would take tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of years. Shar's actions had revealed her terrifying strength. All snake. Do you really think I didn't realize those two soul residues were acting? Shar abruptly raised her head, coldness hiding in her clever smile. A complete world doesn't just include thoughts of creatures, the earth, the seas, and the sky. Beings of laws are included as well. Only when everything is conquered would the world will form a true body. She spoke softly. Ko, you'll be next. The Snake Dowager's face changed suddenly. The world will certainly comprise the thoughts of all life forms. This obviously included beings of law, and what's more, they took up a disproportionate portion of the world will. An ordinary person wouldn't comprise a millionth of a percentage point of the world will, but any being of laws would take up at least 100th of the world. This was what had allowed the Snake Dowager to escape after her prior fight. A being of laws was the darling of the world, and they also held a portion of its essence. You're wrong. Every step Shar took spanned 1,000 miles as she came face to face with the huge star-like ball of snakes. I stripped away all of the world will's laws in the shadow world, except the bit you possess. The Snake Dowager turned frantic upon hearing this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1106, Appearance. Appearance. The Snake Dowager saw Shar's path to be one of control, where she'd devour the world will after gaining the shadow world to reach the peak of rank 8. Her plan had been detailed and thorough, going all the way to using the Shadow Empire to hasten progress on the Tree of Life that could rob all thought and take control of the world will. Unfortunately, there was one issue with this plan, and that was the existence of the Snake Dowager. She'd taken part of her authority over the world will with her when she fled, the few percentage points of the will she possessed as a being of law native to the world. Without that portion of authority, Shar would never have complete control over the world will, which was really annoying. After all, it wasn't as if she could rush over to Purgatory World and pull the Snake Dowager out. She lacked a portion of power, so the world will would never be complete. The peak of rank 8 would forever remain an unattainable dream. The Snake Dowager's return was an opportunity for both parties. The former had her vengeance, while Shar had a chance to take over her authority to complete her hold over the world will of the Shadow World. After devouring it, Shar would instantly reach the peak of rank 8. In order to go through with this plan, Shar did not mind letting the Empire get wind of Project X and the Tree of Life plan ahead of schedule. She had even taken the initiative to attack first, eliminating unstable factors like Trial's Eye and the two others. And now, it was time to do the harvesting. Your target is me? A rare look of confusion appeared on the Snake Dowager's face. Foolish being. As a native of the Shadow World, you're an important part of the world will. Shar came before the Snake Dowager, meeting her gaze fearlessly, and now, all of the world will shall gather to form a whole new body. A huge, terrifying web that covered the sky suddenly appeared from all parts of the world, a purplish gold luster about it as Origin Force roared. This was the true form of the Shadow Weave, and its original state. Shar showing this to the Dowager meant she had no plans of letting her leave. All grudges and victory should be settled by now. The Snake Dowager bit at her lips, the calm expression on her face able to cause all male hearts to break. All snake devour. A tremendous amount of purplish-red bloodline force extended from the Star of Snakes. This was what she'd accumulated over all these years. In the meanwhile, scenes of large snakes living their lives out appeared behind her, including their fights and reproduction. It was like an epic detailing the culture and history of giant snakes. Terrifying snake souls hissed and roared from within this glorious scroll of civilization, launching a surprise attack on the maiden in the shadows. This was a gathering of generations of bloodline power, able to cause the entire Shadow World to tremble under its prowess. The ground cracked to reveal numerous large snakes with phosphorescent fires in their eyes. Their huge bodies began to move, like the world had returned to their rule. Are you deluding yourself into thinking a civilization that has already been lost can be revived? Facing this epic attack, Shar merely snickered. Your time has passed, Allsnake. Now I'm the source of everything. Shadow weave, implantation. Almost at the very moment Shar gave the command, all the mutated bodies of the shadow world that were still alive began to twitch. Threads of mysterious power entered their bodies, and their blood vessels popped out as they shook violently. A foreign being had taken over their bodies. With its control over their souls, the Tree of Life had turned these people into walking bags of flesh. However, their eyes lit up with intelligence once more as a darkness spread across their bodies. They'd gained powerful abilities similar to magic. Mistress of the Night. You are our master, the one who rules all. Numerous intelligent life forms knelt down on the ground. Then, they began to massacre the revived snakes. Psi energy conducive to attacks, preparing launch of shadow spells. Everyone had turned into a cold-blooded war machine. Under the control of an efficient mind, they'd become an ordered army that flings shadow spell after shadow spell at the snakes. The serpents had no way to retaliate. If the cheetahs, hawks, beetles, and even sharks knew how to cast shadow spells, what would be the outcome? The soldiers of Shadow outnumbered and outpowered the Snake Dowager's army, beating down her attempt to return things to savagery quickly. I am the current master of the Shadow world. With the Tree of Life complete, its holy light already covered the skies to become the core of the world. It was filled with sanctity as it gave off a vague sense of maturity. There's more. Shar stood atop the Tree of Light and arrived before the Snake Dowager. That's the aura of the world will. The Snake Dowager's expression changed. The light of the Tree of Life had already gathered over 90% of the Shadow world's beings' thoughts and souls. This included the skies, the seas, and the earth, representing the will of the world itself. Even she felt the urge to succumb. Leave the Shadow world and never return. Ko blocked the way to the Snake Dowager with terrifying waves. How could a mere law of the ocean contend against the entire world? Return. Shar didn't even have to act personally. A large number of the Tree of Light's branches spread through the ocean in an instant, stunning Ko for a moment as a tendril abruptly pierced through her body. A few grains of lights flickered with intelligence as they were sucked away to enter the tree. Now, my Tree of Light represents the world will. You cannot defy it. Shar made a proclamation of victory. Under her control, the Shadow Weave left no means for the Snake Dowager to escape. In the meanwhile, the Tree of Light spread its terrifying roots through the ball of snakes to drag her out. Give me everything that you possess, everything. Shar arrived behind the Snake Dowager, two hands grabbing onto her arms tightly as her intricate face displayed a smile of satisfaction. The Tree of Life and the skies grew even larger. Bits of obscure thoughts, mixed with the power of bloodlines, were unceasingly absorbed by the roots of the Tree of Life. Numerous snakes shriveled up powerlessly, representing the continuous weakening of the mother of all snakes. At this critical moment, a fierce look appeared on the Snake Dowager's face. Boom, her body that was like a star suddenly exploded, and the surging bloodline force lost the control of a master, beginning to destroy everything in the vicinity. Layers of the Shadow Weave shrouded Shar. She looked at the lifeless body in her hands and frowned, using some shadow flames to burn them to ashes. Boom, the head of a snake exploded elsewhere, revealing the figure of the Snake Dowager. Without the ball of snakes and its accumulated bloodline force, the beautiful lady seemed extremely weak. You've taken what's mine from me, she hissed, like a gambler who had lost everything. A portion of your thoughts, as well as the authority over a portion of the world belongs to me. Shar did not pursue and attack the Dowager further, and instead looked at the tremendous Tree of Life behind her. Now, the roots had turned a blood red. The original torso of Allsnake that still possessed bloodline force, mixed with a bit of something more abstruse, was all absorbed by the tree. After obtaining this, the Tree of Life seemed to obtain the last thing it needed, and the body instantly became more solid. The rays of light vanished and allowed it to gain a hint of life. It's the rumored world tree that will only appear when a world is established from primal chaos. The Snake Dowager was immediately stunned by the scene in front of her. Yes, the source of all life is the source of the world will. Shar approached the Snake Dowager. Your failure is set in stone, I'm the only victor. Failed? The Snake Dowager muttered hatefully, but confidence appeared in her eyes once more. True, but I don't admit my loss yet. My descendant shall defeat you. Is that so? But he doesn't seem to have made a move, and he's been watching you suffer a crushing defeat all this time, Shar chuckled. That's because you don't know him. Out of all my experiences across the worlds, his patience is the greatest. The Allsnake looked at the giant world tree, her eyes dazed. I had no idea what he wanted, but now it's extremely obvious. Whoosh. Whoosh! A gust of origin wind blew past the area, and the world tree's branches and leaves broke up to show a mysterious fruit on the main branch. The main body of the world will. A real, solidified world will, able to fuse the scattered thoughts of the world and return to the origin. Shar, your plan is truly admirable. Leyland's figure appeared under the world tree. He sighed as he gazed at the beautiful fruit glimmering with light. Lord Leyland, so you still chose to come and be my enemy? Shar now looked helpless as she sighed, the sight enough to cause heartbreak for onlookers. Despite her fear of Leyland, she tried to bargain with him. My previous promises still hold. Once I become the ruler of the shadow world, everything here is yours. Unfortunately, Leyland was unmoved by this sort of temptation. It was far too dangerous to make deals with someone at the peak of rank 8, and besides, he much preferred getting what he wanted with his own abilities. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1107, Reversal. Reversal. Leyland gazed at the world tree, his face filled with awe. Rumor had it that this was the source of all life. Only once life formed in a world would all thoughts gather to form its will. Shar had used all sorts of impossible schemes to gain control of the intellectual beings of the shadow world, using the weave to gather all conscience and rob the beings of law of all authority. She'd managed to reverse origin, purifying the world will and giving it form. Leyland didn't think he'd be able to do it better himself. This world fruit undoubtedly represented a complete world will, and the moment Shar ate it she would instantly reach the peak of rank 8 and sweep through everything. This was directly against Leyland's interests. Given that she was an enemy anyway, Leyland didn't hesitate to step out. What a pity. We still became enemies in the end. I thought you would make the more rational decision. Shar was obviously disappointed. My apologies. Leyland's expression did not change as he walked to stand by the snake dowager. Then I'm sorry, but you'll have to fall here. Shar's expression instantly turned cold as she aimed a finger at Leyland. Rumble, terrifying. Vast. Seemingly limitless origin force crashed down on Leyland with the weight of the world, nearly crushing him to powder in an instant. Shar didn't spare him another glance as he arrived before the world tree that was radiating life. The fruit was already mature, about to fall any moment. Shar knew very well that obtaining the complete world will was the most important part of her plan. As long as she could devour it, she would be unafraid of any challenges. Even if Leyland announced her existence and brought other peak rank 8 magi to besiege her, she could force all of them to return home in defeat as long as she stayed here. After reaching the peak of rank 8, she had plenty of time to deal with Leyland. A very smart decision. When faced with such terrifying pressure, Leyland could only sigh helplessly. Things are already so bad. If you have any trump cards, get them out now. The snake dowager took a look at Leyland, eyeing him flirtatiously. You think too highly of me. Leyland laughed helplessly while stroking his chin. If you don't have any confidence you'll be able to turn the tables, your only option now is to run as far as you can. The snake dowager was unexpectedly more confident in Leyland than herself. That's true. Leyland took a look at the AI chip, the topmost record on the task schedule, extremely striking. Beep. Progress of analysis of rank 0 to 9 of Shadow Weave, 100%. Let's see what you've left me. Distorted shadow, lightning flashed in Leyland's eyes, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly grew mysterious and terrifying. The snake dowager looked at Leyland with shock before moving backwards greatly. Ha! Leyland cried out under his breath, terrifying power of laws sending a great amount of energy into the spell. This spell model was extremely unique. It was the only rank 12 arcane spell in existence, Karsus Avatar. The AI chip operated frantically, recording large amounts of data. Beep. Host body is a great arcanist. Analysis of Shadow Weave at 100%. Meets prerequisites. B. Charging of energy complete. Arcane spell model launching. Grade 12 arcane spell, Karsus Avatar, launched. The skies turned gloomy all of a sudden, and the world was brought to a standstill. This again. That feeling of fatal danger. Shar's expression quickly changed as she trained her eyes in Leyland's direction, not letting any of his movements escape her view as she grabbed at the world fruit. Asterisk crack. Crack, asterisk great numbers of cracks began to appear on that crystal in the sea of origin force. The young girl sealed within it opened her eyes, a trace of terror appearing on her face. Your greatest mistake, Shar, was to fuse the tree of life with the weave. Leyland rose to the skies, a resplendent arcane spell forming in his hands. Target the shadow weave. Karsus Avatar. Rumble, Shar's expression changed in that moment, her body freezing and growing slightly transparent. It was evident that she'd been injured heavily. Ah! She clutched at her head as she released piercing screams, "My weave! You actually stole my weave, dot." Even though Shar had known that Leyland had a trump card in his possession, she'd never have guessed that it had to do with the shadow weave. The ability to strip her of her control was far too shocking. Whatever her feelings may be, the shadow weave that Shar had put painstaking effort into creating had been stolen by an outsider just like that. Even the snake dowager was stupefied. Shar would already have fallen if she was Mistra. However, she was lucky that she changed her own origin, shifting onto the path of the Magi. Still, losing the weave caused her immense and unimaginable harm. If Shar was in this situation, Leyland had it even worse. Rank 8. This Karsus avatar is definitely a rank 8 mega spell. Leyland's face was flushed. The AI chip sped up further as it accepted more information about the shadow weave, large amounts of data flashing across his mind. If not for his body of laws and experience in the area, the only possible result of this spell would be an explosion of his brain. Distorted Shadow definitely had malicious intent. Leyland was now certain about this. There was nothing wrong with the arcane spell itself, but the problem was who would take over control of the weave. After breaking away from Shar's control, the shadow weave immediately went berserk, giving Leyland the impression that it was like a high-voltage electrical network. And now, he actually would have to use his own two hands and placate this power grid. Nobody but the weave's original controller can take control of it in an instant. Be it a great arcanist or a being of laws, forcing control would only cause them to die alongside it. It isn't even possible to stop and save your skin. Leyland had once thought that the advantage of his main body and the support of the AI chip would make it simple to replace the goddess of the weave. However, he now knew that his conjectures were completely off. If just the shadow weave could render him in this state, then the true weave that extended throughout the world of gods could only be more terrifying. With his current strength, launching this arcane spell could possibly mean nothing would be left of him. He would basically be doing free labor for Distorted Shadow. As expected of a slime magus from ancient times. He hid something in that arcane spell that even the AI chip couldn't simulate. Cold sweat beaded down Leyland's face. If not for this practical test using the shadow weave, he'd likely have been tricked into death in the world of gods. Sacrificing himself to help others was definitely not his style. But, with this data, I'll be able to right the mistakes from before. The shadow weave was inferior to the real weave, but with one experience of such a terrifying change, Leyland had something he could work with. Get over here. The shadow weave was now entirely under his control. Being founded atop the weave, the world tree was naturally his as well. In a moment, the world tree abandoned Shar and became Leyland's. With most of her strength lost to the grievous injuries, she could do nothing to stop it. The last step. Leyland pulled at the air with two hands, and the origin weave of the shadow world came into view. With the shadow weave as the offering, mature. Rumble, a pair of hands made of primal chaos erupted from a part of the world tree, grabbing the purplish gold weave and kneading it into a bundle before disappearing back inside. Leyland felt no regret when it came to the shadow weave. He could also make use of this opportunity and rid himself of this high-pressure electrical network. The world tree finished the final stages of its growth with the weave, placing its terrifying web of roots into the world as its lush branches took the place of the original weave. This is the final implantation plan, Leyland sighed and approached the world tree. The fruit had now grown murky, containing authority over the entire world. This is a world will, concentrated to the limit and completely solidified. Leyland had a mysterious luster in his eyes as he reached out and plucked the world fruit, holding it as akin to holding a whole world. Leyland couldn't help but grow intoxicated by the feeling of having an entire world in his grasp. The fruit that Shar had painstakingly cultivated had become the greatest of his profits. The moment he consumed it, Leyland would instantly become a peak rank 8 existence, gaining control of the entire shadow world. It would make him the world's master, and give him an extremely long life. Unless the shadow world was destroyed, he would never fall. The shadow world was a large world itself, and without any disasters that could destroy the astral plane itself, it definitely wouldn't face any problems. In other words, if he willed it, Leyland could obtain terrifying power and lifespan in an instant, living as long as the astral plane itself. This was definitely a huge temptation for any magus, something everyone spent most of their lives pursuing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1108, Return. Return. The huge temptation in front of him didn't manage to cause the slightest change to Leyland's expression. False eternity? Humph. He shrugged with apathy as a sneer surfaced on his face. What Leyland pursued was the immortality afforded by reaching rank 9, a realm of power that exceeded the scope of the astral plane itself. This world fruit would bind him to the shadow world, stopping any further advance. Perhaps the other magi who had no hope of advancing would make such a choice, but this definitely wasn't so for Lyle. However, the Snake Dowager couldn't stay calm after seeing him take over Char's achievements. Unconcealable desire revealed itself in her eyes as she leaned forward. After all, this world fruit was the essence of the Shadow Worlds, able to give her dominance of the Shadow World once more as it fused with her laws to advance to the peak of rank 8. Lyle knew that the Dowager had no choice but to agree to any requests he made right now. Unfortunately, he did not deign to speak. She and Char were both rank 8s, and only together would they be easy to control. If one of them advanced to the peak of rank 8, they would choose to kick him aside. Lyle hadn't fought desperately and plotted for mere goodwill, or the world origin force. The Shadow World was a big world, and he felt it better to keep it with him. It wasn't necessary to fuse with the world to control it. These two women aren't simple characters. Neither of them can be left behind alone as a representative. Instead, I can leave them both here so the two will have to act in tandem whether they stay or leave. This was Lyle's decision, and right now was the best opportunity to enforce it. The Snake Dowager and Char were both seriously injured, and currently he was the only one with enough power to call the shots. Bang, however, Char's avatar lost the last of its strength at this moment, fading away as her silhouette dispersed. Where did she go? The Snake Dowager frowned. Back to her true body, of course. Having taken so much damage, it'd be surprising even if she manages to stay awake. Lyle shook his head. With the world fruit in hand, he could see everything about the Shadow World. I'm heading out, he said as his figure disappeared abruptly. The Snake Dowager was filled with resentment as she looked at his departing back. The sea of origin force in the Shadow World had thinned down greatly. With the light of civilization exhausted, all that could be seen was an ancient stone palace. Lyle's figure appeared to hover over this palace, and the origin force instantly separated, opening up a path for him meekly. He walked unimpeded into the palace, seeing Char sealed in a huge crystal. Lyle looked at the huge crystal and nodded, the world crystal. Is this the consequence of her trying to control the world will? The girl sealed within the crystal seemed to notice Lyle's arrival, slowly opening her eyes. A blob of shadows emerged outside the crystal, forming a figure he was familiar with. It was just that her aura was greatly weakened. You're finally here. Are you here to destroy me? A bitter smile surfaced on the young lady's face. Although this Magus hadn't yet eaten the world fruit, the authority he had at his disposal made it easy for him to take care of her. I'm afraid you're mistaken. Lyle waved his hands, and the world crystal that sealed Char's body cracked apart. Her body was thrown out. My lord. Having regained her true body, Char opened up her eyes to stare at Lyle. Although this body had the same face, Char looked more pale now, like a young lady who'd been sick for a long while. Her aura was weak, making her look much more attractive than her previous gaudy look. I wouldn't need to do much to destroy you. However, the conflicts between magi and gods don't concern us. Lyle said with a smile, one of his hands behind his back. Now, it seems like we need to have a long chat. Char's eyes betrayed a shrewd smile as she took the initiative to grab Lyle's hands and lead him to the depths of the palace. The defeat had changed her mindset completely. It took several more years for Lyle to leave the Shadow World. He glanced around him, seemingly able to see the figures of Char and the Snake Dowager as the corners of his mouth revealed a strange smile. Might made right. Lyle was currently the strongest person in the Shadow World, thus he was also the one with the authority to divide the cake. He'd taken his time and split up control of the Shadow World. It was impossible for his true body to stay there forever, so he'd chosen the Snake Dowager and the Mistress of the Night as his representatives. He gave each 20% of his authority, keeping them both on the same level but still leaving himself the majority of power. Although the Snake Dowager had been reluctant about it, she understood that she'd have been able to gain nothing without Lyle. She didn't make a peep. On the other hand, Char was the loser, so she didn't qualify to make any demands at all. Furthermore, it wasn't impossible to reach the peak of rank 8 themselves with 20% of the world's authority. They'd be able to use the Shadow World's origin force to recover and strengthen themselves. Thus, the two of them both submitted to their new master. Each of them had used all means possible to entice Lyle as a fighting partner, but in the end he'd run away with the greatest benefits. The Snake Dowager kept to her old promise, transferring a portion of her bloodline origin so he had control over her bloodline descendants. Char refused to be outdone, so as a former intermediate god she divulged a great number of secrets regarding the world of gods. Lyle learned what to take note of when he advanced to become a true god. As for any other interactions, Lyle touched his chin in reminiscence as he looked at his status. Lyle Farlier, rank 7 warlock. Bloodline, Targaryen. Strength, 275.11, Agility, 229.88, Vitality, 400.97, Spiritual Force, 653.19. Body of Laws. Law Comprehension, Devouring, 100%, Massacre, 58%, Disaster, 27%, Decay, 15%, Curses, 1%, Shadows, 33%. Origin Force Saturation, 100%. I'm at the limits of Origin Force now. The Shadow World's Origin Force wasn't effective like that of Dreamscape, so Leyland had no problems with absorbing it. It was something Shar and Allsnake had used to entice him before, but he just ended up becoming their master. Even the shrewd Shar would never have imagined that she'd become subordinate to a rank 7 Magus. With more than half of the authority over the Shadow World, Leyland had naturally used as much Origin Force as he could to max out his attributes. I'm still a rank 7 Warlock. I'll come back after I advance to rank 8, a trace of a smile emerged on Leyland's mouth. So what if the Magus World's Origin Force was controlled by Mother Core and Dreamscape's was flawed? With the support of the Shadow World, he could still advance by leaps and bounds. He couldn't feel great enough for becoming the master of a world. Shar and Allsnake went overboard this time. The Shadow World needs time to recover. If not, it would have given me much greater benefits. Leyland was currently the master and judge of the Shadow World, and he tasked the Snake Dowager and the Mistress of the Night to restore the world to its former glory. Ah, the contract's been taken care of. Leyland continued on his journey without hesitation, light constantly flickering in his eyes. There's only 2 things I have to do in the Magus world now. First is to talk to the other beings like Mother Core. After all, I can't take out the entire world of gods myself. Leyland was aware of his limits. His attempt to control the Shadow World had nearly cost him everything, and if not for the arcane spell that was his trump card, the results would probably have been greatly different. The world of gods would be far more dangerous. The enemies there were tens of thousands of times more powerful, and on top of that there were cunning and wicked magi like Distorted Shadow waiting there with traps at the ready. Leyland intended to surround himself with allies, bringing the entire Magus world along as he used absolute power to crush everything. As long as he revealed some information about the world of gods, he didn't have to worry about powerful magi not taking the bait. As for the other, I need to take care of the Lords of Calamity in Dreamscape. The nightmare-absorbing physique, Leyland sighed deeply. The nightmare-absorbing physique was a gift from Dreamscape, but it was also the dagger the world used to eliminate its thugs. It was intended to destroy locusts like the Lords of Calamity. However, Leyland didn't think so simply. Proverbs said that the hunting dogs would be destroyed once the rabbits were killed, and even if he wasn't afraid of such a thing, he had to take precautionary measures. The nightmare-absorbing physique was intended to restrain the Lords of Calamity. If Leyland revealed his might to eliminate all the Lords of Calamity, what would Dreamscape's world will do then? Would it leave him in control of such power? Leyland felt like he had to let the Lords of Calamity survive, because this would bring him great benefits. Maybe I can do the same thing I did here, punishing the Lords of Calamity like a judge after I spark infighting among them. Leyland didn't want to be someone else's weapon. Such people didn't face good ends. Instead, he wanted to be the one in charge, the person making the rules. Since Dreamscape was weakening itself because the Lords of Calamity were taking too much of the world origin force, he would restrict the amount they used. That way he would be able to please both sides, at the same time manage to preserve himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1109, Pouring In. Pouring in. Of course, most of the time you end up pleasing neither side if you try to please both. My finesse and ability are going to be put to the test. Power is still the most important. Leyland's eyes flickered as he grasped the crux of it all. Only a peak rank 8 power can force Dreamscape's world will to concede. That'll be when I can deter the other Lords of Calamity as well. It's the bottom line for this plan to work. The space between Leyland's brows twitched slightly at this thought, and a bright red line appeared at that moment. Leyland's soul flashed with radiance, almost instantly linking to the large and vast Dreamscape. With a Lord of Calamity sacrificed to Dreamscape, Leyland was like a fish inside water in this world. His powerful soul force swept across the major regions. Dreamforce is growing stronger as well, but it's still very dangerous. Also, Leyland's expression turned grim. He could sense the evil auras of the Lords of Calamity in the world, able to tell that those scattered beings had gathered in groups for protection. Their sealed lands had been linked together. They'd evidently discovered something. Leyland's current strength allowed him to deal with a single Lord of Calamity easily, but if they attacked him together he wouldn't be able to handle them. There were no fools amongst the existences of laws. Even if Leyland had shrouded himself in mystery, they'd still manage to find something off about the situation and put their guard up. Looks like my plan of gaining an advantage by taking out a few Lords of Calamity won't work. Leyland shook his head, but he didn't find it particularly regretful. Even if Dreamscape's world will help him reach the peak of rank 8, it wouldn't be worthy of ecstasy. Borrowed power would never be his. Dreamscape could give him a great many things, but it could also leave him with nothing in an instant. Only something he had obtained for himself was truly his. Leyland calmed his beating heart, heading not to Dreamscape but to the Magus world. With Mother Core and other peak rank 8s in charge, the Magus world was completely calm and without any problems. Of course, to existences of laws nothing that didn't affect their kind was a problem. A few more organizations are fighting on the mainland in secret? As he gathered information, Leyland laughed and he shook his head. While the surface of the Magus world was under his jurisdiction, he couldn't be bothered with ants fighting amongst themselves. No matter how powerful their geniuses are, as long as they don't grasp laws, these organizations will remain useless. They were born in the wrong era. Leyland sighed at this conclusion, a trace of pity in his eyes. Once the final war resumed, these geniuses would not meet good fortune. It wouldn't be possible for them to reach rank 7 so quickly, and even though they'd crawled their way up to becoming morning stars, that only qualified them to be cannon fodder. Was there anything more unlucky than that? Of course, there would be special cases of people who grew with battle, even peeking into the realm of laws. However, the chances of this were so low it was pitiful. Targaryen Castle. Flames from the fiery world raged in the extraplanar laboratory, gigantic spell formations flickering with boiling heat. A thick layer of world origin force had been condensed into a pond at the core, showing the true form of the origin force weapon Leyland had poured his blood and sweat into for centuries. A kingly aura seemed to radiate from the hazy fog, as if a terrifying primordial monster had awakened from its slumber. Rainbow lights flashed as an absolutely lethal weapon showed its appearance. This weapon had all forms. It was a sword, a blade, a hammer, a lance. It was every weapon used in war. Every edge and corner was extremely sharp, making it seem like an assembly of all lethal weapons from ancient times to the present. This weapon didn't even need to be waved around to cause damage. The sharpness of its aura alone could cause the surrounding space to fragment. Noticing Leyland's arrival, the weapon began to emit sharp sounds that gripped the heart and soul. Even rank 2 or 3 magi would probably have their souls destroyed under this illusory attack. You can't wait to be born? Leyland smiled as he looked at the results, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. It still isn't time yet. With a wave of his hand, a surge of world origin force as terrifying as rivers and lakes in the world suddenly poured in, filling the world pond in an instant. Everything seemed to be in a surplus compared to before. The origin force weapon cheered, and greedily began to devour this origin force. Leyland watched on while deep in thought. With the supply from the shadow world, it will probably surpass all divine weapons in the future and delight in consuming the fresh blood of the gods. The Magus world was obviously the most abundant in its origin force, followed by Dreamscape and the shadow world. However, he could only pick up scraps in the Magus world, forced to share equally with a large number of beings of laws. Dreamscape treated Leyland like its child, and as for the shadow world? Leyland was its owner, possessing a terrifying amount of authority over it. Thus, he would be able to gather the most origin force from the shadow world, followed by Dreamscape and the Magus world. This was the benefit of having a world to himself. That wasn't all. Leyland had something else prepared as well. He would shape this origin force weapon into a lethal weapon that would shake the astral plane. AI chip. Beep. Preparation for stripping of laws is now complete. Beginning infusion. Laws being stripped off: Calamity, 27%, Decay, 15%, Curse, 1%, Shadow, 33%. The AI chip loyally carried out Leyland's orders. The laws Leyland had devoured weren't of much use to him, and they would only contaminate his path. It was necessary for him to remove them. With the help of the AI chip, he could isolate his understanding completely and pass it on as a present, or sell it. It was similar to divine force and divinity in the world of gods. Of course, beings of law would pay an astronomical price for this comprehension. If, by chance, they needed these specific laws in the first place, they'd be able to give up anything. However, this was too extravagant for Leyland. It was better for him to grasp his own laws. If these laws were unusable, he could just pour them into his weapon. An origin force weapon with the power of laws would then have the grandeur of a true divine weapon. But begin. Leyland's eyes immediately turned black as the rank 7 Targaryen phantom appeared behind him. With devilish wings, a single horn, vertical pupils and 2 claws, the winged serpent widened its huge mouth and spat out threads of darkness that fell into the pond, containing the laws of disaster, decay, and other powers that he'd comprehended. The pool began to boil, and the origin force weapon at the center roared out. Runic patterns crawled onto its body, physical proof that the laws were getting to work. Pouring the power of laws inside the weapon was not something that could be done in a day or two. Leyland spent a total of 3 years emptying his useless laws into it, so much so that his true soul seemed to weaken. But it's all worth it. Leyland took a look at the dark figure in the pool. The origin weapon had already lost its fierce aura, no longer showing off its power. Its splendor had been restrained, which only made it even more horrifying. Leyland Farlier. Rank 7 Warlock, Bloodline, Targaryen, Rank 7. Strength, 275.11, Agility, 229.88, Vitality, 400.97, Spiritual Force, 653.19. State of Soul, Law Comprehension, Devouring, 100%, Massacre, 58%. Status, Origin Force Saturated, unable to increase. The true soul may grow weaker with the elimination of the extra laws, but it's also sharper now. After getting rid of the laws that would contaminate his path, Leyland felt that his true soul had now become more clear and sensitive, as if thirsting for more along its path. This is shown before Rank 8. Does that mean I'm at the peak of Rank 7? Understanding arose in Leyland's eyes. Rank 8 involved understanding multiple laws, later forming their own path based on these laws. He wasn't confused about it anymore. The path of a magus cannot be altered once it's set. Any extra laws will only corrupt the true soul. All my confusion has been removed, and I can now see my path clearly. Everything else, my path to eternity, is in the world of gods. Soon. Bright light flashed in Leyland's eyes as he clenched his fists. Leyland's figure appeared in the 7th level of the subterranean world, and he sent a powerful surge of soul force out. Mother Core. Talk. Dark red light appeared in the darkness, pulsing with power. If one looked closer, they could see that this was a crimson gem made of lava, seeming like a vertical eye sitting at the core atop numerous vein. This was another form of Mother Core, different from before. Lord Leyland, you're finally here. Mother Core proclaimed loudly, not the least bit surprised at Leyland's arrival. Yes. And I come with sincerity. The final war is about to erupt once more, and I wish for your help. Leyland spoke exceptionally sincerely. The final war never ended. However, a few new variables have entered the scenario, about to make it more fierce. Mother Core spoke as if making a prophecy. And opportunities arrived. I have a way to breach the crystal sphere, Leyland admitted bluntly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1110, Prosperity. Prosperity. What? Your Excellency Leyland, do you know what you're saying? Ignox's figure appeared in the abyss, a ring of darkness. Other conscience moved out as well, showing their interest in the matter. Leyland inhaled a deep breath. Of course I do. I have a way to get past the crystal sphere, and can already send those with power up to the Breaking Dawn realm past it. Transferring beings of laws is a problem, but I'm looking into it. Interesting. Leyland felt several malicious intents to send on him immediately, wanting to pry open his mind. Get lost. He grinned malevolently, bright red light from dreamscape shining as a vertical eye appeared between his brows. The evil conscience wailed in anguishing instantly, retreating in haste. It's the symbol of the Nightmare King. No wonder he's growing strong so fast, he isn't beneath us rank 8 existences anymore. The many conscience were alarmed. Only until now did these powerful existences regard Leyland properly. Equal power was a basis for communication, and Leyland had never doubted that fact. If he didn't reveal strength rivaling rank 8, these magi would snatch away all his achievements. I've said this before. Leyland became one of us after he signed the contract. Boom, an immense explosion resounded, showing Mother Core's determination. A peak rank 8 that wished to try prying on Leyland stopped immediately. Legend has it that Mother Core comes from the center of the Magus world and has tens of millions of clones, each in different form. Looks like that's all true. Leyland nodded his head as light flashed in his eyes. The fruits of your research will be protected. The massive body that represented Mother Core moved up and down, indicating her will. Thank you, my lady. However, I wish to share the results of my research with the rest. Leyland smiled and tossed a bait that the other existences could not refuse, in exchange for a small price of equal value. A flurry of discussion later, shocking news traveled out from the Magus world. A rank 7 Magus had actually discovered a way to break through the world of God's crystal sphere, and this had been confirmed by Mother Core. This news caused a huge wave of controversy. After all, the war between the Magus world and the world of gods had never stopped. With the world of gods unable to turtle up anymore, it would most likely resume in full force. And now, it seemed like that epic war was upon them once more. It was worth mentioning that the crystal sphere blocked all communication into and out of the world of gods. The divine beings there did not learn of this news at all. They continued to feel that, with the protection of their crystal sphere, the Magus infiltration was extremely far away. The person at the root of all this commotion was actually quite calm. Having displayed power equivalent to rank 8s, nobody in the astral plane except existences on par with Mother Core could touch him. Even if such a person appeared, he could always escape to Dreamscape or the Shadow World, leaving those existences unable to do anything about him. With these trump cards in hand, Leyland's true body would not be affected by the trials and hardships he'd have to face. Leyland had only passed down methods to have creatures at or below breaking dawn enter the world of gods, leaving the methods for beings of law to himself. This was indeed a fact. After all, he was still in the outside world and even the Manderhawk plate couldn't let him get in, so he wasn't afraid of someone interrogating him. Magi weren't short-sighted people, but the information still stimulated their greed. The astral plane grew more lively as numerous powerful and evil gazes locked onto the world of gods. The final war would blow up once more, and it could happen at any moment. On the other end of the astral plane, within the crystal sphere, the numerous gods of the world of gods remained unaware of the impending danger, continuing their scramble for power and profit with crafty plots and machinations. The mainland had calmed down in its never-ending war, a truce being called between the Orc Empire and the Silvery Moon Alliance. Everybody's focus had instead drifted south, towards the rumored native empire. Fallen Island. This was originally the territory of the Fallen family, but Leyland had moved his entire clan to DeBanks Island a while ago. This caused a decline in its status, but the island was still the primary port of the southern seas, an important transfer point. Huge quantities of sugar, salt, and food items continued being sent up from the south, transported to the mainland in exchange for iron, cloth, and technology. An unknown number of merchants had grown rich on this channel of trade, whereas smuggling continued unabated despite repeated crackdowns. It gave the shipping route another name, the Path of Gold. Rumors were abound that even ordinary sailors could become millionaires after a few years of working this route. They'd attracted a huge wave of adventurers, filling the bars and hotels to the brim as they caused the city to prosper. On this day, a small transport ship anchored itself in the port. Unlike the others that were anxious to fill every nook and corner with goods, this one seemed to be comfortable as every passenger had ample space. It was a favorite of many aristocrats and businessmen. Escorted by an old butler and knight, a youngster whose face was covered by a white veil walked down the deck. "So this is Port Venus, the rumored land of wealth and hope?" The youngster took a look at the huge beams and mechanical arms in the harbor. Huge tools could be seen everywhere in the two piers, nimbly dancing around with a life of their own as they transported massive wooden crates down enormous ships from distant lands. The crates were wheeled outside the pier along a long track. There were numerous sailors waiting here, their exposed torsos showing their strong muscles. The youth's attention was drawn to the fact that humans weren't the only ones here. There were black and yellow-skinned southern natives, fishmen with obvious traits of the ocean, beastmen with dense fur, dwarves, and halflings abound, as if they'd found a place that belonged to them. Such a strange device. Normal beams are far less flexible, unable to sustain such great weight. The youth took a look at the huge network of beams and merchandise that covered the entire area like black clouds. Yes, it looks like a veritable mountain. In fact, even if a mountain was placed here, I have no doubt that they can move it away in a short period of time. This equipment shows their lord's astonishing attainments in engineering. The old butler wiped his spectacles. Such a magical place, but this isn't our destination. You should go in and rest, young master. Yes. This place isn't where I should be. The youngster's voice grew gloomy as he left the pier with his knight. However, he hadn't noticed that his temporary stop had attracted the attention of others. Outside Port Venus, within the wizard tower atop the hill, Ernest had just raised his glasses, his head already covered with white hair as he looked extremely old and weak. Leyland had left him in charge of Fallen Island's defense, giving him a majority of the control over the wizard tower. An interesting little fellow. It's a pity I have no energy to play with you. Ernest sighed from his wheelchair, a thick blanket spread across his lap with spirit-crafted ceramic teapots and cups beside him. Tower Spirit, send this information to the Giant Serpent Church. The matter won't be our problem anymore. Ernest waved his hands, then closed his eyes slowly with graze. It seemed like he didn't want to waste the slightest bit of energy. "Oh, time, you were so ruthless and cunning, having stolen my memories yesterday but suddenly placing them in front of me today," he whispered softly, as if recalling something. His mind's eye showed him the appearance of his greatest disciple, the pride of his life. That young genius had advanced, becoming the youngest high-ranked wizard and legendary wizard as he broke the prejudice of the world against wizards. The rest of the world saw in him how a true genius rose to power, and now his student had already started to peek into the realm of the divine. But O Ogma, God of knowledge. I pray sincerely to you, hoping to receive enough time to witness his moment of glory. Ernest took out an emblem from his chest and started praying. Most wizards held weak faith, and Ernest himself had previously worshipped the goddess of the weave. Due to some unspeakable reasons, although he'd ended up changing his faith, he hadn't joined the giant serpent church. He instead turned towards the god of knowledge, Ogma. After all, knowledge was power, wasn't it? Ernest did not know that the youngster and his butler would pull the attention of many other existences here, setting off a storm that would spread across the entire mainland before crossing over to multiple worlds. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1111, Escape. Escape. Nighttime. The sea looked even deeper in the darkness, terrifying monsters seemingly hiding within as strange whining sounds could be heard within the fog. Steel boots moved along the coastline as a few silhouettes walked out of the sea. We can borrow the power of our Lord to escape the monitoring of the wizard tower, a man wrapped in grey robes said. Bah, the territory of a false god. I'll personally destroy it one day. A robust man exclaimed, a look of disdain in his eyes. Pay attention to your words, Mayor. Their leader turned back. He was wearing exquisite armor, the large single eye emblazoned on his cape a symbol of his church. Our mission is to pursue the remnants of the evil church. The affairs of the South Sea do not concern us. Unless we receive personal orders from Master or our church, there will not be any conflicts with others during this mission. I understand, Bishop Morand. The man muttered, but he eventually quieted down. Is everyone clear on the mission? Bishop Morand looked at his own subordinates and could not help being prudent. Our target is the descendant of an evil god. If the church survives, it could assist in his resurrection, so it needs to be cleaned up. My intelligence says they intend to escape to DeBanks Island. We must not let them succeed. DeBanks Island. The land of the giant serpent, a hell on earth with unending death and fear, soft murmurs circulated within the group, and Morin's face grew unsightly. Leyland was a false god who'd managed to resist the suppression of Helm's church, even killing a large number of clergymen. He'd been on the Church of Protection's list for a long time. Unfortunately, this fellow had holed up in DeBanks Island, controlling what was once the Sicardi's empire. He also had numerous subordinates, including another demigod. Although they'd sent several squads with high hopes, none of them had managed to survive Leyland's countermeasures. A few attempts later, DeBanks Island had been marked as forbidden grounds for Helm's church, even mentioning it garnering the hostility of its paladins. Let's set off. We swear to crush the demigod. Bishop Morin's face held an unswerving determination as he led his subordinates into the night. My lord, you are like the stars up in heaven, your wings of healing protecting the world in their embrace. Massacre is your sharp sword, and your eyes are brighter than the sun. A bishop was leading the prayer within a concealed room on Fallen Island, dressed in robes embroidered with a giant snake. Leyland had yet to become a true god, so his church was not recognized by the other gods on the mainland. If they revealed themselves in public, they would be attacked, so the church held its prayers in a secret area. Once the daily prayers were completed, the bishop entered an office where a few valiant believers were waiting, a few natives in particular amongst them. Although the natives were slightly shorter than the rest, the violence in their eyes and their ice-cold killing intent put a faint pressure on the rest. Good day, everyone. We have all gathered here today under the gaze of the winged serpent Kukulkan. The bishop nodded towards the rest. Under the gaze of our god. Everyone immediately prayed in unison, fanaticism noticeable in their eyes. Regardless of personal power or faith, these natives had proven themselves. The bishop did not reveal any disdain. The bishop suddenly remembered, word has spread that a large number of natives have joined the church's headquarters in DeBanks Island, and there's a high chance that the next pope will be a native saintess. He then gripped the emblem on his chest and started repenting in his heart. Everything is the will of our only Lord. Please forgive me for my wavering faith. Of course, the rest only saw the bishop clench at his holy emblem before sitting down behind his. Of course, regardless of the changes in the bishop's heart, the others only saw him clenching the holy emblem and sat down behind the desk soon after. Intelligence from the City Hall and Wizard Tower say that an incredible figure seems to have entered our territory. The bishop banged on the table, taking out a stamped letter that he showed to the rest. A subordinate took a look and spoke out with his doubts. Poison Scorpion Church? Yes. It's a church that worships an ancient scorpion demigod. They've been developing in secret for a long time, but sadly they were discovered and suppressed by the forces of Helm while their lord was ascending. Rumors say the demigod fell. Mockery appeared on the bishop's face as he explained this. There was no need to pay attention to such a small church before, but according to Wizard Ernest, the demigod's descendant has fled to Fallen Island, planning to journey to DeBanks Island. This matter can be quite troublesome. We're currently trying to maintain peace with the forces on the mainland. As we develop, this might invoke a war, one of the subordinates frowned. Of course. I'm aware of that, but we cannot allow them to act with total disregard for law. The bishop looked at his subordinates with resentment. If under normal circumstances, would there even be a situation out of his control? Unfortunately, he had only taken over this branch recently, and it was the former headquarters of the fallen family. Of course, they listened to Leyland's orders, but outside of that it was troublesome to unite them. These elites couldn't be dispatched if they weren't convinced about the situation. Just as the bishop was troubled, his face suddenly changed. A strong will descended on the place abruptly, and flames were ignited on the statue of the feathered serpent. Our great Lord has descended. The bishop was the first one to kneel down in prayer, the others quickly following suit. A thought was soon transmitted out of the statue, causing a hint of joy to appear on the bishop's face. Worshippers, I am in need of you. Are all of you clear of our Lord's orders? Yes. The formerly rebellious subordinate stood out, saying resolutely, this is the will of the Lord, we'll complete the task even if it costs us our lives. Good. The bishop nodded in satisfaction. The youth and his two servants were still unaware of the huge crisis that was about to befall them. They'd already set up at a small inn. The youth had tried to escape, but now he'd been arranged in a clean room. The butler moved to the edge of the window, taking a few glances before he tightly shut the curtains. The knight stood at the door like a sculpture, similar to a loyal guard. You're the son of our Lord. Please pay attention to your actions. How could you run out on a whim? Aren't you aware that the Church of Protection is right behind us? They definitely won't let us go if they're given the opportunity. The butler's face had blackened. The youngster shrank down. I'm sorry, Bishop. I only wanted to look at that Lord's Wizard Tower. Sigh. He's still a child after all, this responsibility is too heavy for him to shoulder. The bishop, who was dressed like a butler, let out a secret sigh, softening up at the sight of the youngster's face. Please endure it for a while. We'll be safe once we reach DeBanks Island. DeBanks Island? A rare trace of joy appeared on the youngster's face. The place with the rumored native empire and the giant serpent. We won't have to worry about Helm's Church once we're there? As long as you can obtain their protection, yes. A kind and amiable smile surfaced on the butler's face. Our Lord interacted with the giant serpent church before, and they're willing to help innocent people like us who've been suppressed. More importantly, our gifts will definitely gain his favor. The moment gifts were brought up, the knight subconsciously gazed at the youngster's neck. A crystal pendant was hung there, emitting soft light. They will only shelter you for such an artifact. The butler stroked the child's hair. You don't have to be sad. This is something our Lord gained in an accidental encounter. I'm sure you can exchange it for your safety and the opportunity for the church to rise again in the future. I'm sure he would have agreed as well. The youngster did not notice the trace of pity within the butler's eyes. A child of God was someone who's descended from a true God. Demigods' descendants barely qualified to be addressed as such, and in fact their Lord had several heirs as precaution. Unfortunately, this child was the only one among his brothers and sisters who'd survived. If a true God falls, as long as their believers continue to call out their true name with devout faith, they'll return after a period of time. However, it's different for a demigod. The conditions are harsher, and there are additional requirements that will make resurrection more difficult. Although his heart felt pity, the faith in the butler's soul ultimately won. He recovered his previous expression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:12, Tracking. Tracking. The face of the knight changed at that moment. His figure that was similar to an iron fortress moved forward, smashing the floor apart. HSS, a thin shadow arose from the floor with a vertical blood-red eye. It looked like a tiny black snake. Wait a moment. The butler stopped the knight, placing his hands on the floor in all seriousness. The little snake stuck out its tongue and licked his fingers, moving towards his ears without hesitation before it released soft hisses. The black snake exploded once it conveyed the message, and the butler's face immediately changed. Not good. The Church of Protection discovered our tracks. They've been behind us all this while. Forget the luggage. We should flee immediately. Use the windows. The butler had made his decision in a moment. The trio left the building secretly after they packed their essentials, leaving a candle burning to make it seem like the room was still occupied. They left? That's good. Regardless of their reasons, the fight shouldn't have happened at the center of the city. It would have affected our reputation significantly. A man draped in black robes emerged from the street, looking in the direction the three had headed. A long, thin snake slithered out of his sleeves, looking like the same one that had spoken to the butler. "Bring this news to the Lord, little precious. Those hateful guards of Helm have caught the trail as well." The black snake's movements were as fast as the wind, and it instantly disappeared into the darkness. "Hoo hoo. We should have them suffer this time, letting them know that the giant serpent church isn't so easy to provoke." The black shadow laughed coldly. It was at this moment that an icy voice from behind startled him. "So you people are determined to oppose us?" A hint of ice-cold killing intent pervaded the place, shortly followed by a dagger being pierced through the robed man's chest. "Despicable thing, trash like you belongs in the nine hells and the abyss." When the man in black turned around, he saw a thief standing there with a cold expression. There was a condescending look in his eyes, Helm's logo on his armor abnormally prominent. "Ha!" Just as the thief was about to pull his dagger back, his expression suddenly changed. "There's something wrong." "The resistance." Boom, the man in black exploded, numerous black snakes scattering as they quickly spread themselves through the street. "Hoo hoo. Helm's assassin. Just wait as my precious little snakes devour you," a voice similar to an owl echoed from all directions, causing the assassin to turn grim. His figure disappeared into the darkness, only to reappear in front of Bishop Morant. "I've failed, my lord." "It isn't your fault." The bishop seemed quite forgiving. "The giant serpent church chose to get involved, and our men have found traces of the false god's descendant. Your orders have changed. In the name of the Lord, eliminate the spawn of the vile demigod." "In the name of the Lord." Everyone quietly prayed, even the assassin. Fervor seemed to radiate from their eyes. Whoosh, a massive number of black shadows encircled the fleeing trio as Helm's church chased after them. "Wah!" A youngster's cries echoed through the desolate beach. The butler had decided to use this route since there weren't any people here even in the day because of frightening whirlpools, but people from Helm's church were still on their heels. This was a sufficient display of the church's abilities. By the time the youngster came around, the knight was already on the floor, cut in two. His kidney had fallen out and his intestines were exposed, a scene surely to plague the youth's nightmares for a long time. If he could survive, that is. The kid himself was alive solely due to the efforts of his butler, who torn open a protective magic scroll. However, looking at the dense encirclement, the magic would not be able to sustain itself much longer. High-ranked wizard? The Knights of Helm opened up a path for Bishop Morant to walk through, and he did so without hurry. He looked at the butler's face, a trace of pity in his gaze. "I didn't expect the Poison Scorpion Church would have a high-ranked wizard remaining. You're pretty good, to have survived the fall of that vile false god." The demise of their god was a fatal blow to any church. It wasn't just a problem of conviction, the priests of the church would be greatly weakened, instantly revoked of their status. An average body would be unable to bear the pain that followed. In other words, a pure priest without any other profession would receive a fatal blow once their god died. The same held true for the lower-ranked members of the clergy as well. Only warriors, wizards, or other professionals at high ranks would be able to survive that loss of power, even then on the condition that they were young and strong in terms of the soul. Basically, for a pure bishop without another profession, the high-ranked bishop would receive a fatal blow that results in his death upon a god's demise. This butler in front of Bishop Morant was one such person. The damage done to the bishops of a demigod when it fell was lower, and on top of that he himself was a tenacious high-ranked wizard. He managed to endure the backlash, allowing him to escape while their pope and a considerable number of other bishops had died. The man had taken on the responsibility of protecting his god's child. "The Poison Scorpion Lord is a real god. I will not tolerate your blasphemy." The butler maintained a solemn face, his dignified temperament not betraying a hint of anger. All devout worshippers held unyielding faith in their gods, making such fervent followers much more frightening than the rest. This butler was naturally one such man, or a high-ranked wizard would never join a demigod's church. "I can still give you a fair trial. Surrender, and hand over that spawn of the devil." Bishop Morant spoke with a compassionate tone, and a giant eye appeared behind his back as he looked at the old butler. "Don't even think of using teleportation or a random portal. Our Lord has locked down the surrounding space. You shall be burnt at the stake." The youngster looked around him. The Knights of Helm had taken out golden crossbows from their backs, the weapons incredibly frightening at close range. Forget teleportation, even if they tried to flee on land or in air they'd be unable to escape the attacks. "Watch over me, my lord." Disguised as a high-ranked wizard, the butler's face was solemn as he spread a few tiny scorpions on the ground. "Enslave. Greater transformation." Roar, the tiny scorpions roared as they grew in size, becoming 5-meter-long 2-meter-high monsters, acting like tanks in front of the wizard. "Young master. I'll make an opening for you a while later, take the chance to escape." Bring that pendant to the giant serpent church or the fallen family, and plead for their help. The butler stood in front of the child, resolved to fight to the death. It was already a significant feat for a youngster of 13 or 14 years of age who'd never experienced suffering to stay conscious so long. Sigh, the butler could only helplessly sigh, turning around to face his opponents once more. Asterisk bang. Kachak asterisk. The giant scorpions were dismembered rapidly under the knight's attacks. A paladin had already rushed up to him. My lord. You're a star of the heavens, and one day you shall return to your throne, the wizard mumbled, the fear of death absent from his face. However, this expression changed after but a moment. A keening sound rang out as a black spear broke the spatial barrier to pierce through the paladin whose holy sword was raised. The sinister light in the air, Bishop Morand frowned, turning towards the main culprit. It was a native warrior of the southern seas, short but full of toned muscle. But then he saw the tattoos of devils bound with iron chains on the bodies of the man and his allies, and he went livid. The giant serpent church's elites, devil hunters. They're high-ranked devil hunters who've sealed real devils. Morand didn't even send out any orders. His subordinates were already shrieking. These devil hunters evidently had an unsavory reputation in the South Sea. Devils themselves were known to be cunning and secretive, with vile powers. How much more powerful did devil hunters have to be to defeat these devils? Even if they were aligned neutrally, devil hunters used the powers of the devils they captured. It caused people to associate them with the devils as well, something the hunters did not care to explain. Their bad reputation had accumulated, and stories of them caused children to cry at night. Morand wasn't as ignorant as the commoners though, and he had a clear understanding of his opponent's abilities. Devil hunters are very powerful. They need to be high-ranked professionals to seal devils in the first place, and some of them are even legendary. He quickly glanced at the many shadows hidden in the darkness, making the wise decision to reveal his identity. I am Bishop Morand of the Church of Protection. What are you lot trying to do? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:13, Work. Work. The Church of Protection? The leader of the devil hunters sneered. His muffled voice and thick accent couldn't cover up the ridicule in his tone. How dare you ridicule our God? Rage could be seen on Morand's face. No bishop would lie down and take an attack on their God. No. How would I dare ridicule a true God? The devil hunter was dressed in the distinctive garb of the southern seas. He had yellow skin and thick lips, his brown hair styled with several small pigtails. It's just. We have the opportunity to punish those who attack the faithful, as well as imposters. Imposters? Cold sweat beaded down Morand's forehead, and he had an extremely bad premonition. Follow the Lord's orders, check for devils. This diminutive leader did not give him the chance to do anything, shouting out all of a sudden his holy light flowed to reveal a few detect devil spells were already cast. Lyle was a lord of Bator, so other than fundamental holy skills members of his church could also detect devils. The spell was something Lyle had invented himself, and over time it had shown itself to be a 100% accurate. All this was to say that devil hunters held authority when it came to checking for devils. And just as Morand hesitated for a moment, the situation fell out of his hand. Oh! The milky white holy light around one of Morand's subordinates suddenly shifted to a bright red, the face of the man changing a few moments after the spell was cast. A blood-curdling screech rang out as the man grew a horn, and a layer of hellfire surrounded him. This paladin had turned into a devil in a moment's time. Morand and the rest were flabbergasted at the sudden, fierce change. You're daring enough to shelter a devil, pretending to be paladins. What sort of blasphemy is this? The leader spoke righteously, kill them all. Justice. Justice. The other devil hunters shouted, a terrifying wave of hellfire raging forward in attack. How would the bishop not know that they'd fallen into a trap? The only thing he couldn't understand was why had the giant serpent church that had made every effort to avoid clashing with them before changed so suddenly, becoming a savage, crazy beast? All the doubt and astonishment ultimately condensed into one question. How dare you do this? Morand roared. Unfortunately, nobody replied. Seeing his opponent remain obstinate, the leader of the hunters issued an order, transform. Numerous high-ranked devil hunters suddenly smiled with malice as the tattoos on their bodies grew active. Parts of their bodies, normally hands and legs, started to demonize in the midst of terrifying hellfire. Bright red scales formed as sharp demonic nails grew out of their hands. Thin, needle-like chains coiled around their arms. A devil hunter retained their human intellect and normal abilities when they transformed. On top of that, they obtained a devil's physique, and similar magical ability. The strength from this sinister change instantly drowned their opponent's resistance. Even Bishop Morin threw out his trump cards one by one, eventually burnt to ashes by the hellfire. The leader of the devil hunters left his group, walking towards the boy and butler who'd been shocked stupid. "I'm aware of your identities. Please follow me." Although he'd returned to his normal appearance, the frightening form from before had been etched into the boy's mind. It would inevitably leave a strong impression on him. His butler was in better condition, able to maintain his courtesy. Sealing the admiration in his heart, he replied, "Devil hunters? Truly a formidable army. If our Lord had such guards, he wouldn't have met his demise so easily." After sending the two of them off with respect, the look on the small guy's face immediately changed. "Are all the preparations done, Leader?" Another monkey-like devil hunter walked to his side and whispered to him, "Everything is completed. The devil transformation was recorded, and we located the affected commoners and nobles." "Well done. Contact the central church post haste. Settle things before they can even react." The small man touched his chin, a predatory gaze within his eyes. The wit of these subordinates was inspiring, and they performed such deeds repeatedly. It was tragic that all of it had to be condensed into a few pages when they reported to the headquarters of the church in DeBanks Island. Tiff raised his spectacles. Even someone like him, with legendary strength, seemed to have been eroded by the passage of time. However, the truth was that this was all an act. His appearance had been changed on purpose. A kind old man is the Pope more acceptable to the citizens. As the Pope of the Giant Serpent Church, he'd performed his work very well so far. What was once the Sicardi's empire had slowly recovered over this long time, and was flourishing once more. In fact, the fallen empire was even more prosperous than Sicardi's at its peak. More land had been put to use as they acquired technology from the mainland, and the number of goods sold on the streets had grown in number as well. Most importantly, crafts had been introduced to the natives, bringing them from the Dark Ages to the Iron Age. Tiff had a feeling of glory as he looked down from the mountain atop which the Giant Serpent Church stood to gaze at the capital. The Pope massaged the spot between his brows until his eyes felt better, starting to read the report from his subordinates. The issue in Fallen Island was dealt with pretty well. The Church of Protection suffered losses, even. The person in charge is called Tubank? Pass down the order, have him transferred to headquarters. A transfer order stamped by the Pope was sent out quickly, causing the surrounding clergymen to grow envious. The man would obviously be promoted. However, Tubank had gotten this by fighting on the front lines. They had nothing to say about it. The Poison Scorpion Church's child has secretly set sail, on his way here alongside a high-ranked wizard. They'll be here in 10 days? Flipping over to the next document, a rarely seen expression surfaced on Tiff's face. "I need the Lord's guidance." Tiff stood up and tidied himself up before heading to the rear of the church. This place was forbidden grounds within the church, even guards few and far between. The lack of people gave it an atmosphere of seclusion. The original marble palace had been worn down by time, its luster changing to one of archaic charm. There was an enormous shrine behind the headquarters of the Giant Serpent Church. A statue of the feathered serpent god Kukulkan lay within, built atop 99 marble pillars as it emanated a trace of sacred brilliance. "Master, you are the stars in the sky, with the authority of massacres. All commoners crawl under the protection of your wings." Tiff started praying. The thread of faith connected itself to the statue, and the feathered serpent buzzed as a youth emerged from the golden radiance. Tiff lowered his body further, his master had arrived. "Tiff." Leyland was wearing a loose white robe, every inch of his body flawless as a result of his godfire. Golden light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Tiff. "I learned of the incident with the Poison Scorpion Church. You've done well." The first thing Leyland did was approve of Tiff's work. He continued with his decision, "When they get here, bring them to me. I'll receive them personally. Your wish is my command. May your divinity spread throughout the world." Tiff replied in excitement. Leyland had always maintained a low profile, starkly in contrast to his attitude today. He naturally knew that his lord had decided to change his actions, and that change would cause an enormous transformation in the prime material plane. "Is it time?" Tiff suppressed the elation in his heart, withdrawing slowly. Such an intelligent chap. The golden gleam in Leyland's eyes grew even more dazzling as he looked at Tiff's back. 100 years had passed in the astral plane, and the world of gods had experienced an even longer span of time. His preparations for ascension had finally been completed. Leyland can't help but to take a look at his own status. Leyland Fallen. Race, human, demigod, rank 27 Arcanist, legendary. Strength, 21. Agility, 21. Vitality, 21. Spirit, 27. Arcane Energy, 270. Divine Force, 200. Status, Healthy. Feats, Legendary Sturdiness, Scholarly, Intermediate Perfect Body, Dreamscape Vision. Specialties, Origin Force Detection, Origin Force Amplification, Illusions. My divine force has finally manifested. He seemed to be happy. The island's population has increased as well, and is sufficient to support a god of massacres. Everything's ready. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:14, Plan. Becoming a god was the lifelong goal of every being in the world of gods, something they all longed for. And now, Lyle was standing at the threshold to becoming a god. Ascension held even greater meaning for him than most. Only a divine soul would allow him to open the crystal sphere from the inside, allowing his main body to enter the world of gods. To be blunt, the moment he successfully became a god, there would be little time left until the final war resumed. This was why Lyle took godhood very seriously. Besides, meeting the requirements did not mean one would successfully become a god. In the history of the world of gods, there were plenty of examples of people falling during their ascension, or being ambushed by the enemy right after. He obviously did not want to be one of those poor gods. Malor and Cyric will definitely sense my ascension. Our roles clash. They wouldn't let me off. This is something decided by natural circumstances, just like how there can only be one male in a pride of lions. This is an unchangeable fact. Lyle stroked his chin, looking grim. Then there's Mystra, Tyr, and Helm. They already plotted to kill me once. I'm afraid they won't let me off. The moment my divine realm is prepped, they'll attack me immediately. My body will have grown divine, so I won't be protected by the prime material plane anymore. Lyle was currently relying on the fact that he was only a demigod. He'd hold himself up on Debank's island, and the other gods could only glare at him without being able to do anything. With true gods unable to descend, their avatars and clones were basically a free meal for him. On top of that, Lyle was protected by his church and empire, rendering battle tactics on land and sea useless. For this reason, he was able to do as he wished up to this point, rather than being pursued and killed. However, after becoming a god, everything would change. The prime material plane would reject his body and expel him to the outer world. When that happened, things would get fun. Outside the prime material plane, Mystra and his other enemies would definitely be furious and ready to take revenge at any time. What was more terrifying was that they, in the outer world, no longer had restrictions that they would have had in the prime material plane, and could wield their powerful might as greater gods. Greater gods were equivalent to peak rank 8 magi. With a possibility of attack from their true forms, Lyle could already feel the fear rising in him. Without the time to establish his divine realm, it would be impossible to block these malicious beings. When the time came, he would be in danger. Falling right after becoming a god. Lyle felt like he would become the greatest joke in the world of gods if such a thing happened. Also, I should worry about Bator. Lyle sighed. He had successfully robbed Beelzebub's authority and become the master of Dis, hiding his true identity. But who was Asmodeus? This sly devil had also made use of a series of schemes to obtain most of the power in hell, and he'd now placed his attentions on Lyle. Lyle had never been interested in working with the devils. After all, while they did trust each other to an extent, they wouldn't hesitate to trick outsiders. He wouldn't accept any offering of peace, instead gunning to become their master. This was why Lyle had created the Devil Hunters, powerful professionals that only the giant serpent church could create. It was partly for empowering his subordinates, but also because he wished to crack down on devil worshippers in the prime material plane as he lay out a path for himself to walk. Evidently, the devils that were loyal to Lyle could evade devil detection spells without paying any price. The rest, however, were not as lucky. The remaining archdevils were growing increasingly dissatisfied with Lyle, and he could already guess that some of them were already talking to the gods for a chance to overthrow him. At the same time, Asmodeus' sly hand was reaching for Dis. He didn't seem satisfied with using his daughter as a substitute for the Hag Countess to give him authority over Melbolge. Rather, he seemed greedy for more, wanting to unify the 9 hells and become the true master of Bator. Who would be a better target than Lyle, who had appeared midway? Lyle had no doubt about it. As long as there was an opportunity, Asmodeus would definitely put all of his resources into gobbling him up and taking control of Dis. Come at me with your schemes. I just hope you won't break your teeth in the end, Lyle snickered inside. It wasn't as if he didn't have any cards up his sleeve. Thultanther was waiting silently in his semiplane, the flying city seemingly impatient to drink the blood of the gods. A great arcanist with a flying city had been able to intimidate even the gods of ancient times. At the same time, there was a magus of laws waiting outside the crystal sphere, greedily eyeing the world of gods. Those that were preparing to attack Leyland would soon be shocked to find that the rabbit in their hands was actually an evil primordial dragon. Putting this aside, Leyland took a look at the AI chip's records. AI chip. Show me the revised version of the grade 12 arcane spell, Karsus Avatar. Beep. Karsus Avatar is being revised. Estimated time, 677 hours 23 minutes and 13 seconds, the AI chip intoned loyally. This was a terrifying card in Leyland's hands. It could let him dispose of Mistrit in an instant, at the same time releasing numerous ancient magi from the core of the weave. With his experiment in the shadow world, Leyland now knew the power of this arcane spell model. Of course, the backlash was immense. However, with the AI chip and his test data, it would be a breeze to fix the issue. Leyland was sure that regardless of what other tricks Distorted Shadow had planned, it would have to do with this arcane spell. However, he had taken measures to deal with this and was amending the arcane spell model. This meant Distorted Shadow could only watch on helplessly. So if I think about it, I do have quite a few cards, Leyland stroked his chin, but I still need a few people to lead the way. A pair of master and servant shivered somewhere in the southern seas. They assumed it was because of the sea winds, heading into the hold of their ship. Who knew what the future held? At the thought of the child of a god, Leyland immediately recalled the true master of the Poison Scorpion Church, who was a demigod. With how much of a moron Poison Scorpion is, it's natural that he was disposed of. It would be strange if he wasn't. Poison Scorpion had dealt with his giant serpent church before. Rankings were very strict on the continent. Everyone had their own rank, and since Leyland was neither a god nor a high-ranked legend but a demigod, he naturally wouldn't mix with beings of other statuses. The only ones able to speak on equal terms with him were other false gods and demigods. Hence, it was extremely normal for beings like them to form secret alliances. In the face of suppression from the true gods, the demigods and false gods who lacked people to back them up had to learn to band together. Leyland had obviously made friends with a few of them, making oaths of alliance. Even if it was useless, it would afford him a breather when he ascended and faced the pressure from the other gods. There were many demigods who held the same train of thought as Leyland did, which was why diplomatic activities went rather smoothly. The Poison Scorpion, master of the Poison Scorpion sect, was one of the demigods that Leyland had met. Unfortunately, the power of divinity and godfire seemed to be warping his rationality, and he was in a crazed state half the time every day. It had to be said that a demigod like this being able to support a church and only being eliminated now had exceeded Leyland's expectations. The law he comprehended was massacre as well. That's the only thing that I want, Leyland stroked his chin. Poison Scorpion's divinity was similar to his own, so he began to formulate a vague plan. It was for this reason that he had ordered his subordinates to make contact with him, and then invite the last blood descendant of the Poison Scorpion to the Debanks Island. Just a Poison Scorpion isn't enough. I need more. I need more targets. In that moment, the figures of various demigods flashed by Leyland's eyes. Becoming a god was no trivial matter, and new gods were far too eye-catching. Leyland's methods were simple. He'd have his allies ascend alongside him, leaving them to absorb some of the damage. Of course, it would be even better if they were willing to ascend ahead of him, as that would mean he had more experience. Before I officially become a god, I still need to see a demigod ascending. Leyland had always liked being prepared, and if another god could provide him with this experience, that would be for the best. While he had already subdued Shar of the Shadow World and obtained much information about the gods from her, she was an old being after all. She understood little about the current situation in the world of gods, and Leyland did not feel too confident. A true god, a low sigh rang in the palace. Young master, we're here. An old butler was helping a youth down a boat in Debanks Island's pier. 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Wow. Is this the native empire? I almost thought I'd returned to the huge port in the continent. The youth jumped off the deck and gasped after seeing the port even larger and more luxurious than Port Venus. This is His Highness' land. Please be careful of what you say. The old butler reminded him cautiously. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:15, Meeting. Meeting. The old butler and the youth were guarded by a group of friendly and polite native soldiers after they entered the territories of Debanks Island. Since they were in a land that was not their own, they allowed this arrangement. After a few days of uneasy waiting, they managed to arrange a meeting with Leyland. On their path to the holy mountain, the old butler looked at the youth solemnly. Do you remember what I told you, young master? The youth had stiffened up in the tense atmosphere, but he still managed to nod. Sigh. This beautiful and fertile country. It's a powerful base even for demigods. No wonder he can flourish for so long without fear of being destroyed by the mainland. The old butler gazed at the flourishing imperial capital and sighed in awe. Leyland truly had picked a great place. Not only was there a large population to provide faith for him, the mainland had little influence here. However, thoughts were just thoughts in the end. Few were as bold as Leyland, aiming to take over the natives' empire. With the defect in the natives' souls, the gods avoided them like the plague. With all sorts of factors, Leyland somehow managed to get the best parts of everything. If not for the natives, DeBank's island would long since have been divided amongst the gods, and he wouldn't have had any chances. Clang, the heavy gates of the giant serpent church opened slowly. The devil hunters guarding the sides and the large number of priests and acolytes walking around added a certain weight to the atmosphere. Welcome! Tiff was dressed in his regal attire, crown included. Standing on the steps, he looked like a kind and holy man. The Pope shouldn't bother with humble servants like us, the butler pulled at the youth, who quickly realized his position and hastened to bow. Tiff merely smiled in answer to the tiny mistake of the youth. Please follow me. My master will see you personally. Hearing this news, the butler and youth obviously grew more nervous. The giant serpent, the youngest legendary wizard in the world who conquered an empire with a few thousand people. Leyland Fallen, the legend of legends. The youth exchanged a glance with his butler, obviously uneasy. However, Tiff had already moved out, and the two couldn't avoid this confrontation anymore. They could only follow behind in apprehension. The three soon arrived at the palace behind the headquarters. A god in white robes was already waiting there, standing under his own statue. Golden light sparkled off his body, causing the large statue of the winged serpent to grow radiant as well. He seemed in harmony with the shrine, almost blending into one body. After taking one look at this person, the butler was certain that this was the Leyland Fallen of the legends. This was the master of the DeBank's empire, as well as a demigod magician. O great being, please accept the worship of a humble mortal. The butler bowed down and knelt, and the youth followed soon after. High-ranked magician, Daybreak Hand Schliff, your loyalty is worthy of praise. Leyland did not speak loudly, but it still reverberated throughout the shrine. The tone of the voice showed that it was unquestionable. The giant serpent church had long since revealed all of this high-ranked wizard's secrets. His true thoughts couldn't be hidden in front of Leyland. Is this the poison scorpion's son? The god's gaze moved past Schliff, focusing onto the youth. R.A. Rake greets his highness, the youth stuttered out. He could sense that Leyland's imposing aura was even more powerful than that of his demigod father, who had once been the master of his church. Yes. Rake inherited the master's bloodline and glory, and will surely become a saint in the future. At the mention of his faith, Schliff just had to speak. Your highness, please help us on account of the goodwill from our master in the past. In answer to this mortal's humble request, Leyland did not comment. Rather, there was a look of pity in his eyes as he watched Rake. As the child of a god, do you know what your destiny is? Destiny? Rake's eyes showed his confusion and bewilderment. As the descendant of our master, he has no other choice. Schliff answered loudly, obviously trying to hide things for a while longer. Ha! Leyland merely shook his head and smiled, but did not reveal the truth. True gods only needed faith to revive themselves, but things were wildly different for demigods. The master of the poison scorpion church hadn't accumulated any divine force, and now that he'd fallen, even if he obtained enough faith in the future, he lacked the most important thing for revival, a vessel. The vessel needed to be powerful enough to take on the power of a god. Most importantly, this person had to have the same blood as the god. This Rake was evidently Poison Scorpion's vessel, and someday in the future his father would break into his body and revive within to appear in the world once more. It was not just demigods. In actuality, many true gods liked to use this method. Leyland had once even wondered whether Illustrial, the queen in the north, had been prepared for such plans by the goddess of the weave. There's a contract between Poison Scorpion and I, to give each other all the help we can. Promises at our level cannot be broken. Leyland answered in the affirmative. Many thanks, your highness. Schliff bowed in excitement. Even he had not expected things to go so smoothly. However, after seeing Rake, Schliff hesitated before stealing the look in his eyes. Mighty master, this is a humble offering from us. Meeting Schliff's gaze, Rake gritted his teeth and pulled out the sparkling pendant from his neck, offering it up with both hands. Once everyone left, Leyland focused on the necklace in his hands. A divine weapon? And there even seems to be some force hidden inside. The AI chip's light flashed in Leyland's eyes, and he nonchalantly threw the item into a semiplane. As he was now refining an origin force weapon, a divine weapon was nothing much. However, it wasn't bad as a collectible. Rake. I sense a dense aura of deity blood. Leyland looked in the direction that Rake had left, eyes seeming to reflect scenes of what would happen after he left. Within the carriage, Rake seemed to have made up his mind before he asked Schliff, just now, what His Highness mentioned. You don't need to know about that, young master. Schliff immediately put on a cold expression, his powerful aura preventing Rake from speaking further. All you need to know is that you were born for the sake of our master. Everything that is yours has to be sacrificed in order for the revival of the master. Fervor glinted in Schliff's eyes, the terrifying zeal causing Rake to shift his gaze down. Demigod as he was, it was easy for Leyland to peek on a high-ranked wizard without them even noticing. Many secrets revealed themselves before him. Unfortunately, he felt no pity towards Rake, and he had no desire to help him. His blood is concentrated, so the chances of revival are greater. But that isn't enough. His divine sight seemed to transcend the seas, locking onto the vast mainland. In the south of the mainland, within a dangerous marsh full of lush bushes, a devil hunter with the crest of the giant serpent church cautiously maneuvered past numerous assassins' territories as well as the tribes of barbarians and kobolds, arriving at the depths of the marshes. This was an ultimate region of death. It was rumored that there was a 9-headed monster dwelling here, and the poisonous fog it emitted could kill any living being. Even divine spells were useless in front of it. However, few on the mainland knew that a tribe similar to humans lived deep inside. Oh, numerous humanoids gathered with the sound of a large cow bugle. These beings had a distinct physical appearance, looking like werejackals or kobolds. Some kind of shaman walked up to an altar. Yukikolu, our lord. We pray to you devoutly, and offer a blood sacrifice. A few sacrifices had their clothes stripped from them as the old man prayed, trembling as they were delivered to the platform. His eyes bloodshot, he picked up an obsidian dagger and kissed it once in devotion before standing in front of the slaves. It looked like he was watching some lambs to be slaughtered. The shaman dismembered the sacrifices easily, a technique passed down through centuries allowing him to keep them alive until he made the final cut. Only such a thing would please Yukikolu enough to grant them his favor. Demigods, devils, and demons who were false gods were different from true gods. They could do anything for the sake of faith and power, seeking out new followers with greed. Most of the time, Leyland believed that it was because there were people like these who were so short-sighted that the reputation of demigods was tarnished so badly. It made it such that his giant serpent church could not operate well on the continent. However, he was merely blabbering on. Without blood sacrifices, demigods would long since have died out with the bit of faith they obtained from their followers. Only Leyland, who took control over the Debanks Island and had nobody vying for faith with him, could treat his followers so generously and give them more benefits. In the long run, this was the best method, but it was difficult for everyone to do this considering the circumstances. As the shaman proceeded with his ceremony, the other worshippers quickly knelt in prayer. Blood poured everywhere, as if nurturing some horrifying force. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:16, Alliance. Alliance. A large number of guards had been moved to watch over the ceremony. The lax guard allowed the devil hunter to sneak inside easily. When he saw the sacrifices on the altar, a disturbed look appeared in his eyes. Blood sacrifice? Poor followers. Only our Lord truly cherishes us. Even if we worshippers make mistakes, he kindly gives us his guidance. A sense of superiority surfaced in the hunter's mind as he compared himself to these people. Comparing this sacrifice with the methods of the giant serpent church, his devotion actually grew a bit. His faith stat would have grown by a few points if such a thing existed. The sacrificial ceremony reached its peak at that moment, the heart of the altar pooling with blood. An indistinct silhouette walked out of the boiling blood, with a human head but the body of a lion. Yukikolu. The mighty Yukikolu has descended. The old shaman bowed in agitation as he started chanting prayers, followed by the other worshippers. Yukikolu lowered his head, looking at the shaman as he spoke in an unknown language. It caused the shaman's expression to change immediately. The Lord says there is a spy here. Guards. The guards that looked like ravenous wolves immediately howled out. Not good, I've been found. The devil hunter squatting in the grove felt his heart freeze, and he prepared to break out and escape. Ugh. However, bright light burst forth from the giant snake emblem on his body at this moment. He soon lost consciousness, his body taken over by a great will. Lord of Debanks Island, the giant serpent sitting upon the throne. Welcome, Your Majesty Leyland. The human-headed lion hovered in the air, releasing a few howls. The old shaman retreated alongside his guards, leaving the place to the two. Long time no see, Your Highness Yukikalu. Leyland found it sluggish to move around in this body, like a huge elephant who'd been squeezed into human armor. However, that didn't matter much. His conscience was only borrowing this body, so even if it perished he'd only lose a vessel and some divine force. It wouldn't be much. The demigod in front of him was a part of Leyland's alliance. Legendaries had their own circle in the prime material plane, and the same naturally held true for demigods. Unfortunately, numerous demigods were placed in an awkward position. Not only did they have lack gods willing to protect and promote them, the divinity within their bodies clashed with specific other gods that caused delays in their ascension. They'd formed cliques of their own to help each other for this very reason. Poison Scorpion was one such god, and so was Yukikalu. If you've come to the marshes yourself you must have important matters to discuss, Yukikalu said as he sharpened his claws. He was quite envious of Leyland's following and his distance from the mainland. Even more importantly, this person had begun preparing for ascension before even becoming a legendary. His schemes were shocking. Have you heard about Poison Scorpion? Leyland directly revealed the purpose of his trip. The Church of Protection. Those lunatics. Yukikalu's face grew unsightly at the mention of the topic. Helm's Church was clearly the nemesis of all false gods, just its mention would be such a powerful deterrent. Poison Scorpion has already fallen. Either of us could be the next target. Leyland's soft words caused Yukikalu's face to darken. Between the two of them, he was both an easier target and a closer one. Looking at the other party becoming restless, Leyland revealed a confident smile. We have to come up with countermeasures. It'll be easier to have Helm fall than have him abandon his duty, and both are impossible. Yukikalu was clearly aware of his own position. But he's only bound to slay false gods. What about true gods with their own divine kingdoms? Leyland revealed the primary purpose of his trip. True god? You plan to ascend? Earth-shattering shock rippled out from Yukikalu's body of blood. Of course, there's no demigod who doesn't want to. Leyland didn't cover his intentions up in the slightest. Ascending was indeed the best solution against Helm's Church. Pity. I haven't accumulated enough faith to ascend. If I try now I'll only face the backlash of the World Origin Force, falling immediately. Yukikalu was indeed tempted, but he ultimately shook his head. Of course, if Your Majesty Leyland has such intentions, I would definitely fully support you. On the other hand, Leyland didn't trust such verbal promises. Your Highness is the oldest of us demigods, I believe there shouldn't be a huge deficit for you. Would this be enough to bridge the gap? Leyland seemed to see in Yukikalu a fish that wouldn't bite without bait. He smiled in secret as he revealed a diamond-emitting golden light, having it float towards the other. This divine force suiting my role and experiences of ascension. Why do you have this, and why are you willing to give it to me? Yukikalu was obviously frightened by Leyland's present. Your Highness doesn't have to worry much about the source. However, I'm sure your chances of ascension will increase significantly with this? Leyland's secretive smile caused Yukikalu to think that a true god was supporting him. After all, a demigod couldn't get a hold of such items. However, this was enough for a demigod. As expected, Leyland saw greed and ambition rising within Yukikalu's gaze. No demigod would be able to reject such temptation, even if they knew a trap lay in wait. Yukikalu had been a demigod for a long time. If he didn't advance soon, he would share the fate of Poison Scorpion. The Church of Protection wouldn't ever let him off as long as he was a demigod. Numerous expressions flashed past that face of blood, but ultimately Yukikalu still absorbed the diamond into his body. I shall accept Your Majesty's presents. What price do you require for them? A simple agreement, and no matter which of us manages the last laugh we have to assist the other demigods. Leyland faintly smiled. I'm going to the Sea of Death and the Dark Grasslands after this. They've been demigods too long as well. You want us to advance together to reduce the attention? Yukikalu wasn't stupid, and he managed to catch Leyland's intentions quickly. It was a benefit to him as well, so he naturally didn't object. That's right. We can also aid Poison Scorpion before that. After all, he's one of us. Unknowingly, Yukikalu suddenly felt an extreme chill in his heart after seeing Leyland smile. Within a city on the mainland, inside the huge Church of Tyr, Paladin Raphania, an old warrior priest walked into the room, unswerving determination on his face. This room was largely unfurnished except for necessary supplies, with no extravagant furniture. The owner of the place was frugal. Cardinal. Although Raphania looked the same as before, her body had grown more well-rounded, and her face was filled with more mature charm. Even though she still looked young, she knew everything had changed. Years of experience had molded the feeble-minded knight into a paladin of justice. She was now the legendary Holy Paladin, the Knight of Light. Her position had grown constantly inside Tyr's church, and she'd even amassed numerous followers. "The Lord has a mission for you." The old cardinal warrior passed a scroll to Raphaelia. "The target is the Poison Scorpion Church. They intend to use their descendant to revive their fallen demigod. When he revives, the Poison Scorpion Lord will definitely bring suffering to the masses. Our Lord has decided to take action for the sake of justice." Looking at the sacrifices and consumption of blood as detailed in the documents, Raphaelia felt like she couldn't repress the anger in her chest anymore. To fight for justice. She suddenly drew out her long sword and solemnly agreed. "Very well. Another thing. During this operation, other forces like the Giant Serpent Church might be there to lend assistance. You'll have to be careful." When the cardinal said this, it seemed difficult for him to speak. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 11:17, Setting Up. Setting up. Giant Serpent Church? Raphaelia's expression changed as sealed memories came to light. Leyland, the scenes in her mind seemed fresh, and it caused Raphaelia to stagger a few steps. The youngest legendary wizard appeared in her mind once more in all his handsomeness, a memory of the shadow that had been cast on her entire life. "We'll meet again," Raphaelia thought to herself. The last time she'd met Leyland, she invited him to the north to kill Naylor. However, they'd separated on the issue of the sharing of loot, and she'd heard that he beat back several churches to emerge triumphant. Even more shocking news followed afterwards. Leyland Fallen had taken an army of 5,000 men to the natives' empire, taking the place over completely. He'd advanced into a demigod, and built the Giant Serpent Church. The news had made it clear that her former leader had already chosen a different path, and walked further down it than she had hers. Raphaelia gritted her teeth. She was extremely aware that her current status as a legendary paladin was due to Tyr's blessings. But why would Tyr give her his attention in a church filled with paladins? She hadn't wanted to think of the reasoning and avoided the issue, but she couldn't back down anymore. "I must believe in justice, and fight for what's right," Raphaelia said out loudly, as if reaffirming her thoughts. "Very well. Our Lord is watching you." Having received the reply he wanted, the cardinal left. However, Raphaelia clenched her fists tightly. Demigods, blood sacrifices, and filthy transactions. "Leyland, if you're there, I won't hesitate to pull you out and punish you in the name of justice." With Helm's support, the Church of Justice traveled extremely fast. It had only taken them 3 days to confirm the location of the Poison Scorpion Church. The two lawful churches gathered their warriors outside a small city. "This is Cardinal Romies, of the Church of Protection. He'll be in charge of this operation. We're to assist him," a priest on Raphaelia's side pointed out. Romies' eyes brightened after he took a look at Raphaelia. "Lady Raphaelia, the star of hope for the commoners. Please accept our greatest respect for your love and protection." Raphaelia was an absolute beauty, and she possessed an aura of purity and holiness as a paladin. "Your participation in this mission gives us more confidence." Cardinal Romies expressed his heartfelt welcome to Raphaelia's participation. This was extremely normal, as no one would reject the help of a legendary. "Let's skip the small talk. I will definitely comply with orders. I hope you don't bear any grudges. Eliminating evil is the foremost priority." Raphaelia spoke icily and meticulously. However, this attitude caused Romies to appreciate her even more. He waved his hand, and a priest moved forward to present her with a map written on parchment. "Our intelligence says the Poison Scorpion Church is performing a blood sacrifice, using the bloodline and strength of a deity to revive their false god. The other false gods are supporting them, including the lion-headed golem, the Lord of Murky Darkness, and the giant serpent of the southern seas." Romies spoke briefly of the current situation, causing the expressions of those listening to turn solemn. Demigods were extremely powerful beings that had the blood of many on their hands. Many of their order had fallen to these opponents. It was a pretty simple affair. Any demigod that was easy to deal with had already been executed by the lawful churches. If they could survive for so long, these false gods weren't ordinary, possessing great strength and cunning. This is the place they chose for the sacrifice. The Tree Castle. The cardinal pointed to a red circle on the map, the wording extremely clear. "The Baron in the Tree Castle has been brainwashed by the Poison Scorpion Church, so the troops and civilians there are already under their control. We've obtained the decree of the royal family. All heretics in the area are to be executed immediately." No one objected to Romies' words. Cultists weren't human to those on the holy mission, only a group of creatures that had lost their sanity. They had to be purged. The garrison troops and the paladins will cooperate with us. Our target this time is the blood descendant of that false god, and the upper echelons of the poison scorpion church. Romies distributed portraits of Rake and Schliff. The drawing was extremely lifelike, and nobody would make a mistake. This is the descendant of the false god, the crux of their blood sacrifice. His name is Rake, and he's our primary target. This wizard is known as Schliff, and he's one of the church's core bishops. He's a high-ranked wizard, not legendary in any domain. He excels at instant teleportation and portals. Our mission is simple. If there aren't any false gods lending a hand, we can take care of it on our own, Raphania concluded after Romies' brief. However, they knew that demigods were possibly here, so nobody dared to let down their guard. Does everyone understand now? Set off immediately. Romies got on his warhorse, and the tall, sturdy horse neighed loudly. Thud. Thud, the warhorses bristled with energy as the small group of elites from the churches set off in the direction of the tree castle. The tree castle had turned into another wasteland. Black mist covered the area like a creature's maw, gobbling up the entire region. A large eye floated in midair. Romies seemed to obtain some information from his god, and he said with certainty, "This is the might of a false god. Their blood sacrifice is at its critical point. May the Lord lead our way." The other clerics prayed fervently, as a weak white glow appeared on their bodies. The black mist was soon dispelled, revealing a concealed path. "Let's go." Romies took the lead, with Raphania following closely behind. The scene she saw had caused her to tighten her grip on the reins. The crops in the area had already withered, and the farms were left empty and in a mess. It was as if the farmers were removed forcibly from the area. The castle is there. Romies turned around and headed towards another direction. The faint traces of blood told of the merciless situation that had unfolded in the area. Raphania gritted her teeth and made an oath, "Vile gods, I'll never let you go." But castles often represented a long history, providing absolute protection to the inheritance that nobles were so proud of. However, the Baron of the Tree Castle now stood at the corners of a wall, and his gaze was extremely strange yet fervent. The pride and reservedness that a noble was supposed to have, and most importantly the intelligence, had disappeared from his body. 20,000 civilians, and aristocrats and nobles as well. I hope the Lord is satisfied with my offerings. The look of zealotry on the Baron's face was reserved for only the most pious of believers. The poison scorpion lord will definitely feel your sincerity. Schliff was carrying a large tome of the church, dressed up in papal attire inclusive of a crown. Enemy troops will be here soon. I hope you'll be able to fight to the very end. All the troops of the church are yours to command. Schliff handed a golden scepter with scorpion carvings on it to the Baron. All for our Lord. The Baron swore as he received the scepter in a stately manner. Very good. Schliff did not hesitate to leave the castle walls. Why would he fear entrusting this task to such a zealous apostle? Many of the poison scorpion church apostles remained within the castle. There were many bodies of young ladies and masters of nobility that were strewn across the floor. The reception hall of the castle had already experienced a huge change. Many items of the core infrastructure had been removed, replaced with a towering altar stacked with dead bodies and flowing with blood. At the top of the altar was a throne made of white bones that also resembled a cage, locking a youth within it. Seeing Schliff, the youth's eyes brightened. "Schliff, save me. I don't wish to die." "Nonsense." The malevolence in Schliff's voice as he berated the boy called Rake to grow breathless. "You're the seed of the Lord. The purpose of your existence is to be sacrificed for his sake." Schliff's icy speech broke every delusion the boy had had. But Rake's face turned pale immediately. "There's no buts. The Lord will definitely be reborn from your flesh. That will be great glory for you." Schliff walked up to the pedestal which had many waiting apostles. "Brothers and sisters, our Lord hasn't fallen, only left temporarily." Schliff opened his arms and decreed, "Now, as long as we chant the name of our Lord piously, he will gather enough energy to change the world and appear before us, leading us into bouts of victories ahead. Lord, O Lord, you are everything, my flesh, my blood, my soul." The apostles here were the craziest of the lot. They began to chant immediately, and even though there weren't many of them, the power of their faith had already converged onto the altar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:18 Resurrection. Resurrection. Gods could not die. Even if they fell, as long as their worshippers chanted their true names day and night, they would one day rise up from the astral plane, returning to their former glory. Now, under the fervent chanting of the poisoned scorpion church, the altar seemed to light up with a strange flame. Flesh and blood began to fuse together, revealing faces warped with pain. Almighty Lord, the God of Scorpions, Chester Potter. Chester Potter. Chester Potter. The worshippers recited the name again and again, soon joined by the warped faces on the altar. Some mysterious force seemed to attract a conscience here, having it descend upon the place. O Lord! Arise from your slumber! Schliff's hands and legs began to tremble with excitement. The false god ceremony has already started. Stop them! The elites of the two churches had already reached the castle under Romy's lead, a large number of soldiers following behind them. A fallen demigod has no need to revive. Romy's unsheathed an icy blue sword at his waist, and an icy gale began to stir. All high-ranked professionals follow me, the rest of you focus on the attack on the castle. No matter how tall and sturdy it was, a castle not protected by high-grade spells was but a joke to powerful professionals. Romy's wrapped his body with chi as the fight began, leaping upwards in a moment. He covered a dozen meters in a single jump, landing on the castle walls with a thud. Kill him! An exasperated voice sounded out, and many warriors with black armor began to surround him. Know your place! Romy's harumphed, and snow began to dance around his body. An icy gale instantly turned the apostles of the demigod into frozen statues, and they crashed down to the ground. Are you the baron of this castle? Romy's leapt again, flying past all obstacles to arrive before a man dressed in noble clothing. There was a scepter in his hand, imprinted with a scorpion. You vile watchdog! Flames seemed to spew forth from the baron's eyes as he rushed forward with the scepter. No traces of psychic spells or intelligence reduction. Romy shook his head. You are a true sinner, the apostle of a false god. Face your judgment. Blue light flashed, and the sword pierced through the baron's chest. The man moaned painfully, looking at his chest in disbelief. HNG. You think the identity of a noble is your amulet? How naive, Romy said indifferently. However, as he looked towards the center of the castle where the hall was, his brows furrowed. A terrifying evil spirit had converged in that area, forming a powerful whirlpool. Chester Potter. Chester Potter. You are the Lord of Slaughter. In your left hand, you wield the hammer of annihilation, and in your right the book of judgment. Any enemies will turn into a quagmire of flesh and blood before your presence. You are the home for our souls, I am willing to. The power of worship of the apostles and faces combined formed a crimson glow that converged atop the altar, landing on the throne of bones. The crimson energy engulfed Rake, entering him through his skin pores as the boy howled without end. Rake's aura continually grew stronger and stronger, until eventually the energy beneath his skin began to surge and contort his body. It was like something was about to burst through his skin from the inside. And still the boy's body seemed like a bottomless pit, absorbing all the energy that came. The conscience couldn't enter the body. There aren't enough apostles, Schliff muttered as he looked towards the castle walls. Even with the sacrificial formation and 20,000 souls we cannot revive our Lord. Have they been breached already? They probably have some legendaries helping them. Time had grown short. It seems like there's no choice but to use this. Schliff took out a golden crystal, shaped like a rhomboid. It was a gift from the giant serpent church, but he didn't want to use it unless all else failed. That giant serpent was not a simple person. There was definitely something concealed within everything he'd given them. However, the current circumstances left Schliff with no other choice. Lord! Please guide me and show the way. He prayed for one last time, and his eyes filled with resolve. He then threw the crystal onto the floor. Bang! The altar had a violent reaction to the golden crystal. A terrifying amount of power of faith and divine force was released, causing the whirlpool to spin 12 times, no, 100 times faster. The crimson ball atop the altar suddenly blazed, melting off all the flesh and blood in the area to form layers of rippling energy. Arg! Rake's screams rose a few octaves within the cage, and his body began to bloat. Lord Chester Potter! Revive now! Schliff roared in malevolence. Rumble, the ground trembled, and the altar turned into a huge furnace as all the energy began to enter the throne of bones. Bang! The cage above the white bones burst open to reveal Rake's figure. His body had grown a few times over, crimson energy filling every ounce of it. It suddenly seemed to light up on fire, as if something within had destroyed all of him. My lord! Schliff was happy beyond tears. During the explosion, he had sensed an extremely familiar conscience overcome the obstacles of the astral plane to descend into the hall. The crimson light ripped Rake's body apart, and a middle-aged man walked out from within. My divine name is Chester Potter. I am the Lord of Scorpions, the ruler of slaughter. Chester Potter waved his hands, and a surge of black gas formed robes that covered him. Blood-red eyes opened up, and he roared towards the world, "Helm! I'm back, and I won't fail this time." Romies and Raphania had just arrived to witness this scene. Being reborn from his own blood descendant and using the descendant's life as a vessel, these false gods are so evil. Raphania was extremely furious. She pulled out her sword, and holy brilliance filled the sky. "I will purify you." The light of the sword radiated out, carrying a shrill roar as it swung towards Chester Potter. "A legendary paladin? You belong to Tyr?" Fear streaked past Chester Potter's eyes, but more madness overcame it. He pointed his right hand forward, and a terrifying explosion occurred as it collided with the holy sword. Shockwaves rippled into the surroundings. "Meteor strike! Anyone who opposes me must die." Chester Potter issued his decree as light from a summoning spell glowed from his body. Rank 9 spell extra-dimensional summon. Chirp. 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 Many scorpion-shaped monsters moved out of a portal, their sheer number causing Raphania and Romies to change their expressions. Romies moved between a variety of expressions, but he finally gritted his teeth and made a decision: let's retreat first. Raphania's lips moved, but she did not voice an objection. They were two legendaries pit against a demigod. They weren't even on the same level. Since the mission had failed, then protecting themselves would be the priority. Hurry and leave. I'll bear all responsibility. Romies' blue sword released an icy power, forming walls of ice that blocked the advance of the scorpions. He roared at the scorpions behind his back. Very soon, Raphania and the rest of the troops retreated to outside the castle walls. From this position, they could clearly see Chester Potter at the center of the altar. Ominous crimson clouds circulated above him as the clouds seemed to form a funnel atop his head. The demigod gathered the flowing energy, his terrifying aura forming a malicious scorpion. "All of you. Don't think about leaving." The malicious-looking scorpion chased after them, and the other summoned scorpions roared as they surged forth as well. "My worshippers, do not panic, and do not be lost," a gentle voice sounded out just then, carrying a mysterious soothing effect. "It's our Lord. Our Lord has descended." Romies knelt in a certain direction, and Raphania bowed with respect as well. A strange rune in the form of an eye formed in midair, the void being ripped open as the avatar of a god walked out. This avatar belonged to Helm, and it was the strongest power a god could muster in the prime material plane. With the ritual successful and Chester Potter revived, the god of protection had descended to take care of the situation himself. He first looked at the crimson clouds and the strange scorpion, and his expression turned solemn. "A divine being obscured our prophecy, causing us to choose the wrong time." This was why Chester Potter could resurrect successfully. Helm's words sent shock through the hearts of the lawful. "Obscured? Our divination?" Romies muttered, and his heart turned frigid. His experience told him how scary such an opponent could be. Not only was he hidden in the darkness, he was a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity to deal deadly damage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 11:19 Ascension. Ascension. Helm. Helm. A humanoid voice sounded from the giant scorpion, but Helm's avatar looked at the ominous clouds instead. His face turned darker the longer he looked. Raphania felt a surge of might descending suddenly, causing her knees to buckle as she almost fell to the ground. Rumble. Rumble, silver lightning streaked between the ominous cloud, snaking around ceaselessly. It's the descent of Origin Force. Someone's gathering divinity to ascend, Romies muttered, looking at the sky above the castle. The giant scorpion roared, as vengeful spirits floated from its body. "It's him! Is he preparing to transcend now?" Raphania's voice was hoarse. "What's happening?" It wasn't just the opponents that were flabbergasted. Schliff's mouth gaped wide open, and his eyes almost popped out in disbelief. This was but a resurrection ceremony. Why was more divinity gathering now? How was an ascension attempt occurring right now? This wasn't right. Schliff roared in his heart, but in the next instant he recalled something and a murky shadow was cast over his figure. It's that golden crystal. There was something else within it. Has it begun? The conscience of several false gods had gathered an unknown distance away from the tree castle. A golden aura was shining on Leyland's body. He smirked as he looked at the waves of Origin Force. "Chester Potter. You walked out of flesh and blood, and have the rights to ascend. However, you've slain many civilians and their vengeful spirits are now chasing you. This is your sin.
Boom, right after Leyland spoke, many vengeful spirits appeared from the void.
Their clothing made them seem like commoners from the tree castle. Their faces were now wailing in agony, their blood-covered hands pulling down Chester's body.
Our Lord! We will be with the Lord!
A faint, hair-raising hymn sounded from the void, growing louder as time went on. The vengeful spirits seemed to have crawled out of the underworld, wanting to pull Chester down with them. A demigod cannot withstand such sin. Leyland was extremely well versed in this area. If Chester Potter does not want to fall again, he can only advance to become a true god, and use his divine kingdom to bear the hatred and send them away for good. Truth be told, this was all within Leyland's plan. However, Chester still had himself to blame. If he hadn't wanted to perform such a large blood sacrifice to revive himself, Leyland would have been unable to make use of this opportunity to push him down. As it was right now, Leyland was merely lighting a pile of firewood on fire.
His divinity is in slaughters.
This origin force will likely attract similar gods like Malor and Cyric who specialize in massacres. Chester Potter, I hope you can last a little while longer, Leyland thought apathetically. There were some other things in the crystal Leyland had given Schliff, including some of his own comprehension of the law of massacres and a large amount of divine force in the domain. It would be enough for the demigod to ascend, egging him into taking that final step.
Your Excellency Leyland.
Your schemes can even cause the devils of Bator to tremble in fear.
It seems like we're lacking when compared to you, Yukikolo said, and a puddle of black mud at his left shone brilliantly. All the demigods here were evidently fearful.
This is something we decided on together, Leyland said. He discovered the fear and isolation, but didn't worry too much since he'd been open about this from the start.
If these demigods wanted to ascend, they could only cooperate with him and bite down on the bait. I've already tested what I gave you multiple times. Are there any problems? Leyland's rebuke caused the demigods to turn silent.
Very soon, their attention shifted to the tree castle once again.
Chester's ascension would give them great benefits.
Not only could they use this as a learning experience, they could also see the reactions of the true gods. As for the pitiful poisoned scorpion church, they just abandoned it. Without Leyland and the other demigods, this church was destined to be doomed if it could not escape the attention of the true gods.
In fact, Chester Potter's resurrection was the last chance that the demigods were willing to give him. In exchange for this chance, Test being used as a guinea pig to test the response of the true gods was a reasonable bargain, was it not?
Crash. Boom! Pale green lightning struck the horde of summoned scorpions, wiping them out. Chester Potter's scorpion phantom flickered under the pressure of the origin force, revealing his original black-robed form.
Arg! I am the Lord of Scorpions.
I control the law of slaughter, and I will become a true god. Chester Potter waved his arms, and a dark gold flame blazed from his body to fuse with his comprehension of laws. This was his divine spark as a demigod, the quintessence of his form. Threads of the law of slaughter converged on the divine spark, runes spinning around it in a sphere as they nurtured it. Chester had given his everything into ascension.
Our Lord Chester Potter. You are a star in the skies, wielding the law of slaughter. The fear of humans shall become your strength. Our Lord Chester Potter.
You will sit on the throne of your divine kingdom, where our souls will nest.
Our Lord Chester Potter. I am willing to give up everything I have, and carry out my mission on this earth. I earnestly pray for your glory amongst the gods, and pray that you last forever.
Schliff prayed fervently, and with utmost sincerity. The other worshippers followed his lead. The high-ranked wizard knew quite clearly that the poisoned scorpion lord could not overpower the remaining demigods, and had been caught up in their conspiracy. He was left without any choice but to transcend. His other worshippers had also realized this point. Right now, the only chance they had to live was to pray and aid Chester Potter in his transcendence. The worshippers of this false god were thus literally praying for their lives. A surge of faith converged around Chester Potter, absorbed by his divine spark and nurtured into power in his domain. Chester's personal comprehension of the law of slaughter wasn't great, and he lacked enough worshippers to ascend on his own.
Even amongst demigods he wasn't the strongest.
However, none of that mattered with Leyland here. Chester's law of slaughter that had piqued Leyland's interest was quite close to his own law of massacre.
Converting between the two had been extremely easy.
With Leyland's aid from the dark, giving Chester some of his own comprehension of massacres, Chester had immediately met this requirement. He tried to smart, wanting to avoid Leyland's comprehension and the enmity of the massacre gods that it entailed, but his efforts didn't pay off. With the power of the lightning and origin force, and the prayers within, this event was made known to the entirety of the prime material plane. Any existence that had crossed into the legendary realm fixed their gazes upon the area. They could see that a demigod was beginning to break through and become a true god. The sacrificial runes there told everyone of his identity.
The poison scorpion's true name was Chester Potter.
No matter what the mortals had named him, once his ascension succeeded, this name would forever be attached to him. He would even be able to sense some of what was said whenever his name was mentioned. His worshippers would also gain strength from his true name. By just whispering and chanting his name, they would be able to connect to their god. Chester had seemed to choose slaughter as his divine domain. The sacrificial runes floating around him read, "The fear of mortals will become your strength," a clear indication that he was of the evil alignment. Just this fact was enough for all good gods to oppose him. Roar! Right at that moment, a portal opened in mid-air. A giant golden ape came tumbling out, straightening to stand up in the void. Its blood-red eyes were locked onto the demigod in the lightning, as if looking at prey. The god of hunt, Malor. As expected. Anyone who tries to ascend into a divine position related to massacres will face the hostility of the gods who wield it. Leyland shook his head, but doubt and confusion filled his mind. What about Cyric? He's the god of murder, and he's even more closely attuned to slaughter. At this moment, within the headquarters of the Church of Murder. Blasphemy! That false god is committing blasphemy against our Lord. The Pope roared at the surrounding slaves and clerics that knelt in a circle before him. Send out the orders, all legendaries are to cease their missions right now and move to attack the Poison Scorpion Church. Behead them on sight, I want to see the heads of every one of their priests before me. The Pope's face was filled with malevolence as he issued his order. Once everyone left, the Pope knelt before Cyric's statue, his quiet prayers tinged with helplessness. Only he knew that this powerful god, the god of murder, had gone insane. He'd even issued orders for internal conflict, and the upper hierarchy of the Church of Murder had already fallen into disarray. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1120, Annihilation. Annihilation.
There were many rumors surrounding Cyric, but the most popular one was that he was originally immortal like them. He stumbled upon the inheritance of a fallen god by chance, soaring to godhood. It caused many mortals to worship him fervently. However, many of those worshippers wanted the inheritance for themselves. If the chance befell them, they would gladly steal his luck. Since Cyric was a mere mortal before he ascended, the huge leap of power, alongside his divinity and the power of his domain, had side effects. He grew selfish, prejudiced, and slightly crazy. Exactly because of this, Cyric would definitely have reacted to a demigod ascending into his domain in the past. However, now he'd gone completely insane. The Pope looked at the statue that was wrapped up in a dark red energy, and the worry on his face grew heavier. It took a while for him to finally make up his mind. Merrick. The Lord is in a state of confusion. I think it's due to the influence from the Book of Cyric. The bishop's voice was extremely raspy and hoarse. He had also sealed the church before speaking. Merrick kneeled the moment he heard this news, cold sweat enveloping his body. He thought the Pope was going to silence him. After all, to blaspheme a god was utter disrespect and would be punished. However, luck was on Merrick's side today. The Pope had not planned to kill him, and continued talking on his own. Our Lord might have read the Book of Cyric recently, which is why he isn't responding to our prayers. Holy decrees haven't been issued either. Merrick nodded his head in agreement. He'd actually been suspecting as much for a while. The Book of Cyric was a divine weapon that Cyric had created himself, containing the power to confuse even gods themselves. Any being that set their eyes on the Book of Cyric would believe the lies within, that Cyric was the one and only true god in the world. The late god of thieves was the former owner of this book. He'd succumbed to it and perished pitifully, allowing Cyric to steal most of his divinity and divine force. However, the power of the lies in the book was so great that even Cyric himself had fallen into a daze after reading it. All this was just an assumption, but at the same time it was quite logical, assuming there was no information that he had not been privy to. The Pope now thought he understood the truth of the situation. Can I trust you, Merrick? Of course. I am willing to give up my life for the Lord, my everything. A fervent expression appeared on Merrick's face. He was definitely a zealot. Very good. I'm handing you a mission. With trembling hands, the Pope handed over an ancient tome to Merrick. This is the Book of Truth. Our church spent great amounts of resources to obtain it from the Church of Truth. The Pope fixed his gaze upon Merrick, clasping the man's shoulders with his hands. Merrick. As the favorite of the Lord, you have seen his true form the greatest number of times. I need you to hand this book to the Lord, and have him see it. With Cyric having gone completely insane, even the Pope's words would fall on deaf ears. However, there were some other worshippers the Lord would listen to, and Merrick was one of them. The former merchant had rocketed through the church's ranks, becoming a powerful phantom thief. At the same time, this had cemented his faith in Cyric. The Pope believed his lord was most likely to see the Book of Truth if Merrick delivered it. The future of the Church is now in your hands. The Pope patted Merrick's shoulders in encouragement. Once our Lord reawakens, these thieving false gods will forever stay in the fallen river of the underworld, and wail for eternity. Rest assured, Your Holiness. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will complete this mission. Merrick guaranteed. As if he had found his calling at that moment, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped his body and allowed him to bristle with strength. In the tree castle, Chester Potter was doing his best to resist the Origin Force lightning. His godfire had dimmed, seemingly about to go out soon. However, a drop of gold had already been congealed, the runes of law combining into one as if nurturing something within. The droplet almost broke out of the ball of energy. The 6 requirements to become a true god: divinity, the godfire and divine spark, divine force, the divine domain, divine essence, and a divine kingdom. Chester already has 3 of the 6, and all he's lacking right now are the domain, essence, and divine kingdom. Leyland continued looking over the region as the AI chip's light flashed in his eyes, storing the valuable information from the experiment. In fact, if Chester Potter managed to obtain his divine domain today, he would have turned into a true god already. Establishing a divine kingdom was a painstaking process, and without a semiplane already in hand, one would need several hundreds of years to build one from scratch. Thus, the world viewed beings with godfire as demigods, and those with divine domains as true gods. Only true gods had the right to form a divine kingdom, accepting the souls of their worshippers to form a sturdy fort. Lord Chester Potter, we pray that you hold the world in your hands, and your throne high up above the skies. The prayers grew softer and fainter. Chester Potter roared and his godfire blazed, almost forming the energy ball that would represent his divine domain. Using the power of faith to hasten comprehension of laws. This is how things work in the world of gods, Leyland sighed. The process was quicker than normal, but it also had its drawbacks. Moreover, one law can only be enjoyed by a single entity. The other gods in the domain of massacres will immediately become Chester's enemies. Roar, seeing that Chester had a chance to succeed, Mailer took action immediately. He unleashed his powerful massacre domain, one tempered by time. Even if Mailer was a beast god, so many years of accumulation had given him greater comprehension of massacres than Chester Potter had. Asterisk crash. Rumble. Boom, asterisk the Origin Force lightning was about to dissipate, but it converged once more. This time, there were even streaks of crimson within the lightning, carrying the power of massacres. This is massacre lightning, an attack by Mailer, Leyland sighed upon seeing this scene. Chester would definitely be done for if he and the other demigods did not help. A false god just couldn't resist true divine might, even if that might came from a lesser god. Mailer wanted to let Chester bring out his law of slaughter and steal it, but many gods had fixed their attention on this area, so he attacked immediately. Leyland had felt several powerful divine conscience eyeing the place, several familiar auras among them. The group of false gods had huddled up together in front of these powerful presences, masking their presence. No one would jump out to save Chester at this point. Despair appeared on Chester's face before the crimson lightning hit, and his godfire dimmed. Chester Potter. Chester Potter. Chester Potter. We will be forever with the Lord, and live together with you. The vengeful spirits on the ground grew even larger in number, and they reached out their bloody hands and grabbed Chester Potter's body. These crazed spirits had enough hatred to cause a demigod to fall. Over time, their pulling force had turning into a whirlpool, consuming Chester Potter within. Arg, knew, the maniacal roar of despair did not overturn Chester Potter's fate. He was dragged away by the spirits from his divine spark, and grew even further from his divine domain. Finally, a streak of crimson lightning struck the drop of gold. Rumble, the lightning wreaked destruction, and the golden barrier that protected the divine spark dissipated to reveal the content within. A dark golden flame within flickered out. Rumble, Chester Potter, who had lost his silhouette, and his true body was exposed to the lightning. The vengeful spirits around him were turned to dust as it struck. Chester Potter. Come with us. Come with us. Even if they had been destroyed by the lightning, there were no pain seen on these vengeful spirits' faces. Instead, glee had filled their expressions. Once the lightning demolished his body, Chester's soul was exposed, seeming extremely pale and weak. Come with us, these vengeful spirits moaned, and bloody hands dragged the soul into the underworld. Arg, knew, Chester Potter's final plea of sorrow caused even the gods that were watching to tremble. He would become one of the vengeful spirits of the underworld, entering its darkest depths. Tens of thousands of souls would chew and feed on him until the end of the world. A violent gale suddenly whistled past, and the ominous clouds disappeared to leave Schliff and the other worshippers gaping in disbelief. My lord! Chester Potter, Schliff muttered, and immediately wept. The other worshippers were also filled with distraught, and some even wished to commit suicide.
These survivors would not meet with a good end.
After confirming that the false god had fallen, the paladins and Helm's knights charged forward and killed these evil zealots. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1121, Unrest. Unrest. TSK. Chester really is pitiful, Yukikalu, the lion-bodied demigod, shook his head.
If my ascension fails, I won't end up any differently either, a mass of black mud issued this thought, but while the demigods continued their discussion, a rain of blood enveloped the tree castle. Any survivors believed to worship Chester Potter were sent to burn at the stake. On the other hand, Schliff faced much better treatment. His head had been chopped off directly by a legendary paladin.
Leyland looked around and asked, "How is it, everyone? After witnessing this scene, what do you think of my idea?"
With the obstruction of a true god, our chances of advancing will definitely be reduced.
Your suggestion is worth considering. I'll answer you before the time limit.
The other false gods gave a reply one after another.
Very well.
I believe that, as long as we work towards a common goal, becoming true gods isn't just a wild hope for us.
We'll definitely succeed. Once the other demigods left, Leyland looked towards the forest with an imposing look.
Vengeful spirits will arise during ascension, causing a tide of pollution. Although Chester Potter's situation was a unique case, Leyland did not completely overrule the possibility of the same happening to himself. Experimental results show that negative energy easily attracts such mutations, and also results in powerful magnetic fields that distort space. He stroked his chin. If one spoke of karma, Leyland's kill count almost equaled that of the poison scorpion. Even in the world of gods alone, the number of people who had fallen at his hands was an astronomical figure. Countless natives had fallen at his hands, and numerous high-ranked professionals. If even 1% of those vengeful spirits moved during his ascension, it would land him in a very tricky situation. I need to thoroughly bid farewell to my past before I ascend? Moreover, only true gods of the world of gods can bear the weight of the vengeful spirits. His understanding of deities had increased. That's not everything I gained from today, Leyland's eyes shone. The descent of the world will allow me to distinguish between the strengths of the different camps. Mailer was a live example. The same kind of thing will definitely happen to me. Chester Potter could be called a test subject for Leyland's own situation.
The AI.
Chip had gathered a lot of valuable information from this live experiment, information that would be vital to Leyland's advancement.
Once all the preparations are complete, I shall immediately return and ascend.
Desire and thirst revealed themselves in Leyland's eyes, and his confidence peaked.
Who other than him could start the war on the gods once more? May your soul be at peace. Raphania prayed silently inside the Baron's household.
Those that had survived the sacrifice sympathized with evil, and there was no need to let them off. She'd undertaken the task, purging the entire residence with her holy sword. Raphania felt like her own heart had been stirred up by that bloody altar.
20,000 innocents had died, and even their corpses hadn't been spared.
Their only remnants were traces of wetness and ripped clothing. Those evil and false gods are the greatest stain on the cause of justice. Raphania felt a burning flame within her chest, about to break out of her body.
Holy night!
A priest's tear ran over, bringing over a mirror of water.
An image formed on the mirror, showing an old priest that resembled a warrior.
The man had a kindly face and thick eyebrows, his expression filled with determination.
Cardinal.
Raphania immediately saluted to the old man. Her actions weren't just due to a difference in status and strength, instead a respect born from her heart.
Raphania. I've learnt that the false god has been eliminated.
You've done well, the cardinal praised.
All is due to the Lord's protection.
Under the guidance of our Lord, those evil and false gods only received their just punishment.
Raphania pursed her lips, seeming very obstinate.
Seeing this scene, a kind smile surfaced on the cardinal's face. He then turned serious. Raphania, I have another task for you.
Please. Raphania did not want this tragedy to repeat itself.
She was in a hurry to set off, slicing the evil zealots apart to save innocent civilians. Very well, a trace of unwillingness appeared within the elderly cardinal's eyes as he looked at Raphania's current state, but he soon suppressed it. A number of demigods backed the resurrection and frenzy of the poisoned scorpion church this time. The cardinal's face was exceptionally serious, bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. These false gods greatly disrupt the peace of the continent. The Lord has decreed that we investigate the parties involved in this incident, and work together with the other churches to eliminate those false gods. As the Lord wills.
Raphania knelt down on one knee and agreed. Where am I to investigate?
The Southern Seas, Debanks Island.
Specifically, the Giant Serpent Church.
The moment the Cardinal revealed her destination, Raphinia's body quivered. The Cardinal spoke slowly. I know you had a good relationship with that demigod wizard.
If you're unwilling. No. I accept this task.
The Holy Knight looked up, incomparable resolution on her face. It is true that Leyland and I were friends.
However, he's threatening the peace of the continent. It's my duty as his friend to pull him off the wrong path. What if he exceeds his limits? The Cardinal asked indifferently.
In that case, I shall end his mistakes once and for all.
Raphinia's body radiated justice with her reply. Very well. The Lord has seen your determination.
The Cardinal nodded in satisfaction, stopping communications.
Holy Knight Raphinia. The Cardinal commanded us to follow you. A team of powerful paladins and priests approached Raphinia.
This was only the investigation team.
Once she sent confirmation, high-ranked legendaries and even gods' avatars would be dispatched there.
I didn't expect us to end up like this, Leyland. Raphinia looked towards the setting sun, faint regret in her eyes. She seemed to recall their first meeting, a time when both of them were of similar strength. Leyland had shaken her off quickly, becoming a high-ranked wizard, then a legendary and ultimately a demigod. She could only watch his distant back, unable to even shadow him.
I'm so stupid.
Really, with his thirst for power and his attitude of safety over principles, it should have been clear from the start that we'd end up on opposite sides. Raphinia withdrew her sword, the regret replaced with resolution. You have your path, and I shall insist on mine.
From this day forth, we are enemies.
The Holy Knight pointed her longsword towards the south, setting into an unshakable determination. Let's set off.
Our target is in Debanks Island, the Giant Serpent Church. A large number of mounted troops filed out of the tree castle, leaving dust on the road. Romies. Helm's avatar called out to his own cardinal in another camp. My lord.
You are the guardian and defender of the true gods. Romies knelt down, his face full of sincerity. Although we won this time, things won't remain so simple. The avatar's eyes shone with foresight. Head towards the south, and assist the troops of justice in eliminating the Giant Serpent Church entirely. Helm decreed, the church will exert pressure as needed on the coastal nation, having them form a sea expedition.
I understand. Your will is my command.
Romies respectfully agreed, but great shock entered his heart.
Not hesitating to gather secular forces in an expedition? This breaks custom. Has our opponent reached such a terrifying level?
The church and state had certain tacit understanding. This action would throw the gods' might around the secular world. Such an action would attract a great deal of negativity. There was only one reason Helm would shoulder this: the danger of allowing the Giant Serpent Church to continue developing greatly exceeded the danger royalty posed towards them. It could even threaten Helm himself. Having thought of this, Romies suddenly felt the weight of the task that had been placed on his shoulders. The situation in the continent hadn't calmed after the poisoned Scorpion Church was eliminated, instead growing even more strange. Numerous demigods began to stir, and dense clouds began to shroud the prime material plane. It was in such a turbulent environment that Raphinia's party arrived in the Southern Seas. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1122, Rebellion. Rebellion. Fallen Island.
Raphinia had a nostalgic expression on her face as she stepped onto the dock once more. The last time she'd come here, it was to congratulate Leyland on advancing to the legendary realm. She'd then entreated him to take part in the operations of the Silvery Moon Alliance in the north.
It seemed like that had happened just yesterday. However, Raphinia clearly knew that nothing was the same as before. There's news, my lady. All transport to Debanks Island has stopped. A paladin arrived by Raphinia's side. I've seen them. Raphinia looked at Port Venus. The originally flourishing port had now become rather desolate.
With the loss of the hugely important Debanks Island, a majority of the ships had left. There were only 2 or 3 boats here, a rather pitiful scene. They've pulled back their forces. Did they discover something? Raphinia gritted her teeth. Even if we have to find our own ships, we must hurry onwards to Debanks Island. Bang! Just at this moment, the earth suddenly shook beneath them.
The skies rippled with a powerful aura and turned dark. What's happening? Help!
The port was in an uproar.
Raphinia looked in the direction of Debanks Island with an experienced gaze. Strong Origin Force undulations were spreading from that location, and faint sounds of prayer could be heard even here. Her expression grew grave. Too late.
In the next moment, Origin Force from Ascension spread towards them. It wasn't only from the southern seas, gods seemed to be ascending everywhere.
Raphania's face paled instantly in response.
Within the swamp, many natives had come together and knelt in prayer.
Yuki Kalu.
Almighty Yuki Kalu, you are our master. The power of faith converged into a sweeping tide, completely enveloping the Sphinx. A clump of murky mud suddenly spread across the grasslands, expanding to the size of several cities as sparks of golden flame began to seep out from its body.
Rumble, the tremor of origin force spread across the multiverse in a moment.
Many gods turned their gazes to the prime material plane, shot clear in their eyes.
So many demigods are ascending, this is a conspiracy. Many divine wills flowed together in the void. News of this activity even spread to the demons and devils.
Many leading existences of the world of gods focused their attention on the prime material plane, hoping to preserve themselves or gain something from this occasion.
In the outer planes, Mistra's avatar arrived outside a divine kingdom filled with divine light. Mistra, I've waited a long time for you to come.
Origin force roared outside the divine kingdom, congealing into an elderly warrior who had lost both his eyes. We have another slip-up in our plans. Elminster had stayed in hiding and not acted all this time, but now he has already begun his ascension to become a true god. Mistra was very gloomy, and with that demigod's ascension, great changes have occurred in the path of fate.
You still care about that prophecy?
Tyr straightened his back. In this world, only justice and fairness can be eternal, but the snake that will destroy the world. Mistra's wry smile soon grew serious again. I have never before felt as I do now, that his footsteps are imminently drawing closer and closer. Tyr could not overlook the powerful premonitions of so great a god. He grew silent, and the divine kingdom nearby seemed to grow suffocated as well. It's not so easy to ascend to godhood. Since that person is ascending in the domain of massacre, he'll suffer great hostility from Malor in Cyric.
Let's wait and see.
My premonition is far from reassuring. Mistra looked into the distance. Her star-like eyes seemed to cut through everything, and see directly into the future.
The 9th level of hell, Nessus. Father. The current ruler of Malbolge, the Iranese Queen Glagia, who possessed unimaginable charm, bowed in front of an old devil.
Having entered the realm of laws herself, Glagia could sense the incomprehensibly formidable power that Asmodeus possessed. In spite of the primordial contract in his hands giving him natural authority over Bator, the other archdevils had been resisting his rule. However, his innate control could not be changed. I sensed the undulations of Bator's origin force. Asmodeus took the form of a mountainous devil, his black goat horn slightly pointed and his eyes filled with immeasurably profound evil. A lord of Bator is currently trying to ascend to godhood.
Asmodeus' words made Glagia cry out in shock. Ascension? Who?
Which devil dares to renounce?
Whom?
Don't tell me it's the Lord of Dis. Glagia's thoughts seemed to turn very quickly to the ruler of Dis. Leyland was still a mystery to her.
Of course, after many years of investigations, Leyland's true identity was not a secret to the lords of Bator.
They had even formed a unanimous pact and set plans to invade and overturn Dis in motion. Had Leyland not left Bator to reside permanently in the prime material plane, he would perhaps have been ambushed and killed already, his authority divided up among the other lords.
Bator was never his goal.
He pursues only the everlasting radiance of godhood, Asmodeus said with great accuracy.
Asmodeus had to thank Leyland.
The demigod had been a conspicuous target to date, attracting considerable ire that let his own plots play themselves out in the shadows.
Asmodeus hadn't attracted any violence yet.
With Leyland's contributions, Asmodeus would have been willing to spend some time crafting a devil's form for him if he wished to completely depend on Bator in the future.
He would even bestow a false reputation and glory upon him.
However, all of this had now changed. The integration of a god and a ruler of hell will no doubt give rise to many unimaginable consequences. A poisonous worm crawled out from Asmodeus' beard, and was tossed into his mouth. The archdevil's evil eyes were filled with resolution. We need to overthrow the Lord of Dis, and sever his ties with Bator. The pit fiend Aslak is ruling over Dis in his place right now, and is quite satisfied with his current positions. Even if we use the people we placed amongst their ranks and add the power of the other lords, it'll still be difficult to topple his rule. Even if he isn't a true devil, Glagia bit down on a scarlet lip, I need a lot more time. The Iranese queen had taken several thousands of years to seize Malbolge, accumulating a large rebel army in secret before taking advantage of the upheaval in the second hell to succeed. Had she not first stripped the Hag Countess of her origin force and forced her out of the realm of laws, she wasn't likely to be the final victor. That showed the power a lord of Bator held over their subordinates. However, Leyland being human caused many devils to feel dissatisfied, and his rule hadn't been too long either. It wasn't a particularly favorable situation for him.
No buts. Go and notify Mammon and the others.
I'll need their help to overthrow Dis. Even if we have to leave Avernus for it and give them that authority, I'm fine with it. You'll be in charge of accepting and signing the contract. Asmodeus flipped through his enormous tome of contracts before tearing out a piece of black parchment.
Understood. Blagia accepted the agreement.
She saw her father's resolution, and knew that with Asmodeus' wisdom and foresight in addition to her decisiveness, their interests in Leyland could not be held back.
An existence which my father is willing to sacrifice profit to defeat, what sort of schemer is he?
I really look forward to this. Devils were a bunch of fast-moving creatures, especially when it came to the formalities of contracts. In order to save time, Asmodeus had even directly opened up the network of authority, allowing several lords of Bator to contact their moles in Dis.
The entirety of Dis was soon embroiled in war. Powerful explosions resounded, as armies of armed devils rushed forth to burn the Iron City.
Their primary target was the official residence of the highest-ranking devils, the core of the city's rule, the Iron Tower. At this moment, Pit Fiend Aslak was surveying the scene of the city with taunting eyes. Dir, Mediclo and Hesses, all of you betrayed us. Looking at his city falling into enemy hands, Aslak's expression did not hold the slightest trace of regret and or rage. He looked at these devil rebel armies as if he was looking at a bunch of clowns. You lot have never tasted our master Kukulkan's power. Aslak turned and moved to a conference hall, where the old devil that Leyland had subdued appeared. All the preparations are complete. We have our people guarding all the nodes, the devil hunters are all in position.
Bork cackled, radiating primordial evil. His power caused even Aslak's heart to skip a beat.
Only Leyland with his superior power and plots could subdue such a creature.
Very good, let's go out and receive them.
I'm impatient to see the despair on those traitors' faces. Devils were most fond of using schemes to get rid of those more powerful than them.
I can't wait either.
The old devil followed behind Aslak like a butler, and they slowly left the Iron Tower. Many great devil armies had already surrounded the region around the Iron Tower, held back by their fear of the tower's defenses. They were late in mounting their offensive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1123, Shock. Shock. Seeing Aslak and Bork walk out, the traitorous devils all took a step back. Surrender, Aslak.
You don't have to work so hard for the sake of an outsider. A pit fiend dressed in barbed black armor stood out, were backed by the lords of Bator, including Supreme Asmodeus himself.
This is the will of the Nine Hells.
Even the Nine Hells must submit to our master.
Bork stepped forward, emanating vile, devilish soul light.
This
primordial power. Who exactly are you?
The pit fiends were stunned. This old devil was almost as strong as the Supreme.
Kiki.
My name's long since been buried in the long and deep river of history. On the other hand, you shall become the dust and decay of yesteryear. You shall be buried in history, remembered as foolish and inferior. Bork snickered, and a terrifying wave of origin force suddenly descended upon Dis, accompanied by some unresigned, enraged howls.
It's beginning. Bork and Aslak exchanged a glance and knelt down, beginning to pray. Our master, Kukulkan.
You are the master of Bator, the Nine Hells. You are the lord of all devils, the personification of order, the speaker for evil.
You are the maker of laws and rules, holding power and authority. Our master, Kukulkan.
You control the power of massacre. The blood and terror of your enemies shall turn into your strength.
Death shall accompany you wherever you go. You are the master of the end. Our master, Kukulkan.
Your will extends across the earth. Your divine kingdom shall protect our souls, and the souls of all your worshippers shall gain new life within.
Our master, Kukulkan. Your name shall become sacred.
May your throne remain tall and turn into the stars in the skies.
This is an ascension ceremony.
A lord of Bator is about to become a god. Dir, Mediclo, Hesses and the other pit fiends all exclaimed at this moment. The slight sounds of prayers could be heard from all directions. All the devils that Leyland had subdued now knelt piously, their fervent prayers gradually filling the entirety of Dis with a holy golden luster. Horrifying origin force howled out, and with the zealous power of faith crossed the obstruction of space and dimensions to arrive in the prime material plane.
DeBanks Island.
At this moment, all the natives had abandoned whatever they were doing. Those of higher status gathered at churches, while the rest turned to statues or even the sky to pray.
Our master, Kukulkan.
You are the protector of natives.
We natives exist because of you.
You lord over our souls and protect us after death in your heavenly kingdom. Your name shall become holy amongst all natives.
Our master, Kukulkan.
You control the power of massacre.
The blood and terror of your enemies shall turn into your strength. Death shall accompany you wherever you go. You are the master of the end. Our master, Kukul Khan. Your name shall become sacred. May your throne remain tall and turn into the stars in the skies. For some reason, all the natives felt a hot rush in their hearts that they could not get rid of. Only praying allowed them to feel peace. The prayers that were similar yet different from those in Bator grew louder and louder, until they were suffused with the faith of the world to gather in the capital of the fallen empire. Upon the holy mountain, the skies were already filled with terrifying dark clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed from inside, as if numerous thunder dragons were roaring out from within. Golden power of faith converged to form a funnel, pushing all this power right on top of the holy mountain into the shrine Leyland was in. This was just the start, and the intense whistling of origin force far exceeded how things had gone with Chester Potter. Tiff and Isabel stood together outside the headquarters of the giant serpent church, gazing up at the origin force lightning above them. There was a look of obvious worry on their faces. Ascension. Our master has the accumulation of faith from an entire empire. He definitely will succeed. Tiff's eyes showed a crazed fervor. Over all these years of serving him, he developed an absolute trust in his God. With his accumulation of divine force, I'm not worried even with the backlash from origin force and malicious spirits. Fine dragon scales appeared on Isabel's body, emanating the aura of an ancient dragon. This was a form ready for battle at any time. What I'm worried about is him being targeted by those gods. Whatever it is, we will serve as a fort for our master, firm and solid. Tiff looked solemn, speaking in unison with a circle of powerful members of the clergy. Be it God or devil, anyone who wants to interrupt the ceremony will have to do it over my dead body. Isabel gripped the red dragon sword's hilt tightly, the look of resolution in her eyes like ice that would never thaw. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk the origin force lightning in the sky seemed to have reached the limit of what could be amassed. With what sounded like the enraged roars of primordial dragons, the sounds of explosions seemed to tear the skies apart. Rumble, the roof of the shrine was cut through. If Leyland hadn't sent a decree to evacuate the slaves and weaker clergymen, there would have been heavy casualties in the giant serpent church. The lightning, with all its boundless destructive force, was stopped by a golden palm. Numerous prayers had formed a surge of faith that lingered around Leyland's godly body. All these years of planning. Today is the day they come to fruition. Leyland floated in the skies, dazzling golden light emanating from all parts of his body. Golden godfire revealed itself, using massive amounts of divine force to resist the heavenly lightning. Numerous chains of laws flickered around Leyland. Pure runes of massacre were already beginning to enter the godfire unceasingly, terrifying power that only belonged to true gods growing within. Rower, in the hunter's wasteland that was Mailer's divine kingdom, the main body of the god of the hunt began to howl. The ape could sense that someone was eyeing its massacre domain, that thief that had once stolen its divinity. Mailer left his divine kingdom without hesitation, moving towards the boundary of the prime material plane. Another false god eyeing our master's domain. Deep inside the marshes and ravines, within in the headquarters of the god of murder's church. An aged pope rapidly turned red, and even began coughing out large amounts of blood. Let them work on their own. He feebly waved his arms, his crooked body seeming to hold an endless amount of fatigue. The pope stared at the statue of Cyric, eyes holding a last bit of hope. Our master still has yet to respond at all. Hopefully Merrick can get the book of truth to him as soon as possible, or challengers like these will only increase in number in the future. On DeBanks Island, Leyland now reached a critical moment in his ascension. Asterisk rumble. Rumble, asterisk destructive lightning rained down, dying out to large amounts of divine force. The feathered serpent god, Kukulkan. Our master, Kukulkan, who exists with us. Who exists with us. In the meanwhile, a river of death formed that extended through multiple worlds. Numerous illusory souls crawled out of the river, holding the power of blood and vengeance. They tried to contaminate Leyland's pure body. These vengeful spirits were mostly natives, and Isabel could even recognize high-ranked professionals who had died at Leyland's hand. Even the late demigods of the native empire were here. A divine soul is the sublimation of a life form. Before this can happen, it is necessary to put an end to all sins of the past, Tiff mumbled. Numerous vengeful spirits pounced forth, pulling at Leyland's holy luster with hands stained with fresh blood. It was like they were trying to put out his godfire. The origin force lashed back with lightning, and these vengeful spirits shot forth with hatred. If a demigod could not hold up, they would end up like Chester Potter, pulled down to the depths of the underworld to be tortured for eternity. With the number of lives Leyland had taken, the backlash and hatred were abnormally terrifying, exceeding the destruction wrought on the average demigod significantly. However, just as Tiff and Isabel were starting to feel their hearts clench in fear, Leyland made his move.
I am the master of the law of massacres. All of your pain shall become my power. He suddenly took a step forward, his powerful massacre domain quickly spreading out. Bloody light radiated out, and the vengeful spirit's cries disappeared. Hundreds of thousands had been absorbed instantly, forming Leyland's strength. Even if enemies that have died can be revived, none can escape the fate of death once more.
Leyland seemed to be chanting a prayer, at the same time making a prediction.
Even the spirits of the demigods paled with terror, and they were immediately annihilated alongside all the other powerful enemies Leyland had killed in the world of gods. Lightning dissipated in the skies, and the vengeful spirits of the Styx seemed to lose all their strength in front of their master.
Tiff and Isabel clenched their fists in anticipation. This was a moment they would never forget in their lives.
The godfire stabilized, surging with the power of laws.
Beep. Host is beginning ascension.
Being amplified by power of faith, comprehending law of massacre.
Beep. Host's comprehension of the law of massacres is at 67%. 80%, the AI.
Chip's prompts were refreshed continuously. The laws of the world of gods were different from the Magus world, and the gods could use faith to comprehend laws.
The process of solidifying one's divine domain was, in fact, the process of comprehending that law.
Leyland obviously would not let this hard-to-come-by opportunity slip past him. Great amounts of divine will rushed forth as he recorded all his realizations about massacre.
Boom.
Boom, at this moment, the power of the weave went berserk above DeBank's island.
Mystra's figure revealed itself, dressed in splendid clothing.
Tyr's avatar showed itself as well, holding a large blade with both hands. The avatars of two greater gods had arrived here, and they obviously harbored terrible intentions. Some demigods obtained favor from certain gods. During their ascension, these gods would especially show themselves via their avatars and protect them. However, Mystra and Tyr were obviously not about to do this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1124, True God.
True God. A huge monster made of sludge roared out over the spacious grasslands, a small godfire emerging to meet the pale white lightning in the sky. Bolts of lightning crashed down like raindrops, the power of annihilation they carried destroying the surrounding landscape. Oh, the silhouette of the river of death appeared once more, and vengeful spirits reached out towards the monster with their bloody hands, climbing on top of its body to pull it down into the underworld.
No! The monster released a loud roar, and its godfire burst forth. However, its divine spark was eventually extinguished. Losing its divinity, the monster's body was dragged down into the Styx, and it completely disappeared.
The Southern Swamp.
Lord Ukikalu. Ukikalu. With the pious prayers of numerous worshippers, the lion-bodied demigod Ukikalu managed to survive the thunderstorm and the resentment of the vengeful spirits.
Twisted runes of law gradually formed within his godfire, about to propel his breakthrough.
You sinner! How dare you commit such heresy on my law of savagery?
A huge figure emerged in the sky just then, carrying the imposing aura of a true god.
Scarlet lightning crashed into Ukikalu's godfire, causing it to tremble.
Space rippled at the edges of the divine spark, and power of law collided with the runes to form such chaos that it eventually just exploded.
Damn that true god! Ukikalu looked up into the skies, snarling and roaring as the radiance in his eyes gradually dimmed. My lord! And oh!
The priests on the ground bellowed, soon finding the divine power in their bodies ebbing like a tide. The suffering that came with such a thing was more painful than if all their bones had been pulled out.
Pooh!
All the members of the clergy spat out blood and fainted under the horrifying attack, while some of the old and weak met their deaths directly. In the skies above DeBank's island, the goddess of the weave and the god of justice were standing side by side. Two of those false gods have been defeated by Grunch, Mystra said with conviction as she looked towards the horizon. In comparison, the serpent's accumulation is terrifying.
To directly overcome the vengeful spirits and the origin force.
It looks like his comprehension of his law is extremely deep as well, and it won't be a problem for him to enter his divine domain. Tyr looked at Leyland surrounded by origin force, the evil energy making him furrow his brows.
How had they not noticed this huge tumor that had been hidden in the prime material plane before?
He's currently protected by origin force. As a matter of law we cannot interfere, however, Mystra faintly added another word to this statement, unless it's by a god in an identical domain, who can devour the power of law. Tyr looked at the primate that appeared in the sky. Maler's avatar bellowed with rage, its huge claws pulling back as the law of massacre descended upon the world of gods. It caused Leyland's divine domain to grow unstable, and scarlet lightning struck his divine spark.
This damned monkey! I'll kill it one day.
Isabel suddenly gnashed her teeth in rage. We're not strong enough yet to deal with the avatar of a true god. Tiff held Isabel back. However, it's not a problem to deal with the rest. He hinted for Isabel to look down, and she saw some sneaky silhouettes lurking towards the holy mountain.
Those damned things! Isabel snarled as two huge draconic wings burst out of her back.
Her transformation only took an instant before a legendary dragon warlock pounced towards the silhouettes.
The land was bathed in a sea of blood.
Leyland had sensed the lightning strike down on him from the sky.
Mailer, he laughed coldly, how could I forget you? He'd seen the beast god use this move on Chester Potter but a short while ago, how could he not be prepared? It's time to use you. Go!
Leyland's hand suddenly opened up, and surging divine force mixed with the power of faith isolated the scarlet lightning for a moment. Leyland fished out a crystal ball with a huge amounts of blurry spirits inside it, directly transforming them into soul force that was absorbed by the godfire. These spirits had been stored by Akaban, the emperor of the former Sicardes Empire. A small number of them had been used for tests in Bator, but now Leyland had cast most of them out. His godfire rumbled as it absorbed so many spirits, its power skyrocketing as a sparkling translucent crystal emerged, the depiction of his divine domain. This crystal was flawless, a hint of blood to its color indicating that it belonged exclusively to a god of massacre.
Such a pity. Mailer is only a lesser god in the end.
If Cyric was here, this demigod could only fall. Mystra's face was full of doubt. Why exactly is Cyric sitting back and watching others take over his domain?
There's no use guessing right now.
Tyr shouted from beside her, his huge sword in hand.
All we can do now is wait.
The power of laws in the prime material plane will stop protecting him once he ascends, and he'll be thrown out. A lesser god has nowhere to run facing my true body. As a greater god, Tyr was confident in himself.
That's the only way, Mystra sighed.
Her heart was filled with anxiety, but she had no other choices.
Leyland currently wasn't in the mood to care about the outside world.
Once the crystal appeared in his godfire, it commanded the entirety of his focus. Buzz, the crystal radiated the power of laws, trembling as it fused together with the godfire back into Leyland's divine body. It seemed tailor-made for him, no longer able to be split apart. At the same time, Leyland saw a vision. A powerful god was screaming from within dark shadows, holding his head as a force instantly tore a crack into his throne of massacre. The image faded quickly, replaced by the AI chip's prompt.
Beep. Host has obtained the divine domain of massacres.
Comprehension of the law of massacres has reached 100%. All conditions have been met. Host is now ascending. The host comprehension of massacre rule, 100%.
All the conditions have been met. Advancing true god. Beep. Host has automatically been classified as a legendary priest.
All spells unlocked. All of Leyland's followers seemed to sense something at this moment, their eyes brimming with tears of excitement as they started praying.
Kukulkan, my lord, you are the lord of our souls.
You shall shelter us in your kingdom after death, for you are the ruler of all.
Kukulkan, my lord, you wield the power of massacres.
The death of your enemies shall bring you power, and you are the end of everything, but
Kukulkan, my lord, your will shall shape the earth. We wish for your throne to join the stars in the skies.
Devout prayer spread across the prime material plane, followed by Bator, the abyss, the heavens, and even the entire astral plane. Those of legendary might, devils, demons, they all shifted their attention to this location. A true god had been born, recognized by the world to stand at its peak. If someone were to ascend to godhood, even if they fell the very next moment, they would leave an indelible mark on the history of the world of gods, one that would be hard to forget. Numerous existences saw this moment as an opportunity, making their moves while Leyland was experiencing drastic changes to his body. The terror of the law of massacre was enough to support a powerful god. Furthermore, Leyland hadn't comprehended the law step by step, instead having it all thrust upon him through faith and the power of the world origin force. It caused him to feel bloated in an instant as the terrifying energy mixed with faith was spreading around his body. If not for the divine body he already possessed, Leyland would have exploded due to the enormous force. With such terrifying energy, his godfire and divine force seemed to fuse with his divine domain, ultimately forming a true god's body. In that split second, Leyland Fallen had entered the realms of rank 7 and become a true god. Buzz, the whole world started to roar, and the space around Leyland began to shatter. The world was beginning to suppress him, the prime material plane unable to accommodate the body of a true god. It was urging him on, to move into the endless void and establish his divine kingdom.
Establish a divine kingdom? I'm not that stupid. With his ascension, Leyland had an understanding of the process of establishing his divine kingdom that was almost second nature.
It was so much so that, with the favor of the Origin Force, the construction of his divine kingdom would far surpass normal domains and save a great amount of divine force. However, two greater gods were waiting to ambush him the moment he left the protection of the prime material plane. Only a fool would choose to do so. Ha ha. Mystra, Tyr, I'm sorry to disappoint, Leyland laughed wildly. This was only the tip of the iceberg.
A divine kingdom? My choice is here. Leyland floated up into the sky, suddenly pointing towards Debanks Island.
Golden divine force whizzed out, instantly surrounding the entire island and changing the laws of space and time within. The sea origin force attracted during his advancement had yet to disperse, giving Leyland a large reserve of energy that allowed him to cause drastic changes to the large island. Rumble, earthquakes and tsunamis rocked Debanks Island, but all of Leyland's worshippers were sheltered by golden divine force. Large traces of divine power caused many natives to start kowtowing in a frenzy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1125, Divine Kingdom. Divine Kingdom. Has he gone crazy? He actually wants to build his divine kingdom in the prime material plane? Mystra was flabbergasted. We can think about that later. Let's leave now.
Tyr retreated very quickly, moving above the oceans in an instant. He distanced himself from the island that had been enveloped in golden light. The two greater gods were only here through avatars. If they recklessly entered Debanks Island, which was in the midst of becoming a divine kingdom, the only outcome would be death. Mystra retreated miserably as well, but Maler's avatar had been trapped by the golden light of the divine kingdom. It was rapidly consumed, and could only release a final cry of anguish before it perished, boosting the creation of the divine kingdom. Avatars themselves had been reduced to such a state, so the elites that had been sent there definitely met with misfortune. Even those with legendary strength were rendered as helpless as normal human beings, killed mercilessly by the Holy Crusade of Debanks Island. Golden threads of law energy appeared in the void, forming an intricate pattern above Debanks Island that was a scene to behold. Now that Leyland could exercise his will in control of the law of massacre, he combined the threads of law into one that was meant for his divine kingdom. No, we can't let him continue this. Let's rally our troops immediately, and transfer the units and paladins in the Silvery Moon Alliance.
No matter how high the price is, we have to kill him.
Mystra's voice had grown extremely shrill. He's only building his divine kingdom right now, it will take but a few avatars to destroy it.
If we give him time, I'm afraid.
Tyr nodded his head solemnly, acknowledging Mystra's judgment. Such pure evil should not be allowed to exist in this world.
It took several hundreds of years to build a divine kingdom.
Only after that could the realm be called a safe haven for its creator, amassing large numbers of elite troops and powerful professionals. These places had holy spirits and valiant spirits, with such strength that even a greater god wouldn't want to engage in so large a battle.
Leyland's divine kingdom lacked the time it would need to strengthen him.
Without enough worshippers, guardians, and spirits, as well as a lack of churches and spell formations and the weak foundation of laws, his defenses were at their weakest right now. What's more, once Leyland established his divine kingdom in the prime material plane, his true body would no longer be able to leave.
He would have to remain there, stuck as a saint.
Many gods had once chosen to descend into the prime material plane as saints and saintesses, but they had perished.
A god in such a form was just a big gift to those powerful legendaries.
Mystra had no doubt that Debanks Island would turn into a haven for adventurers in the future. If one managed to kill a true god, the god's divinity, divine domain, and all their accumulations would become their own. Even some demigods wouldn't be able to resist such temptation.
He's seeking his own death. Tyr concluded. Building my divine kingdom in the prime material is just courting death. Don't you think I know that already? Leyland mocked the thoughts of the two from within Debanks Island.
He was almost done with his ascension now, but it wasn't quite done. His many worshippers were praying, Kukulkan, my lord, your seed is royal and divine, like the stars in the skies. Your seed is royal and divine, like the stars in the skies. Truth be told, even if all ascension ceremonies had this line in them, that was merely a wish of the gods.
The establishment of a divine kingdom wasn't something one could do overnight, not to mention that a throne among the stars.
Such a thing would deplete several centuries of accumulation of a lesser god instantly. However, Leyland was different. He'd still held on to the origin force C that had helped him ascend, and he had a trump card.
My ascension ceremony is far from being over. Leyland exclaimed loudly, and the entirety of Debanks Island began to tremble.
The light of the divine kingdom enveloped the entire region, separating the outside space from the island itself. The ocean separated from the land, and Debanks Island had turned into a semiplane in an instant.
A royal seat? How?
Mystra felt like all her knowledge and expertise with the divine had vanished today.
She was unable to comprehend Leyland no matter how much she tried. Even if he still has the origin force from his ascension, it's definitely not enough.
The world origin force began to surge wildly. The entirety of the southern seas roared as the miniature continent that was DeBanks Island was removed from it. This was an extremely big chunk of the world being taken off the map, so the repercussions of such an act were unimaginable. Of course, Leyland did not give a hoot about such things. If not for his limited divine powers, he would gladly remove the entire southern seas from the prime material plane. After all, the size of a divine kingdom was directly related to the power of its god. At this moment, all intelligent creatures in the prime material plane noticed a brand new star shining atop the southern seas.
This is a royal seat. The evolution of a divine kingdom.
Many gasps sounded throughout the prime material plane. However, they were soon replaced by cries of disbelief. Instead of rising up into the skies, this new star had actually fallen down.
What did they just see? Ha ha! Why would I want to evolve it and enter the higher planes? I can do the same in the lower planes.
Leyland laughed maniacally. It was much easier to have his divine kingdom descend than rise. Of course, either option would require a great deal of energy for any other god, but Leyland was different. He had his authority as an archdevil of Bator, and the doors of the second hell were forever open to him. With his status as the Lord of Dis, Bator would not reject the descent of his divine kingdom. Moreover, he could even use the power of Bator's origin force to help his divine kingdom evolve at crucial times. Indeed, Leyland's goal had been the second hell of the 9 hells. He'd made the entirety of Dis almost a part of his divine kingdom. If he combined DeBanks Island with the second hell, it wouldn't be far-fetched to make the entire plane his divine kingdom. With the unlimited space in Bator, and the laws of Dis alongside his divine kingdom, Leyland's powers immediately surpassed that of lesser gods to enter the rankings of intermediate gods.
His divine kingdom was equivalent to ones that intermediate gods would put painstaking effort into building. At this point, Asmodeus' schemes and Mystra's hostility could all be thrown to the sidelines. Dis would eventually become a strong fort for him. The destination is Bator. Let's go! A phantom of Leyland appeared in the skies. At the borders of the world, one could see the giant turn its head towards Bator. Boom! A fist comprised of immense, endless origin force broke free of any obstructions posed by the prime material plane, beginning to sink down. The second hell of Bator, Dis. The origin force of the world began to smolder as an infinite power of law moved out to link with DeBanks Island. Kukulkan, my lord, you are the marshal of all devils, the lord of hell. The entirety of Dis shall become your divine kingdom. In the innumerable space nodes within Dis, the devils that were dispatched from DeBanks Island had begun to pray in unison. Dis trembled violently, as if welcoming a newborn child. Many devils of Bator sensed the change, and began to turn uneasy. However, even the highest level of their hierarchy in the Lords of Bator couldn't do a thing about it. No! An extremely unwilling roar rang out from the 9th hell. The deep valley of Nessus was split open to reveal the massive body of a devil. This was the true body of Asmodeus, the supreme of Bator. It had been recuperating from serious injuries all this while, leaving all matters to be taken care of by a clone. Right now, however, Asmodeus could no longer tolerate Leyland's actions. He'd always wanted to unify the 9 hells, and now that Leyland wanted to take the entirety of Dis for his own, never to leave, he couldn't stand it anymore. A primordial contract appeared in Asmodeus' hands, causing the origin force of Bator to whistle in rage. His body expanded to nearly cover all of Bator, blocking the arrival of Leyland and his divine kingdom. I hereby invoke the primordial contract, exercising my right as the soul party allowed to collect souls. I have the authority to unify all of Bator. You, get lost. As Asmodeus roared in rage, a massive wave of hell's energy surged towards Leyland. You pathetic existence. You want to stop me, a true god? The same origin force congealed behind Leyland. As the overlord of Dis, I now proclaim that Dis is no longer a level of Bator. With Beelzebub's authority in hand, Leyland used it to the utmost. It took only a few moments for a huge chunk of the origin force behind Asmodeus to be ripped off. In my name as Kukulkan, Dis now has the authority to collect the souls of my worshippers. The primordial contract shall be rendered void. Leyland immediately used his godhood to counter Asmodeus. Asmodeus was aided by Bator because he had the authority to harvest souls on its behalf. Now, however, Leyland removed this right by law. Such an attack hurt Asmodeus even more than just the loss of Dis. You actually dare, Asmodeus seethed with venom. There's no use in making any noises, get lost. Dis rumbled, and Asmodeus' figure immediately turned smaller. As Leyland activated the onslaught of his divine kingdom, the devil was sent flying back to Nessus.
Boom, DeBank's island had immediately merged with Dis, and radiated with a holy light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1126, Divine Domain. Divine Domain. Kukulkan, my lord, you are the creator of order, the overlord of all devils. You are the wielder of massacre, the lord of Dis.
Prayers resounded as the two planes experienced a perfect fusion.
Leyland had prepared for this, remodeling DeBank's island to be similar to Dis so they could draw closer. A golden glow spread across the former second hell.
A large region around the middle of the Iron Tower in the middle of Dis had been evacuated, and DeBank's island fit into the place like a tile of a puzzle. The laws of the two began to blend together, eventually forming a divine kingdom that belonged to Leyland alone.
With the accumulated area of Dis, Leyland instantly overtook all lesser gods in the aspect of his divine kingdom.
Golden light shrouded the heavens and the earth, and all of Leyland's believers regardless of race obtained an enormous boost to their power. On the other hand, the rebel armies were dumbfounded. Entire batches of their elites started to melt under the divine light, nourishing the growth of the divine kingdom.
Ha ha! Dir, Mediklo, and Hesses. Dis is now the Lord's divine kingdom. Can you even run away now?
Aslak roared. With the power of the divine kingdom he was close to rank 7, and the other pit fiends couldn't even unleash the strength of intermediate devils. They were easily tortured to death.
With his divine kingdom in tow, Leyland could suppress the rebellion with ease. In fact, just his subordinates were enough to settle this problem. So he was also a lord of Bator. "We've failed completely this time," Mistra laughed bitterly.
The entirety of Dis is his divine kingdom, and an endless army of devils. He really is hard to handle. That evil forces were thriving caused Tyr to furrow his brows. No matter how much thought he put into it, he never would have been able to guess Leyland's plans. Even after Leyland's success, his insane approach was still unbelievable. Such a large divine kingdom. Once it's completely built up, he'll definitely be even harder to kill, Mistra sighed. With such resources, even as a lesser god, I'm afraid his power is. He started to raise his divine essence. Tyr interrupted at that instant, causing Mistra to calm down and begin sensing the movements in Dis.
Divine essence was the proof of a god's strength.
To an extent, it was even more important than their position in their domain, giving them their divine rank. Some ordinary true gods, if they accumulated divine essence the moment they advanced, would just be jokes at divine rank 0. To be at divine rank 1 just as one advanced to become a lesser god could be considered very good, while rank 2s and 3s were rare geniuses. Of course, this didn't count those like Cyric, who had the fortune to inherit the divinity of powerful gods. Those were special cases, and could not be compared to the rest.
He's begun.
Did he break through to rank 3 directly?
He really is a genius.
Just as Mistra was speaking, the two gods' eyes suddenly bulged. They sensed Leyland's divine rank rising rapidly, not slowing in the slightest after he reached rank 3. He broke through rank 4 and 5, slowing down only when he reached rank 6.
He'd become rank 7 in a flash.
Divine rank 7, near the peak of the lesser gods. His talent is really, Tyr laughed bitterly.
No, it's still rising. However, Mistra's face changed.
She sensed Leyland still growing after rank 7, breaking through to rank 8 before he stopped. He was now at the pinnacle of lesser gods.
Divine rank 8, the pinnacle of the lesser gods. Just one level away from being an intermediate god. He's a monster. A monster.
Tyr and Mistra discovered that they had nothing else to say.
One's divine rank represented their power, and was the most direct way of determining a god's battle capability.
Those up to rank 8 were lesser gods, 9 to 17 were intermediate gods, and those at 18 and above were categorized as greater gods. The higher one's rank, the greater their power. As well, the abilities their divine spark granted them also grew more terrifying. Leyland was currently at the pinnacle of lesser gods, only one breakthrough away from being an intermediate god. Leyland was currently focused on his own transformation, the AI chip frantically updating his status as many prompts surfaced.
Beep. Host has ascended to godhood, divine rank 8. Beep. Host is affected by divinity, all primary stats plus 8. Beep. Arcanist rank has been supplemented by divine rank, level plus 8. Host is currently a rank 35 Arcanist. Beep.
Host has obtained the divine abilities Warp Reality, Epic Massacre. Leyland instantly felt his own power evolve greatly. Unlike the rest of the astral plane, even one stat point in the world of gods caused a drastic change. Even those with powerful divine force only had their stats floating around the 50s.
No wonder demigods can't contend with true gods.
So advancing causes such terrifying changes, Leyland muttered.
Host attributes have changed, refreshing status.
The AI chip soon projected the new statistics to Leyland. His status had experienced a heaven-rending change, and the new additions due to his godhood attracted his attention.
Leyland fallen. Race, human, lesser god. Divine name, Kukulkan, the god of massacre. Alignment, lawful evil. Divine domain, massacre. Divine kingdom, dis. Divine rank, 8.
Worshippers, natives, devils, adventurers, clerics. Worshipper alignments, true neutral, neutral evil, lawful evil.
Arcanist rank, 35. Strength, 29. Agility, 29. Vitality, 29. Spirit, 29. Arcane energy, 350. Divine force, 800. Status, healthy. Feats, Herculean strength, master of knowledge, dreamscape vision, epic adaptability.
Divine feats, origin force detection, arcane art amplification, illusions.
Divine abilities, warp reality, epic massacre. There's a separate divine name? Leyland's eyes stopped at his divine name for a moment.
He'd chosen that instead of his original name because of some plans for the future. Skimming through his new status, Leyland's attention fell to the abilities granted by his divine spark. The AI chip showed him the explanations of the two. Warp reality, anything can be changed in the presence of a god. Host can consume divine force to change the laws in the material planes, hell, heaven, the abyss, and even hostile divine kingdoms.
Range is limited by divine rank. Epic massacre, host can obtain divine force by conducting massacres. Any gods killed by the host's true body will have their divine spirits thoroughly exterminated.
Although the explanations were simple, they caused Leyland to suck in a cold breath. Such formidable powers of massacre, this is what true gods rely on. Even though he'd skipped right to the peak of lesser godhood, Leyland didn't have the slightest amount of doubt. After all, a god's strength was directly connected to their divine kingdom.
Take Avernus for example, the first hell.
There were two gods within it, the god of Kobold's Kirtlemak and the god of the Sawajan Sokola. Still, a vast region of it remained unoccupied. Leyland, on the other hand, had swallowed the entirety of the second hell, the lands he possessed far surpassing the two combined. Moreover, he had built a perfect divine kingdom without having to waste the slightest amount of divine force, and this in spite of only being a lesser god. Even compared to the gods, the word genius wasn't enough to describe him. Instead, he befit the title of monster.
With the sheer size of Dis, Leyland didn't have to spend much effort perfecting his divine kingdom.
He'd even acquired a great number of devil hunters. Besides, he himself had advanced to the peak of lesser gods, with abundant divine force. More importantly, the cards he had prepared for his ascension had been hidden away, and not all of them had been revealed.
This is much better than what I anticipated. The worst-case scenario didn't come into play.
Leyland had been prepared to reveal his identity as a magus if worst came to worst, falling out with the gods and killing Mystra directly as he restarted the final war. Right now, however, time stood on his side. He could spend his time accumulating power, to great effect once the war did come back.
It's not good to leave my cards hidden.
I should at least reveal my power and determination. Resolution flashed across Leyland's eyes, and Feltanther glowed with a chilly radiance inside his semiplane.
It was like a ferocious ancient beast, ready to devour its prey.
All of this was now under Leyland's control, having become his divine kingdom. Just a thought caused space to flicker as a few silhouettes appeared in front of him.
My lord!
Two devil hunters saluted obediently the moment they saw him.
Tiff!
Leyland instead called out to his pope, "You shall spread my glory around the world." Leyland waved his hands, and a surge of divine power gushed out of them. A golden radiance fell upon Tiff's body, and the original papal symbol that was a demigod weapon cheered as it entered the ranks of true divine weapons. "Your will shall spread through the entire world, my lord."
Tiff piously got on his knees to pay his respects.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1127, A Divine Battle. A Divine Battle. Tiff's transformation didn't end there.
Leyland had showered the man with divine grace, raising him to a legendary priest immediately. This ability was unique to true gods. Demigods could only give their priests rank 0 to rank 5 divine spells, while true gods could go all the way up to rank 9, even legendary divine spells like Revive that only existed in rumors. This was also the basis of the influence of true gods' churches. In the past, Leyland was limited to guarding his worshippers on Debank's Island, but now he could move outside and attack like any other god. Tiff knew this, and it naturally caused him to be flooded with emotion. He was on the verge of tears. Return and placate the worshippers on Debank's Island. Their lives will remain like they were on the prime material plane, maybe even better. Leyland waved a hand, and space fluctuated once more as Tiff was returned to his original location. Truth be told, although fusing Dis with Debank's was good for Leyland, this was not necessarily so for the natives of Debank's Island. They were residents of the prime material plane, and being told that their lands had fallen down to the 9 hells could terrify them to death. Some might commit suicide, or just go mad. After all, the churches indoctrinated the prime material plane with Bator being a synonym for the evil devils. Thankfully the natives weren't as affected since they knew little about Bator and the propaganda around it. They put their faith in the giant serpent, and with the Pope personally telling them that their lives would only be better, they would likely settle down. Isabel, Aslak, Bork. Leyland turned to his cousin and the 2 other large devils. You did well. He started with expressing his approval, then moved on to the main question, how are the war preparations? The devil hunters are ready and waiting, Isabel said with a bow. The flame devils and armies of gluttony are prepared to receive your orders. Aslak and Bork bowed elegantly as well, their eyes full of a thirst for battle and unification. Devils liked order, and unification and laws were a representation of that. All the lords of Bator were unsatisfied with its current segmented nature, and now these 2 believed they'd found a chance to combine the 9 hells once more. Good. Begin operations immediately, space flickered, and the 3 figures disappeared. Dis began to make an abrupt move. All higher existences shifted their attention to the 9 hells once more. The second hell glowed with divinity, causing all the divine conscience watching to be filled with suspicion and confusion. In their view, Leyland should have kept a low profile as a newly advanced god, amassing his strength. Instead, he was doing something so eye-catching right after his ascension. Beep. Host body has created an avatar. 100 divine force consumed. Beep. Host body has created an avatar. 100 divine force consumed. Beep. Host body has created an avatar. 100 divine force consumed. 3 bright balls of golden light separated themselves from Leyland, warping in the air to 3 doppelgangers that looked exactly the same as him. They were avatars, something every god acquired the ability to make after ascension. However, Leyland had been exceptionally quick in this, and that was thanks to the AI chip. These 3 avatars all possessed a holy luster, their golden pupils radiating the cold dignity of the divine. Leyland didn't have to give them any commands, they already knew what to do. Rumble, the 3 avatars left instantly, reappearing in front of Isabel and the army of devil hunters. Isabel raised the red dragon sword high up, announcing, "The Lord has sent us a decree. The target is Minoros. In the name of the Lord, attack, dot. In the name of the Lord. The mighty Kukulkan is watching us." Huge portals opened up, and the devil hunters called out Leyland's true name as they marched into the battlefield. In front of them was a nasty, loathsome marsh. There were numerous imps and lemurs here, stunned to see this large army all of a sudden. One of Leyland's avatars walked to the head of the army, body suddenly radiating an inexhaustible light. Begin the divine battle. Rumble, Dis began to emanate bright light that corroded Minoros unceasingly, fusing with the light from Leyland's avatar. Divine light shone to quickly neutralize Minoros, and what had been a filthy marsh dried up, congealing into solid ground. Go! The devil hunters charged forward, a great battle was about to begin. Our mission here is just to control the battle. With the 2 avatars and the help of my divine kingdom, there won't be any issues with keeping the front lines of the battle here for a while. Leyland's 2 remaining avatars were in deep discussion with Isabel at the heart of the army. If it's necessary, sacrifice the avatars. That should be enough to hold Mammon back for a while. Leyland's avatar glimmered with golden light, smiling gently as he spoke. You mean this attack is a feint? Then your true motive. Isabel's eyes went wide. This place is one of my targets as well. But before that, Leyland chuckled. The earth rumbled, as even greater power radiated than before. Divine light filled the first hell, and in that moment the laws of Leyland's divine kingdom fused with the original laws of hell to begin remodeling everything. Those gazing upon Bator from the outside would see an extremely interesting scene. Avernus and Minoros, as the first and third hells respectively, had originally been sandwiching Dis between them. Now, Dis began to emanate a bright luster that was corroding these 2 hells of Bator. Minoros was only slightly affected, but Avernus was taken over completely. Under Aslak and Bork, large numbers of devils had broken through into Avernus from Dis. Numerous powerful conscience arrived in the place in a moment, filled with anxious questions and terrifying roars. Nothing could exceed this situation in its abruptness. So what if you're true gods?
What if Mammon is a lord of Bator? If I don't do this now, there won't be a better chance in the future.
Leyland was incomparably calm at the center of this storm. He seemed extremely resolute, ignoring the intent of the two gods of Avernus to negotiate. Once he made up his mind about something, he would never change.
Amidst the army at Minoros, Leyland's avatar was still speaking to Isabel.
There's 3 reasons I want to seize 2 of the hells immediately, he said frankly. First and foremost, my divine kingdom is but one of the 9 hells. If I don't occupy more and gain the upper hand, the other lords will definitely unify to resist me.
While I'm not afraid of them, I'd lose the opportunity to grow further.
However, if I can fuse the first 3 layers, I'll immediately have the power to choose between attack and defense. The rest of the lords aren't of one mind, and I'll be able to rope them in or attack them individually.
Ah. Since Asmodeus was gravely injured by the Origin Force during the descent of the Divine Kingdom, he can't come out anymore. The rest of the lords are leaderless, so they can't work together now? Isabel seemed to understand.
Yes. Making use of the momentum of becoming a true god, I'll suppress them and give them no chance to react or establish ties with me. In the future we can learn of each other better, then it'll be even more difficult for them to reach an understanding amongst themselves.
Instead they'll serve me. After we take these 2 hells, we'll be stronger than them. We won't be afraid of being overthrown. The second reason is for the other gods to see. Leyland's eyes glimmered with wisdom.
The other gods?
Isabel exclaimed in surprise.
I am one of the gods, after all.
They see me as an enemy and want to beat me down, so I need a reason to do this.
If I attack the devils and conquer Bator, won't that be a great pretext? I'm sure it'll garner support from some of the good gods. More importantly, even the gods that detest me will be happy to see me expend my energy on fighting the devils, so they'll lower their guard. Making use of this time to lower their guard, at this point, Isabel was beginning to understand Leyland's overall strategy, and she respected it a great deal. But, she bit at her lips, worry evident from the crease between her eyebrows. 2 hells. Even if we catch one by surprise and the reinforcements can't come in time, 2 true gods and 1 lord of Bator.
Can we really take them down like this? That's the third point. Leyland lifted his brows, looking decisive and unyielding. We won't just win, we'll do it beautifully.
That way, we can completely terrify everyone who's unsure. This was Leyland's main intention, and after thinking it through properly, even Isabel had to admit that as long as Leyland's plan succeeded, he would truly be able to stand on his own 2 feet amongst the gods. He would no longer be afraid of any uprisings against him. Even after understanding all this, Isabel still watched Leyland with worry. Are you confident?
100%. Leyland's boundless confidence was evident in his smile.
His divine body took 1 step forward, and arrived inside his concealed semiplane.
Master. Shaylin and Elio appeared atop the flying city. Thultanther is ready for launch.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1128, Shadow. Shadow.
The ancient Netherese had established the splendor of the Arcanists. In the period of darkness after the dusk of the gods, the Arcanists had saved the commoners from savagery and foolishness, building a civilization the gods themselves feared. Combined with their flying cities, ancient great Arcanists had the power to kill gods themselves. The gods would not stand such an affront to their existence, and the Arcanists who coveted Origin Force and touched on several taboos were exterminated. However, that very war that had destroyed the Netheril Empire had also gravely hurt the gods. Many had fallen, and the numbers of gods decreased without end. Because of this painful lesson, the Arcanists became taboo and were annihilated by numerous churches. All tomes related to the Netheril Empire were destroyed, creating another era of savagery. One flying city of the Arcanists had managed to survive that period, and at a specified time it had returned to the prime material plane. It was in the western desert the Thultanther fell into Leyland's hands. Having obtained such an instrument of death, Leyland had left it alone. Even though he'd met some crises before, he hadn't allowed the City of Shadows to reveal itself. Firstly, he'd been waiting to use this card at the best possible moment, and secondly, he was working on understanding everything about it and remodeling it to his desires. If it had to do with distorted shadow, Leyland would not let his guard down. Right now, the Adept Scepter of the Monarch of the Skies, the elemental radiation of the Magus world, Dreamscape, and the Shadow world, and all sorts of other high-energy sources had been piled into Thultanthat, giving it a great boost in power. It had grown to become the ultimate slaughter machine. As well, Leyland was currently a rank 35 Arcanist. The power that would result from him working in conjunction with the city was something even the AI chip could not calculate. Master. Thultanther heeds your call. The city's fairy Shaylin and the skeleton Lich Ilio knelt before Leyland, awaiting orders. Leyland had now become a true god, and his imposing aura far exceeded that in the past. These two beings were filled with reverence.
I sense that.
Leyland had now been in possession of Thultanther for a long time, and was naturally attuned to its changes. It was no exaggeration to say that the City of Shadows had experienced a complete transformation, the city's primary material becoming silvery gray metal. The primary cannons had been restored completely, and the diamond golems were fully armored, awaiting orders.
What Leyland found most satisfying was the addition of the shadow weave. How could he have let the information he got from Shar go to waste? He'd obviously used it to immediately remodel Shadow City. Beep. Connected to Thultanther's core authority. Shadow weave construction at 100%.
Overall performance estimated to have been raised by 37%. The AI chip loyally sent information regarding the City of Shadows. As long as the AI chip was around, Leyland had no need to fear betrayal by Shaylin and Ilio, even at the same time. With the Shadow Weave built, not only can I obtain power from the Outer Weave directly, I'm immune to all offensive magic from rank 0 to rank 9. Most importantly, I don't need to care about Mystra's interference.
This was easy to comprehend.
The Shadow Weave had been created specifically by Shar to steal Mystra's power.
How could she have any control over this?
With the AI chip's analyses of the True Weave extending the Shadow Weave, I can now steal Mystra's divine force directly. Of course, that can only be used as a way to kill her. Leyland's figure instantly appeared in the control room of Shadow City, where he sat at the throne high up and above. How can the birth of a true god not be built on the ichor of the other gods? Leyland snickered, while the AI
chip's prompts continued to show.
Beep. Systems launch complete, beginning spatial jump. Rumble, terrifying spacetime undulations erupted out, and the huge city disappeared in an instant. When it appeared once more, its surroundings had changed.
This was a deep blue sea that spanned as far as the eye could see.
Sharkmen could be seen on occasion, and numerous petitioners were resting on a beach. The luster of valiant and holy spirits brightened the skies. Shrines filled the scattered islands, and there was a huge feeling of pressure in the skies. A great amount of divine luster seemed to be on the verge of seeping into Thultanther, filled with the great suppression from laws.
There was no question about it. This was the divine kingdom of a true god. BZZT, the appearance of the floating city caused great distress to the surrounding petitioners.
Numerous sharkmen roared, hissed, and had various other reactions. Some fled, while others gathered around.
Who is it that dares encroach upon our Lord's divine kingdom?
A few powerful holy spirits approached from the skies, yelling out loud. Indeed, they were in the divine kingdom of the god of the Sawajan, Sekolah. A long period of accumulation had turned this place into a sturdy nest, and Leyland could currently see a dozen holy spirits around him, all powerful beings comparable to rank 6 magi. However, in Leyland's eyes, they were merely trying to do something impossible.
Little worms shouldn't try to speak here. You don't even meet the requirements for me to use the main cannons on you.
Leyland waved his arms around casually, and Thultanther's auxiliary cannon shot out a malicious light. A powerful web of energy formed a black hole that melted away the surrounding holy spirits. Just one move decimated the surrounding space, and Thultanther had only revealed one part of itself.
Numerous petitioners cried and yelled as they fled. When had they, who dwelled in the divine kingdom, ever seen a battle at this level? Sekolah! Sekolah, my lord!
The pious worshippers shouted out in prayer, the power of faith filling the skies above the ocean. Rumble, lightning appeared on the blue horizon, and a terrifying suppressive force lowered the flying city's strength.
An avatar walked over, radiating golden light. He looked like a sharkman, his eyes filled with a cold ruthlessness. God of massacre, Kukulkan, why do you invade my divine kingdom? Although Sekolah was merely a lesser god, and this Morso was only an avatar, it held power akin to that of a true god with the help of his divine kingdom. Protector of the sharkmen, god of the ocean, Sekolah. Leyland's figure appeared outside Thultanther.
In front of a true god, he still needed to be polite. I wish for you to move your divine kingdom away, so there won't be any pointless conflict between us. Leyland had been serious with his conditions, but it left Sekolah feeling extremely enraged.
Greedy god, you must pay for what you did today. Asking a true god to move their divine kingdom was an absolute insult.
It would have been strange if Sekolah agreed. The ocean seethed with his rage, turbulent storms appearing in the skies. The weather within a divine kingdom indicated the god's mood, and having stayed in Bator for a long time, Sekolah obviously possessed the malevolence of the devils as he snarled. I knew this wouldn't work. Upon seeing this, Leyland sighed. You gave up your last chance, Sekolah. His figure gradually dissipated. This isn't a negotiation but an obvious challenge.
I'll satisfy you. Sekolah waved his hand, and powerful sharkmen armies appeared from the depths of the ocean. They radiated with energy, power gathering at their hands to form modeled attacks. Ready. Shoot. A Holy Spirit waved his arm, and numerous bows thundered as they shot a rain of arrows onto Thultanther. On the other side, a barrage of magic attacks drowned out the flying city. When fighting in the divine kingdom of a god, one had to face the frightening attacks of an unending sea of people. Face my fury. Sekolah snarled as well, the terrifying pressure of his divine kingdom appearing once more as lightning crashed down on the city of shadows. Gods, in their divine kingdoms, possessed unimaginable might. Even greater gods had to pay a terrible price to slay one, requiring several centuries to recover. Beep. Launching Shadow Weave. With the AI chip's prompt, a translucent layer of the Shadow Weave appeared in protected Shadow City. Any attack, be it physical or magical, lost all form in front of the weave as long as it didn't possess legendary might. In fact, the energy of such attacks was actually absorbed by the Shadow Weave. Beep. Divine Kingdom laws analyzed. Counterfield prepared, launching, a tremendous stream of data entered Thultanther, and the city seemed to spread its wings. The invisible Shadow Weave spread out, emitting unfathomable spatial undulations. The Netherese core of the flying city began to roar violently, transmitting terrifying energy to all parts of Thultanther. A power of law radiated out that was tailored to counter the laws of the divine kingdom, and a hazy fog melted the lightning in the sky away. This is Flying City! Sekolah exclaimed in shock. The flying cities of the Arcanists could contend with divine kingdoms, and they naturally had techniques specifically to destroy them. The construction of this divine kingdom. I can see how the Magi from then failed, Leyland sighed, appearing in front of the Netherese core in an instant. Let me see the power of the Arcanists to kill gods. Heat radiated from Leyland's eyes. The Shadow Weave allowed him to connect to the core, and his power as a rank 35 Arcanist was emitted without reservation. Beep. Anti-God network prepared. Primary cannon 2 charged. The AI chip prompted robotically. Afterwards, incomparably terrifying energy arose from Thultanther, attracting the attention of all beings high above. Rumble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1129, Fall of a God. Fall of a God. Light. White light. A scorching, dazzling brilliance that seemed to come from multiple worlds radiated origin force as it was launched from Thultanther's primary cannon. This was a fusion of a great Arcanist and a flying city, possessing the power to kill gods. Such might showed itself once more in this world, causing many existences to cry out in alarm. Asterisk rumble, asterisk space shattered in the divine kingdom, and the avatar melted away under the white light. The light cut a path of destruction through the ocean, eliminating anything in its way. Shrines, holy spirits, or obstacles, they were all reduced to dust under the light, before even that dust was reduced to nothingness. Boom, the white light finally burst through the divine kingdom, breaking through the confines of the first hell to disappear into the endless void. Sekolah's divine kingdom had received a massive amount of damage. Numerous petitioners perished in an instant, and many more valiant and holy spirits cried out in pain. Beep. True body discovered, sniping down. The terrifying city of shadows swept through numerous churches immediately, the powerful Shadow Weave spreading its tendrils to form Sekolah's true body out. The true body of the Sawajan god was much larger than his avatar. He looked to be made of gold, but he'd already lost an arm, the area around him horrifyingly translucent. This is evidently due to the main cannon firing just now. Wait. I'll admit defeat and leave Bator. Sekolah yelled loudly. Too late. I need the fall of a true god to pave my path to victory. This will intimidate the other gods as well. Leyland expressionlessly sent down the order, and the terrifying cannon rumbled once more. On the prime material plane, in a hidden church in the ocean. Sekolah, my lord, please protect us and ensure our victory in battle. Guided by a priest, a group of sharkmen piously knelt down before a statue of the Sharkman god. As the lord of the Sawajan, Sekolah was the protector of the entire race. Without him, they would instantly lose 90% of their territory in the ocean. Sekolah, my lord. You are the lord of the ocean, the protector of the Sawajan. Devout power of faith gathered in front of the statue, glimmering with traces of light. Asterisk catch up asterisk however, at this very moment, slight shattering sounds could be heard from the statue. The sharkmen below exchanged glances. Finally, someone gathered the courage against the danger of profaning a god and looked up. Afterwards the poor man gaped, his mind going blank. The statue, the other sharkmen looked up, but were alarmed to find that the glimmer on the statue was dimming without end. Finally, with a loud crack, the holy light of the statue disintegrated.
The entire statue began to fragment, and turned into little piles of dust. Priest, the Sharkmen desperately looked for their priest, but found that he was now lying on the ground, the holy light leaving his body. He was twitching uncontrollably, a look of pain on his face as he lay unconscious. All the Sharkmen cried and yelled, feeling that the mighty existence had completely cut off all contact with them and left them feeling empty inside.
Our God!
Our God, Sokola, an elderly Sharkman knelt on the ground, large drops of tears flowing from his eyes and turned into beads of pearls that fell to the surface of the ground, producing crisp sounds. God, our true God has fallen, the rest of the Sharkmen cried out, moving around helplessly like headless flies. The fall of their God was a calamity. Without Sokola's protection, the Sharkmen would lose all their priests, met with challenges that could wipe out the entire race. Mournful wails sounded as a bugle horn resounded in the seas. The Sawajan Emperor had sent down an order.
The entire race began to grieve, while remaining on their guard. Unlike the prime material plane, the changes in the Divine Kingdom were far more terrifying.
Layer after layer of chains undid themselves, and terrifying destructive storms poured in from the outer world, causing great disasters.
The petitioners and valiant spirits fell without the ability to resist, while the other beings and holy spirits didn't fare much better.
Wide expanses of space crumbled.
If nothing went wrong, the laws of Bator would enter and remodel the place once more, restoring it to the wasteland of bloody streams that was Avernus.
BZZT, Feltanther rumbled violently as it moved about the Divine Kingdom, bringing ruin and destruction everywhere it went. The city steamrolled all resistance.
Beep.
Treasure trove discovered, energy undulations at Great Sea.
A dazzling shrine opened up, revealing a treasure trove filled with gems and other precious materials that contained energy.
This was something Sokola had accumulated after he ascended, but the City of Shadows took it all without reservation.
As a time-space fort, Feltanther was essentially merged with the semiplane it was created in.
It had near-endless space, and it would be no problem for it to store hundreds of such treasure troves. Leyland was currently standing atop Feltanther, allowing Shaylin to sweep through Sokola's Divine Kingdom in her excitement. He was paying attention to the greatest harvest of the battle.
Beep.
Law of Devouring has been activated, 80% of the target's divine force has been absorbed.
Obtained Divine Domain, Sawajan.
Comprehension of the Law of the Ocean now at 17%. As expected of a god of the world of gods. Just killing one can give Omegas so many benefits. Leyland looked at the golden crystal in his hand and sighed. One could gain less than 10% of the accumulation of the opponent in a battle between Magi of Laws, but that number rose to above 60% in a battle between Omegas and a god. With his Law of Devouring, Leyland could even go as high as 80%. It was no wonder that the gods and Magi were so envious of each other, and the final war was without end.
But Sharkmen and the ocean? It looks like Sokola is only the god of the Sawajan, only understanding a little about the ocean. Who knows, he might not even have a minor domain in the ocean.
But then again, there's the goddess of the ocean and the master of storms who are both more powerful than him. How would he dare to dip his finger into the laws of the ocean? This bit of comprehension was likely because of natural accumulation as the god of a marine species.
Leyland shook his head.
He had no interest in the law of the ocean, much less the narrower domain of Sawajan. Being the god of such a race was worthless to him, and it didn't even qualify to be branded into his origin force weapon. I'm afraid I can only gift or trade. Leyland stowed the crystal away. The ocean god should have a bit of interest in the faith of those Sharkmen.
More importantly, they're aligned to chaos and evil, so it doesn't go against my interests. They wouldn't see me as an enemy.
Since he'd chosen to side with evil, Leyland naturally wouldn't help the good gods. He could still find a few allies amongst them. Whoosh, currently, the destructive storm had swept through the Divine Kingdom and eliminated all traces of Sokola.
Few even survived.
In contrast, Feltanther stood tall in the heart of the storm, the object of everyone's terrified gazes. This move had allowed Leyland to show the terror brought about by an Arcanist using his flying city to the higher existences. They couldn't help but recall the brutal memories of their war with the Netheril Empire. Rumble, just at that time, violent tremors swept through the Nine Hells.
One could see a divine kingdom glimmering with gold as it left Avernus, moving towards the boundless void. The god of Cobalt slowly appeared behind the translucent divine kingdom. Seeing Sokola's fate, Kurtlemak had wisely chosen to escape.
After all, his strength was about the same, so if Leyland could kill Sokola, he would face no trouble in killing him.
Moving one's divine kingdom wasn't similar to the situation after Leyland ascended to godhood.
At that point in time, Leyland had the support of the origin forces of the prime material plane and Dis, reducing the energy required for movement. It was different for a realm that had already settled down. If it moved again, it wouldn't just use up a lot of divine force but also cause great turmoil within the realm itself.
In spite of all this, Kurtulmak chose to leave.
This meant only one thing: he was afraid, terrified of Leyland. If a true god took the first step to withdraw, Leyland's reputation would definitely spread through the worlds.
With Kurtulmak gone, nobody could stop Leyland from expanding into Avernus anymore.
Under Bork and Aslak, the army of flame devils purged all resistance.
With the descent of the floating city, the bronze citadel was taken over without any issues.
The pit fiends who had been guarding the area had their heads thrown off the city walls. The brilliance of Leyland's divine kingdom finally spread all over Avernus, and the two planes slowly began to fuse.
Damn it! He's remodeling his divine kingdom too quickly. Is this because of the momentum from his ascension, or because he's a lord of Bator? Glagia watched Thultanther from outside Avernus.
Seeing the city that looked like a heavenly country, she gritted her teeth before leaving, choosing not to attack. Glagia had no confidence of victory in front of a true god's divine kingdom. More importantly, her father's main body was grievously injured, and their allies had become unreliable. She did not have the energy to waste here. The laws of the devils were much more cruel than those in the mortal world. Asmodeus, who was seriously injured, had become prey to many of the archdevils. This included even her, a lord who had risen from his shadow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1130, Expansion. Expansion.
It wasn't just the archdevils watching the changes in Bator.
High up in the skies, Mistra looked away.
What a pity! If the archdevils of hell were more united, this would definitely cause a huge blow to the god of massacre. Wanting those sly devils to work together is like wanting them to abide by the rules. The god of justice Tyr spoke up at the side. Due to the nature of his domain, he felt no goodwill towards these evil beings.
That's true. Mistra laughed wryly. She obviously knew what the devils were like.
Every second was spent hating on their superiors, as well as scheming to obtain greater status. Things would have been alright if Asmodeus wasn't injured, and with his prestige he would have been able to construct a joint army. However, he'd been smashed back into the depths of Nessus when he was trying to stop the divine kingdom from descending. This injury arose from going against a sea of origin force, and even Asmodeus would have to spend a long time recovering.
Would Leyland let a chance like this slip by?
Worry was evident in Mistra's eyes. He's now unstoppable, Tyr stated. His voice was full of helplessness, and he seemed to see how troubled Mistra was. If it was just a lesser god at rank 8, we could have launched a holy war against him. As long as we didn't mind the consumption of energy, we would have been able to knock him off his throne in a few centuries.
Unfortunately.
Mistra looked at Thultanther that was within Leyland's divine kingdom, knowing what Tyr was afraid of. They wouldn't be scared off by a divine kingdom, nor by a great arcanist and a flying city. However, if the two were to be fused together, the power boost wasn't just additive.
A flying city supported by a divine kingdom?
Even the great arcanists of Netheril hadn't considered such a thing.
On top of that, Leyland's arcanist ranking was 35. Even in the Netheril era he would have been at an unstoppable peak. He was in existence able to kill gods.
Such a high-ranked arcanist and a flying city was a nightmare to all the gods. Divine beings had enormous calculative abilities, and Mistra understood the price that had to be paid to wipe Leyland out. Even a greater god will face destruction of their divine kingdom, and their divine force will be weakened to the limit. They'll enter a coma, and who knows how many tens of thousands of years it will take to recover. For the gods, a greater god on the verge of falling was the tastiest prey.
So here came the question.
Which greater god would be so selfless as to give up their lives in order to exterminate Leyland? But gods were all selfish.
As long as they predicted any loss, they would immediately give up.
This was why Tyr felt that Leyland was now unstoppable.
Thankfully. Much of his power is caught up in Bator.
With Asmodeus and the archdevils around, he'll be stuck in a standoff for a long while. It wouldn't be a wonder if it took thousands or tens of thousands of years. Clearly deluding herself, Mistra could only let things go according to Leyland's plans and lie low.
In this time, we'll definitely find a way to stop him.
Tyr expressed his approval of this plan. The battles of gods were always very long, and there was nothing strange about them taking millennia.
Third Hell, Minoros. The intense battle had been going on for a long time.
The devil hunters of the giant serpent church had easily suppressed the devils, but the devils in turn possessed astounding numbers and numerous powerful beings.
The battle was at a standstill.
The city of Jangling Hitter that hung above the marsh with chains had now been ruined.
Countless chiton and devil hunter bodies were strewn all over the lands, quickly being devoured by the swamps.
The commander of the Khitan legions, Lord Mammon's most trusted subordinate Kamas, had already had his head cut off by Isabel, a prize of war for the devil hunters. Unfortunately, even with the help of a dragon warlock and a god's avatars, their advance had been stonewalled. That was because the Lord of Greed himself had descended in front of them, his serpentine lower half resting above the devil armies. Terrifying poison radiated from the trident in his hand, obstructing the path of the devil hunters. If not for the holy light from Leyland's avatar protecting the army, all the devil hunters would be dead by now, contaminated by toxins. The fires of greed shall burn you, and your soul shall fall into the marshes of corrosion. Mammon waved the trident around, speaking a fatal curse.
There's too much nonsense from you. Leyland's avatar floated in midair, and a portal appeared just then.
Rumble, space-time fluctuated, and Thaltanther cast a massive shadow as it appeared overhead Minoros.
HSS. Master of Gluttony, God of Massacre. Leave, or you shall be punished by the lords of Bator.
Mammon stuck out his forked tongue, obviously frightened by the flying city and Leyland himself.
Devil whose eyes are deceived by greed, have you not noticed yet?
Leyland descended from the flying city to look down on Mammon. The reason I only come now is because I've reached an agreement with the remaining lords.
You are to be abandoned. No. No. Mammon's body twisted in unease.
Evidently, as those lords had yet to send reinforcements after all this time, a great amount of psychological pressure and discouraging thoughts were already in his mind. Now that Leyland had uncovered them, the anxiety in his mind became more apparent.
The flying city extended the shadow weave, counteracting Mammon's authority as an archdevil. Divine light invaded the area.
We're now on equal terms, with our main bodies against each other.
The winner gets everything, while the loser shall turn into sludge.
Leyland's main body walked down from above the flying city, looking like he had a cloak of golden light around him. A Targaryen appeared in his eyes, hissing at Mammon. Its pupils betrayed a terrifying intent to devour its target, as if it had found prey it had been hung up on for a long time. Rumble, not long after, the entirety of Bator was met with a horrifying change. The light in Dis moved to the third hell of Minoros, and the first three hells began to merge into a single body that was Leyland's divine kingdom. Besides those immediately having faith in Leyland, the devils living in there and very much against him turned into soil.
The power of evil was converted into fertilizer for his divine kingdom.
A few archdevils watched these changes from the lower hells, fear evident in their eyes but unwilling to do anything to stop it. None of them was a match for Leyland alone, and they didn't have someone to band around.
Asmodeus was gravely injured, his coma causing intense unrest in Bator.
However, Leyland's divine kingdom had also reached its limit after taking over 3 hells in total. His divine force was at a critical point, so he halted his movements. The divine light faded, allowing the many archdevils and higher existences to heave a sigh of relief.
Within the divine kingdom, Leyland, who was standing on top of the flying city, was clearly thrilled. Though this operation was extremely risky, he had succeeded. From here on, even if the other lords were to band together and resist him, he now had the means to contend with them. He also had no need to fear other gods interfering. Deep. Primary body's law of devouring is in action. Comprehension of law of greed, 100%. Divine domain condensed, greed. The AI chip's prompts came to view. It's actually 100%. Is it because he's a devil and we're essentially the same, and also that the law of greed is compatible with me? Leyland stroked his chin, looking to his refreshed status. Leyland fallen. Race, human, lesser god. Divine name, Kukulkan, the god of massacre. Alignment, lawful evil. Divine domain, massacre, greed.
Divine kingdom, Avernus, Dis, Minoros, merged.
Divine rank, 8.
Worshippers, natives, devils, adventurers, clerics. Worshipper alignments, true neutral, neutral evil, lawful evil.
Arcanist rank, 35. Strength, 29. Agility, 29. Vitality, 29. Spirit, 35. Arcane energy, 350. Divine force, 200, 800. Status, healthy. Feats, Herculean strength, master of knowledge, dreamscape vision, epic adaptability.
Divine feats, origin force detection, arcane art amplification, illusions.
Divine abilities, warp reality, epic massacre. No rise to my divine rank?
Leyland closed his eyes for a long while and sighed. However, he had expected such a result. He was now already a peak lesser god, and if he were to raise his rank slightly, he would become an intermediate god. An intermediate god in the world of gods was akin to a rank 8 magus, grasping multiple laws and nearly immortal. The Snake Dowager, Trial's Eye, Nefarious Filthbird, and other great existences that had their names spread far across worlds were only average.
How could they have advanced so easily? 3 levels is enough. I need to keep a certain amount of divine force in case of any surprise situations. The newly merged planes of hell and the devils also need to be reorganized. Leyland looked underneath Monoro's, where a few archdevils looked at the divine kingdom up ahead cautiously, eyes showing their fear. Let's leave things like this for now. Leyland smiled, and then drew up an armistice for 100 years to the bottom layers of hell. Those devil archdukes must be eager for that. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1131, Touring. Touring. The waves from the ascension of numerous demigods soon died down. While most of them had failed, the one who had succeeded managed to spread his name across multiple worlds. Even the most ignorant and ill-informed of people who stayed in labs all day long or liches deep in sleep heard of the god of massacre, the ruler of devils. The golden light glimmering from the divine kingdom that spanned the first 3 levels of Bator was enough proof of Leyland's unmeasurable strength. The 9 hells had, because of Leyland's arrival, undergone a massive change. Souls that fell to Bator now moved along the Styx to reach the 4th hell Phlegethos, governed by Samuel. Only his own worshippers would enter his divine kingdom. In other words, Leyland had used the souls of his own followers to replace the primordial contract that governed the harvest of fallen souls. With this foundation overturned, Asmodeus could no longer control the first 3 levels of Bator. However, Leyland still had very few worshippers when compared to the number of souls that used to fall to the 3 hells. Even with the faith of the natives, these numbers did not measure up to the original harvest of the first 3 hells. However, Leyland did not mind at all. His divine kingdom needed to be reorganized, and having too many devils was nothing good. Asmodeus might have dreamed all his life of becoming the lord of all devils, but that was not what he was pursuing. Few of his worshippers in the prime material plane wished to become lemurs. The burning iron city at the core of Dis was long gone, in its place a region with birdsong and fragrant flowers that looked like utopia. A holy mountain made of white jade towered into the clouds, with a huge shrine atop it. Countless petitioners piously prayed and thanked their god for the favor, and golden power of faith illuminated the skies. My lord! Tiff entered the shrine quickly, bowing to Leyland who was on his throne. The Flame Devil army and other devils have been reorganized. Of them, a total of, Tiff reported the number of devils willing to serve Leyland. Leyland lifted his brows, making an inference based on the information in an instant. The first 3 levels of Bator were now entirely Leyland's territory. Those who did not submit would either be expelled or killed, becoming fertilizer for his divine kingdom. Those able to live up to this point were naturally all his followers. Of course, it was hilarious to expect faith from devils. You did well. Leyland nodded, acknowledging Tiff for his work. Bringing the church to Bator was just a plan of convenience. Be prepared. We can't give up the intelligence network we've established on the prime material plane either. All gods treated the prime material plane as the biggest cake, as it was their main source of faith. While Leyland had moved Debanks Island and the native empire to the divine kingdom to be used as his own territory, the faith in the prime material plane could not be abandoned. He was now a true god. He had nothing to fear when up against the other gods' churches, and could grant his priests spells up to rank 8. This was the largest difference between a true god and a false god. This was the best time to spread faith. Understood. Your will is our command. Tiff respectfully accepted Leyland's order. Also, I'll personally bring you to spread faith and describe my divine kingdom. With a thought, the space transformed and he and Tiff arrived high in the skies. In the divine kingdom, Leyland was everything. Nothing could halt his will. Describing the divine kingdom of a true god was an important mission for Tiff, the Pope, who had entered the divine kingdom before. In general, all living beings wish for something better. Even gods cannot stop their desires, Leyland spoke. Tiff looked around. The treacherous environment of Dis had turned to grasslands, with bright green shrubs everywhere giving it some vitality. Avernus and Monoro's were undergoing the same changes, the soil becoming more fertile as regions of danger were wiped out. In terms of the image, this was like turning hell into the mortal world, and perhaps someday, transforming it into heaven. Those who have faith in me wish to reach heaven after death and get a better life, which is why they're willing to give me faith. This is a contract between them and the gods. Even greater gods can't stop this. Leyland waved his hand, and several scenes appeared. A few native petitioners were diligently farming some fertile land. Since it hadn't been a long time from Leyland's ascension, he had few dead followers. Dis could contain all of them, and there was a lot of space for more. Leyland had partitioned out large areas for agriculture, and with just some work from the followers, heavy rice plants and fruit trees grew from the soil.
Numerous petitioners prayed towards the holy mountain with their eyes brimming with tears, thanking Leyland for this miracle.
Tiff stared at Leyland in amazement. A petitioner doesn't just pray all day long.
This will only cause them to become rigid and rot away, or perhaps perish. Leyland laughed, eyes glimmering with wisdom. I've given them the opportunity to work, so that they understand the concept of obtaining things after putting in effort for it.
Of course, this is my kingdom and I control the soil.
They can put in less than a tenth of the effort and obtain tenfold or even hundredfold what they would have before.
Even the laziest person can live comfortably. Tiff listened closely. When it came to the construction of a divine kingdom, it included Leyland's understanding of the path of faith.
As a pope, he needed to be on the same page as his God. Also, the feeling of superiority comes from comparison. In order for followers to understand how difficult it is to lead better lives, I've provided this.
Leyland brought Tiff along and moved away.
This time, they were at the boundaries of the divine kingdom, where some of the treacherous characteristics of hell remained. Many lemurs, soul shells, imps, and even chained evils, bone devils and other higher devils had chains around their feet as they moaned and shrieked. They were like slaves as they transported blazing rocks, constructing a fort and a better landscape.
These are the devils who went against me.
I've especially kept a few of them here. At this moment, an emperor cried out and fell down after being burned. The supervising devil hunter moved forward expressionlessly, lashing out with a whip filled with holy power.
The cleansing force from the whip was a punishment even more terrifying than barbs and poisonous hooks.
Blood and flesh flew everywhere from the imp who had been hit, and it began to cry out. This caused the surrounding devils to tremble in fear.
These devil slaves are in charge of the basic infrastructure in the divine kingdom. They don't have much power.
Every time a new follower's soul comes to the divine kingdom, you can bring them here to take a look. A barely detectable smile appeared at the corner of Leyland's lips. In the divine kingdoms of other gods, all worshippers were treated equally, gaining eternal life. They did nothing, not living up to their true potential. However, things were different here. With these lower devil slaves as a comparison, the followers would realize that the place they were living in was indeed heaven, which would give them motivation and increase the power of faith.
That would be a huge profit for Leyland.
When it came to the suppression of these beings, Leyland and Tiff were expressionless, as if they had seen nothing. They were all unwavering people, and had seen more than their fair share of these happenings.
As long as it was useful to them, they would never withdraw.
I've prepared 2 choices for the new followers' souls. Leyland brought Tiff back to the shrine atop the holy mountain, beginning to state his plans. The common idea is to live in the divine kingdom as a petitioner, becoming immortal as I am. On the other hand, they can turn into devils if they wish to, entering the army. Then they'll follow the laws of Bator.
This is very simple.
Also, I wish for the original devils to be dealt with this way. With a wave of his hands, Aslak, who had been a pit fiend, appeared, causing Tiff to exclaim. He had obviously seen this devil commander before, but there was now a huge change to his form. He now had a translucent body that was glimmering with gold rays, causing Tiff to feel like he was approachable. He knew that the essence of this devil had undergone a change. Master, Aslak's eyes were full of fervor as he devoutly bowed to Leyland.
Discovered anything yet? Leyland glanced at Tiff.
This is a holy spirit.
Tiff muttered.
I've altered the form of the devil legions such that they have the characteristics of petitioners.
From here on out, they shall be the guards of my divine kingdom. If followers wish to turn, they will also achieve this form.
There was no point in keeping the devils of the past. However, if he turned them into petitioners, that could increase the might of Leyland's subordinates by a large extent, while providing him with some faith. Leyland, who had 3 forms as an archdevil, true god, and magus of laws, could make use of his own knowledge and the help from the AI chip to transform devils into devil petitioners. This way, he could adequately make use of his resources.
There was also no issue of estrangement between the 2 groups now.
Hence, after coming to the divine kingdom, followers will still be in the form of petitioners. These devils are a personification of strength, akin to the emissaries of heaven. Tiff's eyes brightened as he quickly thought up a line.
Let's do as you deem fit. Leyland waved his hand and let Tiff be on his way.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1132, Paying a Visit. Paying a visit.
Telling him about the essentials of his divine kingdom and worshippers, Leyland left the responsibility of allocating duties to Tiff. The Pope made preparations to take some people back to the prime material plane. Leyland paid little attention to all that, instead shifting his attention to the spoils of war. He had taken 3 of the 9 hells in one move, alongside a chunk of the prime material plane. It had given him great profits, and the resources, treasures and the like couldn't escape Leyland's checks after Avernus and Minoros had been converted to his divine kingdom. Unsurprisingly, the greatest profits were from the Sahuagin god Sikola. He was after all a true god, and his accumulations over tens of thousands of years were definitely something. Just the treasure trove Fultanther had found could fill up the greatest of warehouses, filling up a not insignificant portion of its dimensional space.
Shaylin and Ilio spent their time doing inventory. With their knowledge, they probably wouldn't let any valuable item slip by.
It had to be said that after conquering a true god's kingdom, Leyland was instantly much wealthier than before. He greatly increased his own resources, and was even regretful that he had let Kurtulmak go. With the flying city having shown itself, the remaining gods definitely would be on their guard against such surprise attacks.
It wouldn't be so easy to kill gods anymore.
But, the greatest harvest is this. Leyland turned his palm over, and a golden crystal appeared. It undulated with powerful laws, and just its presence caused small streams to appear in the surroundings. The sound of the ocean rang forth from the crystal, and the figures of numerous Sahuagin, the Sharkmen, could be seen living within. Sikola's divine domain was that of the Sahuagin, and this was Leyland's greatest harvest from killing him. It represented a complete law, able to cause other magi of laws to go crazy. Even the gods that were interested in the faith of the Sahuagin, those related to the ocean, would be willing to pay a huge price to make an exchange with Leyland. It really isn't very useful. Leyland had no interest in a domain pertaining to a specific race.
No god or demigod not related to the seas would be interested in it.
However, if he could condense the divine domain of the ocean instead, probably all of the gods would be in a hurry to obtain it. After all, much of the prime material plane was water, and the ocean was a source of faith able to support a greater god. There's few able to make an exchange with me. If I were to choose
Umberlee and Talos? There were many ocean domain deities, but even as a lesser god Leyland wouldn't consider most of them.
Those gods weren't even comparable to him, and there wasn't much use in getting them on his side. The only two choices were Umberlee, the intermediate goddess of the ocean, and the greater god of storms Talos.
Talos is obviously the better option when it comes to power, but it's not always about power with allies.
Besides, he's of the storm domain and his faith is concentrated around the natives of numerous islands. He wouldn't be as interested in beings of the ocean. Leyland's eyes flashed with thought. Just at that moment he sensed divine force approaching him, and he involuntarily revealed a smile.
Whoosh, the sea surged outside Leyland's divine kingdom, and a god's avatar stood upon the ocean spray.
She was dressed in flowing blue, the bottom of her clothing merged with the endless waves of the sea. Her look was one of divine dignity as she held what seemed to be a golden trident with endless waves rippling forth from its tip. The lady did not advance, waiting outside his divine kingdom. The avatar of an intermediate god would still just be free food if they entered a lesser god's divine kingdom. Instead she sent out her energy undulations, like an identification used when knocking on the door.
Umberlee? The unique nature of the divine force allowed Leyland to identify it in an instant. Welcome, my lady.
He moved to the boundaries of his divine kingdom instantly, golden light opening up a path to enter. I am the master of massacre, the ruler of devils.
I express my goodwill to the goddess of the ocean.
Umberlee squeezed out a slight smile and entered his divine kingdom, her fearlessness causing Leyland to nod to himself. Rumors say Umberlee is a moody goddess, even capsizing a few ships at sea for fun and using such fear to obtain faith.
It looks like she's rather intelligent.
This goddess had made quite a name for herself on the waters. There were many of the scarlet tigers who worshipped her. Leyland was currently seeing another side of this goddess. She seemed calm and wise, ascertaining his goodwill with one look as she entered the divine kingdom of an unknown god without fear. She was both gutsy and scheming. The two of them arrived at the huge church of the Holy Mountain.
Watching Umberlee, Leyland suddenly revealed a smile. Lady Umberlee, may I know why you're here today?
I'm here for the divinity of the Sahuagin. Umberlee had a hoarse voice, but there was a magnetic feel to it, sounding rather unique. She didn't beat around the bush at all. Oh? While this divinity is indeed useless to me, why are you so sure I'd trade with you?
The smile about Leyland's lips widened. I have more than just one choice.
There's Talos as well. The god of storms would probably want the faith of an ocean race. After all, the Sharkmen are quite large in number. Talos would just kill you and take all your divinities away. Umberlee fiddled with the golden trident in her hands, but I'm different. We're close to each other in power, and without any conflict of interest we'd make for strong allies.
Ha, well said.
Leyland applauded, throwing the golden crystal over.
Umberlee seemed slightly confused, evidently not expecting Leyland to be so generous.
The crystal buzzed with excitement the moment it reached her hand, glowing water rippling around it as proof of the compatibility.
Fusing with it wouldn't require much effort. Aren't you afraid I'll just leave?
Umber Lee looked at Lei, as if trying to see through him. I believe in your reputation, my lady, you treat another god with respect. Lei was very confident, not the least bit worried that she would not pay him back. Such self-confidence obviously came from his own strength, which caused a myriad of emotions to flash in her eyes.
I came here for a trade. However, it seems I can't quite satisfy you.
Audrey laughed wryly, a similar golden crystal appearing in her hands. The faint sounds of blades clashing sounded from the crystal, full of the taste of blood and murder.
Divinity in weaponry.
While it's incomplete, it's more compatible with your massacre domain. It shouldn't take much divine force to mend it. This is one of my prized possessions, Umber Lee introduced.
Not bad, those battle gods should like this. Unfortunately, Lei shook his head.
Having chosen his path, he had no plans of lusting after other laws.
Alright, well, what do you need?
It was obvious that Umber Lee valued this divinity greatly. After all, the Sawajin were a huge race in the ocean, and obtaining this would allow her to consolidate her power in her own domain. There was no substitute. If this crystal fell into the hands of another, they could make use of the Sawajin's faith to have designs on her ocean domain.
This was something she definitely couldn't tolerate.
An alliance, a single instance of help with certain conditions of course, and you need to guide me into the Celestial Hall. Lei stated his demands. Forming a so-called alliance and guiding him into the Celestial Hall would take Umber Lee no effort at all. However, that one instance of assistance was somewhat useful.
Umber Lee was rather surprised by Leilin's lenience.
It took her a long period of silence before she nodded. In my name as Umber Lee, I swear to uphold a single request of the god of massacre Kukulkan as long as it is within my capabilities. The Styx materialized itself. An oath made to the abyssal river under the true name of a god was quite restrictive, and even greater gods wouldn't be able to wriggle their way out of the situation.
Lei naturally eased up.
The first time a new god enters the Celestial Hall, the palace of 10,000 gods, they need someone who's already a god to lead their way.
As your ally, I'm willing to be your guide.
Umber Lee's grim face seemed to loosen up, revealing a flowery smile. At the highest point of the world of gods, its core, was a boundless sea of origin force.
A golden shrine floated within this sea.
The doors held the power of spacetime, and the history of the entire world was engraved into the walls, detailing the rise of the many gods. It was filled with a sense of archaic wisdom. With just one look, Lei felt his mind blown by the vastness and magnificence of the palace.
Spacetime strength.
A domain only rank 9 magi can touch upon, Lei sighed with awe in his mind.
Umber Lee continued speaking to him.
The Celestial Hall was created by the Overgod, and only true gods qualify to enter it.
It will remember your aura the first time you walk in, and a pedestal that is uniquely yours will be erected.
Only legendary world wills like those of the world of gods and Magus world can imbue a place with spacetime powers. Lei naturally knew that world will of the world of gods was referred to by the gods as their Overgod. It had incomparable strength, and even set up all of the gods' laws. Its influence spanned across the various worlds that formed the cluster. However, the world wills of both the world of gods and the Magus world had been greatly injured in the final war, pushing them into a deep sleep as they recovered from the damage. The Overgod had sealed the world of gods within the crystal sphere, resulting in the current situation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1133, Celestial Hall. Celestial Hall.
The Celestial Hall, once ruled by the Overgod, was where all conflicts would end. It was known as the Palace of 1,000 Gods, a place where all the deities would meet and discuss issues with other gods before presenting their case to the Overgod for judgment. The god in question would then be promoted or removed. Under the radiance of the Overgod, the many smaller worlds in the world of gods had been operating smoothly. However, the Overgod has now fallen into a slumber now. This place has lost its original purpose and prestige, instead turning into a place for gods to converse.
Umber Lee seemed to be reminiscing about the past.
The gods are now divided into different camps, each taking up laborious schemes and plots as they wildly amass wealth and power.
They eye the seat of the Overgod.
Her voice grew fainter the more she spoke, and became ever more distant. The doors of the Celestial Hall seemed to buzz with the hymns of the gods and the law of spacetime. Umber Lee motioned like she was unlocking them when she arrived, and they sensed her and opened up. Holy light radiated out of the Celestial Hall in an instant, shining brightly with the dignity that came with power. The world will of the world of gods, their Overgod. So it's been sleeping within the Celestial Hall. Lei immediately recognized this aura. It was similar to the one he'd experienced back in the Magus world.
It was like the Overgod was the entirety of the world of gods. Even if he'd only come into contact with the world will of the Magus world, and that too when it was in deep slumber, he couldn't be wrong about this. Leyland seemed to feel an affinity to the world will, wanting to submit himself to it. It really is an Overgod, so frightening in spite of being deep asleep. If not for that baptism I experienced in my transmigration, and my essence being that of a Magus, this influence would have been even greater. Pass the doors, and the celestial hall will affirm your position as a deity. But Umberlee entered the hall first, and when Leyland went in he felt numerous piercing gazes on his body. The gazes of the divine beings within contained hostility, hatred, curiosity, apathy, and a myriad of other emotions. The gazes of the greater gods in particular could even annihilate someone with legendary might instantly. However, Leyland was one of them now, and he was only here with his avatar. He had nothing to fear. Thus, he entered the celestial hall with extremely light footsteps. Boom! At this instant, a will that carried the changes of time peered into his soul. If not for him being reborn once into the world of gods, his identity would have been exposed. Even then, Leyland had to frantically protect his secrets, the AI chip's light flashing continuously in his eyes. A final confirmation of my identity, huh? So strong, Leyland smirked deep down, but he put on an expression of comfort. The celestial hall rumbled as a new divine pedestal rose from the ground. Leyland had passed the inspection, confirmed to be native to the world of gods before he ascended. Only after the terrifying inspection was over did Leyland look around the celestial hall in peace. Powerful energy waves were radiating from the pedestals with golden seats on them, carrying an imprint of origin force. Leyland could tell the identities of each with just a glance. Greater gods, intermediate gods, lesser gods. Good gods, neutral gods, the wicked and the chaotic. The seats were arranged irregularly, but it was a picturesque sight that seemed to hold some order to it. The greater gods held the seats up front, their pedestals more than tenfold as large as those of the lesser gods. As well, the gods of the same alignment were seated together. As a mere lesser god, Leyland's pedestal rose up at the back of those with the evil alignment. Umberlee's own seat was a fair distance away, close to those of the chaotic alignment as well. Her strength as an intermediate god radiated out, pushing the seats of lesser gods away from her. She sent Leyland a message just as he took his seat. You can see the laws the Overgod set up here. Even the greater gods cannot do anything about it. Also, we usually leave an avatar in this place to make it easy to contact each other. Leyland nodded in understanding. He shot a casual glance at Tyr and Mistrid in the good and neutral camps, their gazes upon him carrying great hostility. Of course, Leyland wasn't afraid at all. After all, the Overgod itself had set up the laws in this place, and even if an avatar died it was no big deal. So the Celestial Hall lost its original purpose once the Overgod entered its slumber, turning into a place for conversation and arguments, huh? Leyland stroked his chin, as he felt the obvious glances of the gods around him. Most of the gods in the evil alignment looked at him gleefully, as if they were dying to know what would become of Leyland after facing the wrath of two greater gods. It was basic instinct for them to plot and scheme against each other, and they were giving Leyland some respect by not participating in the battle. It was extremely normal for them to look at him in schadenfreude. There was a gaze of fear amongst the many that contained mockery, and it was especially familiar to Leyland. He turned to the source of this gaze, finding the avatar of Kurtulmak the Kobold God. His divine radiance seemed rather dim, likely the after effects of having to move his divine kingdom. With both of them in the same camp, Kurtulmak was seated close to Leyland. However, his seat was behind Leyland's own, seemingly because his divine rank was lower than his. Leyland smiled as he met the respectful and fawning gaze of this Kobold God, but deep down he was contemptuous. The Kobold God was now scared of his prowess, but if there was a day that Leyland met his demise, this god would be the first to jump out manically and rip off a huge chunk of flesh from his body. However, Leyland would never give him this chance. Kurtulmak was destined to live under his shadow his entire life. With fights banned and only avatars present, the atmosphere in the Celestial Hall was extremely relaxed. There were even many gods conversing in groups at the corners of the hall. It is indeed a good place to talk. Leyland's gaze swept past the gods, and he immediately noticed the center of the hall. A massive throne was erected in that place, to be used by the leader of the gods. It seemed to unify all the deities, as if it was the core of the world. Leyland's astuteness told him that a powerful being was currently deep in slumber on that throne. The radiation of laws from the place was evident, similar to what happened in the Magus world. There was a layer of origin force crystals sealed around the throne of the Overgod, forming a mountain of origin force. This is World Crystal. Leyland immediately recognized this crystal. However, it seemed even more useful than in Shar's case, able to protect and not just seal.
The throne was sealed within the world crystal, and the overgod was within, deep in slumber. World crystals were tens of thousands of times more powerful than origin force, and even the greater gods would not be able to break it apart even if they joined forces. It was this layer of protection that allowed the overgod to unify the gods, and remain safe up to this day. However, Leyland looked at the seats of the greater gods in front, his face filled with ridicule. The world will obviously seal itself to protect itself from these greater gods. It seems like it already detected that it was at a disadvantage when it entered its sleep. This was a matter of course. Now that the greater gods stood at the apex of the world of gods, a few would definitely want to take that last step to become the new overgod. This desire would only be amplified by the world will's current slumber. The only reasons the overgod had survived to this day were that the world crystal was protecting it, and the greater gods were being suppressed by each other. In fact, the world wills of the world of gods and Magus world were the most powerful in the final war. Looking at the setup here, it seems like the world wills were either completely in the realm of rank 9 or quite nearby, incomparably close to immortality. Even with his divine gaze, Leyland could only see a shroud of light within the world crystal, unable to view the original appearance of the overgod. The laws around the crystal seemed to be greatly beneficial to all deities, so they would leave their avatars here. It was just like Magi observing the laws in the Origin Force Sea. The affinity the gods had for Origin Force would increase in the Celestial Hall, making it easier for them to generate more divine force. Leyland saw several avatars sitting quietly in the area, some even turned to stone. They were apparently in the middle of comprehending some laws, and were possibly only a step away from ranking up. I should think of a way to launch a devastating attack on it before the final war commences. Leyland looked at the overgod's royal seat, his eyes seemingly filled with reverence. Even greater gods who excelled in prophecies would never discover his true intentions. I should probably use the ambitions of these greater gods. It won't be such a bad idea. Leyland's thoughts were as fast as lightning, and he immediately came up with a plan that was likely to succeed. The greater gods wanted the throne for themselves, so he could just fan the flames at the side and reap the greatest benefits with minimum effort. Pitting the gods against each other before the final war was the best way to wear them down. No matter how high and mighty you are, when the overgod returns, what will you guys become? One that does not become eternal is just an ant. Leyland's eyes held a chilly apathy as his gaze swept across the celestial hall. When the final war resumed, how many of these deities would fall? With just a thought, Leyland's interest was piqued. He left his avatar in the celestial hall, shifting most of his attention to his main body in his divine kingdom. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1134, Dark Clouds. Dark clouds. With their calculative nature, a god wouldn't easily leave their divine kingdom once it was created. The kingdom served as the best of defenses for their true bodies. Even if any avatars they sent out were killed, they could be made up for with time, but the death of their main bodies would be a true death. Naturally, Leyland had learnt of this method as well, stationing his true body in his divine kingdom as he started on the endless task of developing it and his resources. The hubbub over Leyland's ascension died down after a while, but there was still some turbulence in the dark. Pope Tiff of the Giant Serpent Church infiltrated the prime material plane with a group of elite priests, beginning to publicize Leyland's deeds. Tiff was a legendary priest himself, and the ability of the numerous priests to cast spells up to rank 9 symbolized the power of a true god. With such backing, the Giant Serpent Church developed rapidly in the prime material plane. It started with the southern seas, as a large number of sailors, pirates, and adventurers began to embrace the new god of massacre. From there it spread to the mainland, unimpeded by the Church of Protection that now recognized Leyland's divinity. The duty of Helm's church was to strike against false gods and protect the churches of the true ones. Regardless of their indignation, they could only give up their hostility to Leyland. A god's domain and duties imposed great limitations on them, and most times even they themselves couldn't break through those barriers. Violating his own laws would cause Helm's rank to drop, and he could even lose his position and fall. Of course, the god of protection not hindering them didn't mean other gods weren't either. Tyr decreed that Leyland was a lord of Bator, stating that it would be his mission to bring down the evil god of massacre. Mystra did the same, and to much greater effect. With the power of the weave in hand, she had a great amount of influence over wizards that caused the Giant Serpent Church to be unable to obtain any powerful ones. This trend would definitely continue. Luckily, devil hunters had magical abilities themselves, allowing the church to move along for the time being. If any problem did arise, their clerics could still play the role of magicians. Just like how battles between gods were long and protracted, the secular world was the same. Under their god's chosen pope, the Giant Serpent Church worked tenaciously to expand in the prime material plane. They fought Mistra and Tyr with wit and courage, the situation likely to remain in a stalemate for a long time unless something big were to happen. On the surface, the prime material plane was gradually calming down. Numerous gods had ascended over the ages, and the appearance of another lesser god only caused the denizens of the world of gods to be a little surprised. The influence of his ascension was actually rather limited. As well, the upheaval in the north had greatly attracted everyone's attention. As the greatest source of faith and souls, the prime material plane had numerous powerful existences eyeing it. Disaster after disaster occurred, and war was never absent from the mainland. Another round of battle had been ushered in after the period of calm. The war this time was launched by the Orc Empire. Having spent the winter accumulating resources, they managed to mobilize their troops and material as they got ready to rid the world of their nemesis, the Silvery Moon Alliance. The Alliance in return rose up in resistance. Headed by Illustrial, they were also actively preparing for war. Tumor had it that they'd even obtained the support of the old mage, Elminster. More importantly, the goddess of the weave and the god of justice had now officially united, Tyr's backing giving Illustrial the foundation to fight the orcs with. A number of aristocrats who had lost their fiefs banded together as well, giving her reinforcements. Many aristocrats in the north had ended up miserable after the war, being annexed by other nobles. Now, everyone desperately hoped for the Silvery Moon Alliance to regain its original territory, taking revenge on the orcs. If Illustrial still couldn't obtain a decisive victory, the Silvery Moon Alliance would likely be buried in the pages of history. Thus, with nobles fighting for land, commoners fighting for vengeance, and Illustrial fighting to restore Silvery Moon to its glory, the fog of war shrouded the entire prime material plane. With divine strengths being pit against each other in the north, the incident of Leyland's ascension was further suppressed. The new Silvery Moon was the core of the alliance. With its neat, spacious streets and the magical lights on either side of the road, the place seemed to be just like the one in the past. The old Silvery Moon was currently serving as the capital of the Or Empire. For Illustrial to construct a replica showed her determination. Unfortunately, the newer city was somewhat smaller and more jammed up due to limiting conditions. Only a few pedestrians were on the street, and the occasional guards and knights could be seen rushing about. Quite a number of shops had closed down, the clouds of war affecting everything. Asterisk clang. Thud, asterisk in this situations, a team of knights dressed in heavy silver armor with the emblem of the god of justice were currently sealing the entire streets. Holy Knight, Lady Raphania. The troops are ready. A paladin saluted to Raphania. It seemed like her rank in the Church of Justice had risen once more. Raphania nodded indifferently, looking at the familiar buildings around her and seemingly recalling her past in Silvery Moon. It really is similar. Such a pity that we can't possibly go back in time, Raphania bitterly lamented in her heart. Her mission had ended in failure, and only afterwards did she learn that she'd only been bait. While she was out on the surface, a real team of elites had been sent out with Elminster to conduct a secret operation. The lack of trust had caused Raphania to feel angry in the depths of her heart. However, she couldn't do anything about it, and it was this arrangement that had allowed her to avoid the death trap that was Debank's Island. Elminster's team had suffered heavy casualties, and he himself had died once. The man had managed to resurrect himself with a clone he'd kept prepared, but it was still basically total annihilation. The giant serpent church certainly found out about us then. So they treated us like insects and didn't pay any attention to us. Isn't that why we were able to leave? Raphania was filled with bitterness. When had that back she'd been chasing grow so powerful, and yet become so evil and terrifying as to look upon her as an ant whose existence was to be dismissed? Adding insult to injury, Raphania hadn't been punished upon her return, instead actually rising and standing. She knew this wasn't due to any merit on her part, just some consideration for the future. What? What's happening? She bit her lip, feeling an intense emotion corrupting her heart. If Leyland or Tyr were present, they would notice that she was experiencing an extremely unique change. Leyland had deliberately messed with her before, causing the now legendary paladin to slowly question her own faith as she drifted from her original alignment. A glimmer of dark red power developed in Raphania's soul, hiding this from Tyr. Justice and faith. My lord, please forgive my lack of conviction, I will persevere on my path in the future. She finally stabilized her soul after a long period of struggle, announced it to every businessman and shop owner. Do it perfectly, these are orders from the church. Several paladins took her orders, rudely knocking on tightly shut doors to display notices stamped with Silvery Moon's crest to every shop owner. The faces of the merchants turned pale, sweat covering their fat and greasy foreheads. The Queen of Silvery Moon has ordered thus, for the sake of life and war preparations of the citizens, all stores are to continue operating as per usual. Prices shall not exceed twice their original value, and an overseeing group under the Holy Knight has been formed.
This order was issued on.
The paladins smacked the store owners' faces with the notices, ignoring any entreaties as they continued their operations. They held no favor for these greedy merchants, seeing them as synonymous with greed and evil. These men hoarded supplies in the lead up to war, dropping supply in the market and profiting from their actions. Basically every merchant had blood on his hands, and if the alignments of those here were to be tested, likely more than half of them would face immediate death. To tolerate their existence and a doubling of the price was already great grace. Because of all this, the paladins could be said to be behaving roughly, the disgust evident in their eyes.
Numerous anguished wails sounded out in New Silvery Moon.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1135, Neon. Neon.
On a platform within the City Hall of New Silvery Moon, Illustrial was dressed in a beautiful cloak and a small crown as she leaned against the railings of a balcony overseeing the bustling city. There was a bitter smile on her face.
Do you hear it, Your Highness? Do you hear the city mourning?
A scholarly old man adjusted his spectacles beside her.
I hear it. But apart from this, what other ways do we have?
Illustrial turned around and the bitter smile on her face vanished, now replaced by a solid determination. Our people fear the ferocity of the orcs, and my backers have been unable to gain the protection of the northern kingdoms. We even have to take on their troubles instead. Those merchants want to sell at 10 times the cost in this kind of time.
Heavens!
I even pawned the jewels of my crown for such a low price. What more do they want? Illustrial sounded exasperated the more she went on. Although she had the support of two greater gods in Tyr and Mystra, Tyr's church had never been a wealthy one. Besides, Mystra had to cater to the rest of the world as well, so her support was limited. Even if she managed to latch onto the church, the Silvery Moon Alliance was facing the assault of the orcs. Having lost everything, even with the help of the Northern Lords, she wouldn't be able to afford the resources of this war. From the beginning, the war had been won between Mystra and the orcs. However, the goddess of the weave wasn't particularly either, and without enough Krona mercenaries and adventurers wouldn't take the risk to participate. They couldn't even equip or feed their own soldiers. In a sort of silver lining, some generous people had been moved and were willing to donate their money, items, and even food for the war. Still, Illustrial's heart only felt a chill when faced with the sheer enormity of her foes. The old scholar hesitated before speaking his mind. But Your Highness, if you behave like this, won't you offend the goddess of wealth? The Church of Lady Joaquin supports the merchants. I am left with no other choice. Illustrial waved her hands in exasperation.
Joaquin is a goddess who stands in neutrality.
Besides, rumor has it that she conducts some business within the Orc Empire, so we cannot rely on her help. Furthermore, Illustrial blinked her eyes. The ones executing the operations are the paladins of Tyr's church.
We should be rest assured of how they conduct their business, shouldn't we? They wouldn't treat a good person unfairly.
But they will also never let any bad people go, yet the merchants are filled with such people. The old scholar sighed, yet he did not dare speak his mind this time. As Illustrial's right-hand man and her consultant, after such a long period of time working together, he had understood some things perfectly. While Illustrial seemed to have matured after the annihilation of the previous kingdom, her original naivete was still very much there.
Sage Elminster has already arrived here.
I hear he's come with a good plan. The scholar looked through his records and reported to Illustrial.
That old pervert?
Illustrial said in disdain. The scholar's face turned beet red in embarrassment, but he corrected his facial expression and reminded Illustrial, please refrain from such words, Your Highness. You must watch your image and conduct yourself appropriately in a public place.
Moreover, he is your foster father. All right, help me send him away on my behalf. Tell him I'm not around.
Illustrial waved her hands, and immediately opened a portal and stepped into it, leaving the old scholar smiling wryly. As this unwelcomed guest of Illustrial's came, the conversation between Illustrial and the old scholar had ended abruptly.
However, they'd missed one point.
Despite how they'd planned some actions, the ones executing them would change it completely. Although Illustrial had told Raphania to have a certain tolerance for the merchants backed by the goddess of wealth, who were the paladins. If their thick heads made of granite would know how to adapt, then there was something seriously wrong here. But one of the paladins searched the warehouse of a priest belonging to the goddess of wealth, acting out of order to cast an appraisal spell. He discovered traces of evil, and once the clues led to the capture of a devil, everything grew irreversible. As a torrential wave of justice swept past New Silvery Moon, the ones who suffered the most were the merchants under the goddess of wealth. In order to obtain higher profits and margins, these unscrupulous merchants had been willing to do anything, including bartering with the devils. There was no better way for the paladins to deal with them, and with Illustrial's authority they began to cleanse the city. In the process, the paladins had captured several merchants that had connections with the devils, sending them to be burnt at the stake. There were even more found guilty of corruption. Very soon, the citizens of New Silvery Moon were greeted by a different sight. Most of the shops had reopened, and the shopkeepers had bright and friendly smiles on their faces as they treated every customer with respect. They were afraid of complaints or criticism, something that would cause the paladins to come looking for them once more. Deep down, these merchants who had suffered heavy losses cursed the paladins, especially Raphania, who was at their head. The commoners went to sleep early at dusk, but even more schemes were happening in the dark. The priests of wealth seemed unaffected by all this, and with the goddess Joaquin backing them, they did have the right to feel that way. As long as Illustrial had an iota of intelligence, she would repay them for their losses. If not, they could immediately seek the orcs and support them with material. The ones who'd suffered the greatest losses were those merchants who peddled on the small and medium scales. The violent purge had put them on the verge of bankruptcy, and the unlucky ones without any backing suffered great losses. Some of them had been gobbled up by larger merchant groups. A dim oil lantern flickered in the room, reflecting the pale faces of the leaders of the Neon Merchant Group. "Someone say something. What's wrong? I specifically rushed here for this meeting today." A loud voice sounded. It came from a lady sat at the middle, a ravishing woman in her 20s seated on a leopard pelt. The leaders' bodies shuddered, and they did not dare to lift their eyes to meet her gaze. It was as if a threatening beast or poisonous centipede was in front of them. A leader gritted his teeth before speaking. "Those paladins want us to keep to the same prices as before. We already lost about 1,500 gold from the frenzied buying, and the losses will only rise." This loss was extremely alarming for a medium-sized merchant group like theirs. Moreover, once the paladins discover out dealings in the dark, another leader's teeth clattered, before he collapsed to the ground. "Big miss. We beg of you to let us leave first." "Dream on. Do you think you can still run away? Once our deals are discovered, we won't be able to escape those paladins at all. It might even bring your families to harm." The harsh truth was spoken in an icy tone, condemning these people to damnation. "Relax, it's not like I don't have my own preparations. The family dispatched its elites, and as long as you hide well and take the chance to send the next batch of goods, you'll be able to leave. If we succeed, the profits will be large enough for you to buy a huge villa in the south, and even marry the daughter of a noble. Who knows, you might be able to start a noble family of your own after a few generations." With such guarantees and temptations, the leaders' faces grew better as the look of suffering went away. However, a shadow appeared on the lady's face when they'd left. After waiting a while and confirming that nobody had remained, she went to the corner of the warehouse and fumbled around for a hidden mechanism. A wall opened in the corner to reveal an underground passage, and she took up an oil lantern and walked into a narrow basement. There wasn't much stored in the basement, and in fact there was steam rising from the ground that caused the lady's clothes to grow damp. There was a spell formation at the center, shining with mysterious light. Inserting 2 powerful energy crystals into the spell nodes, the woman took out a silver mirror and placed it in the middle of the spell formation. TSS, light flashed, and a middle-aged man dressed in silver robes appeared in the mirror. "Anya." The white-haired man began, "How's the situation there?" "Thanks to the Lord, our deals haven't been discovered yet. We only incurred some superficial losses." Anya frowned. "I've put the leaders at ease, so we won't be discovered for the time being. However, there isn't much time left, Father. This situation is far worse than we had imagined." The middle-aged man's face turned dark. "Blake isn't giving us any more updates. He's likely met with mishap. He had a lot of information on hand, and we could be exposed at any time. The god of justice and the goddess of the weave definitely won't let us go if we're found out. The orcs can't be trusted, nor can the Blackblood tribe. Are we going to become a common enemy?" The resolute front that the lady had put on was broken. She almost crumbled to the floor, her face filled with despair. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1136, Decree. Decree. "Don't despair, Anya," the middle-aged man put on a fierce expression. "The prime material plane is vast, we can definitely find a way out. It's not just Silvery Moon and the orcs here. I've already made some contact with some other channels, we can discuss the details later." The shadow mirror seems to be waning. "Your only mission is to stabilize the situation, it concerns the life and death of our family." The image grew blurry as time went on, the voice getting cut up. Just this short period of communication required a spell formation and several expensive energy crystals. Anya could only smile bitterly and shake her head. Other channels. Is Father prepared to seek out other factions? But the ones who would accept us at this time. Are they demons or devils?
Anya smiled sardonically, forget it. As long as we can live, I wouldn't mind help from the abyss itself. The actions of the Neon Merchant Group had reached their crescendo. Anya dreaded the thought of the consequences of them being outed now. She rubbed her temples as determination flooded her face once more, before she lifted her dress and walked away. As she was moving out, she sent out a silent prayer from her heart, "Any God out there, please, protect me and my family. I'm willing to give you my faith, my life, and even my soul after this passes." Neon Merchant Group? A prayer for our help? Tiff rubbed the glasses that gave him a scholarly appearance. What do you think, Mona? They're a medium-sized merchant group in the north, mainly trading in leather and medicine. Their current leader is Fagus Bane. We performed some investigation after receiving their prayer, and they're not as simple as they seem on the surface. Not only are their relations in the north complicated, they seem to be in contact with the Orc Empire, a high-ranked priestess said from the side. So that's how it is, Tiff suddenly laughed. That is to say, they're currently in a dangerous situation, and if their secret is revealed they'd be exterminated by Tyr and Mystra? There aren't many influences willing to protect them and incur the wrath of those two. Just nice, since we're one of them. They'll be helpful when we're trying to expand in the north. Light flashed in Tiff's eyes. We need more detailed information. Tiff still hadn't been enticed by what he was shown. He needed more information, to be able to weigh the pros and cons to come up with the correct decision. This attitude was also why Leyland chose him to be Pope. You can leave for now. Tiff waved his hands, sending the priestess away. He soon followed her out. The entire church was filled with a festive atmosphere at this moment, numerous priests busy as they rushed about to arrange for a great amount of food and drink. Everyone, continue the hard work for the Lord's birthday. A few officers were urging everyone on, sweat beading on their foreheads. Tiff was deeply moved by this scene. Has it already been a year since the Lord ascended, detaching himself from his past to sit on his throne? The Neon Merchant Group will make a good present for it, he'll definitely be pleased. Year 27945, Calendar of the Gods. The Giant Serpent Church celebrated the passage of 1 year since the birth of their god. Even adding his mortal life, Leyland was currently only 300 years old, quite young. However, such things as age held no significance for the gods. Still, Leyland made time to descend for the sake of his worshippers, performing a miracle that caused many of them to be moved to tears. The holy mountain within Leyland's divine kingdom was piled up with jade, bright light pouring out of the huge church to penetrate the first 3 hells. The light dispersed suffering and evil, bringing about hope and beauty. Leyland's true body was sat down on his throne within the church, heavily protected by guards and enchantments as his body radiated immortal light. The theatrics done, he was turning to a report from Tiff. An endless stream of prayers came to Leyland every day, originating from his divine kingdom, the prime material plane, and even devils from the depths of Bator. Tens of millions of prayers were received, and Leyland responded in accordance to the importance of each. Even though gods had powerful minds, they still weren't capable of dealing with such hard work. Many gods assigned the task of responding to prayers to a few demigods or lesser gods, helping reduce their workload. Leyland had just established his divine kingdom, and he didn't have as many capable and trustworthy subordinates. Instead, he'd had the AI chip handle a huge portion of this task. With all the upgrades it had received over time, it was better than him at such mechanical task. Beep. Pope Tiff's prayers have been found. Beginning transfer. Tiff's report came in the form of a prayer. The man was extremely pious, and given that he was after all the Pope of the Giant Serpent Church, his thread of faith was thick and dazzling. He was given great importance in the AI chips programs, allowed to speak directly to his god. A great amount of images and information entered Leyland's eyes in an instant, detailing the Neon Merchant Group, Fagus, and Anya. Almost instantly he completely understood Tiff's prayers. The Neon Merchant Group, in the north. Leyland stroked his chin. He himself had much wider and more detailed channels of information passing Tiff's own, and it took but a thought for him to gather more intelligence. They're sending firearms to the Orc Empire, and their main channel of trade is with the Black Blood tribe of the Moonwood? On top of that, they have a batch of important goods sealed within New Silvery Moon right now. If they're discovered they'll be tried for treason, the profanity causing the entire group to be destroyed. Black Blood tribe. Mailer. Leyland laughed. The lesser god of the hunt had joined hands with the orcs once before. However, Mystra and Tyr had supposedly taught him a ruthless lesson, taming him after an attack on his avatar. Unfortunately, this didn't cause the slightest of changes to his nature. It seemed like Mailer was colluding with the orcs once more. Within the prime material plane, the Giant Serpent Church was a sea of celebration. There was unlimited food and drink, and for many worshippers it served as an opportunity to gain trust and make a favorable impression.
Churches that provided the material comforts and positivity would always be far more popular than the churches of evil. Even if Leyland was a true god of massacre, he was actually gaining faith, unlike Cyric, who just liked to scheme, plot, and conduct sacrifices. At the core of the church, Tiff was currently praying to a statue of Leyland. He'd reported on the Neon Merchant Group, his lord being aware of everything even more thoroughly than him by the time he was done. A golden light descended upon the statue, and Leyland's imposing voice sounded out, "Tiff. My lord." Tiff was the pope of the giant serpent church, and his prayers were treated with great priority, with them still being developing. It was quite common for the Lord to descend for important affairs, and this was just a conscience. He wasn't in the slightest bit surprised. Of course, this was still the conscience of a true god. Even he didn't dare be negligent as he saluted in accordance with teaching. "Kukulkan, my lord. You are like the stars in heaven, wielding the power of massacres, the ruler of devils. The prime material plane has been developing well, and the celebrations went well." The dignity of a deity was transmitted with this thought. "The glory is mine, and the land belongs to you." Tiff's eyes couldn't help but shine when he heard this, but he still didn't dare to reveal a trace of carelessness. The birthday celebrations left a deep impact on Leyland's worshippers. However, they only knew to enjoy the shelter and glory of their lord, not realizing that a team of high-ranked devil hunters had secretly left the headquarters to head north. They weren't just going to assist the Neon Merchant Group. The north. Numerous horses neighed as a caravan with completely covered carriages slowly left New Silvery Moon. "We're finally out." It was only after they moved their path until New Silvery Moon's outline disappeared that Anya loosened up and relaxed. At the same time, she almost felt depressed enough to puke blood. She'd paid a lot for this permit to live, transferring all the profits of her merchant group and even having to pretend to compromise with those paladins that had rocks for brains. It had caused her to be neurotic for a long time. Whatever. As long as we can take care of these things, everything will be worth it. Anya looked at the fleet behind her, nodding towards the person in charge. He immediately shouted with understanding, "Everyone, work harder. As long as we reach Donny before dark, Big Miss will give us a huge reward. We've also prepared fragrant barbecue and bread, along with warm beds and hot water. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1137, Leaving the City. Leaving the city. The promised rewards of dinner and good accommodations were enough to cause the caravan servants to exert all their strength. Their eyes reddened with the exertion as the caravan sped up once more to the tune of numerous shouts. "Faster! Hurry up!" The anxiety that she couldn't display on her face made Anya recall the most dangerous deal she'd made when she'd entered the endless wilderness to negotiate with those stinking orcs. "The crisis this time far exceeds our transaction with that tribe." Anya's face was unchanging as she faced those orcs, but this time she was really starting to get nervous. After all, if her actions this time were discovered, her entire clan would land in deep straits. Unrest and fear had tortured her so much these past few days that there were now more wrinkles above her eyebrows. The front of the caravan suddenly stopped, causing a great disturbance behind it as some carriages were toppled directly. The scene caused Anya to be filled with anger. "What's happening? Why did you stop?" She called out to her personal servant, holding back the urge to use her horsewhip. "Head to the front and check what's happening." However, before the maid even went out, a servant dressed in military clothing rushed over with a face full of sweat. "Miss, it's the paladins. There's a whole team of them blocking the path." "Those damned official dogs," a few servants grumbled in a low voice. In their point of view, the paladins had taken most of the profits from the Bane family, leaving them with little of the profit. Even when they risked leaving New Silvery Moon in the middle of the war, they still chased after the caravan. Those paladins really were extremely hateful. However, the news only brought terror to Anya when she heard it. Did they find out? She felt her heart fall, feeling a chill like she had been dropped into an icy cave. Sadly, her subordinates were here. Anya had no choice but to put on a bold front and hurry forward. She soon saw a team of paladins dressed in silvery armor standing ahead of the caravan, dazzling emblems of the god of justice on their chests. The determination radiating from their eyes caused her unrest to intensify to the limit. "Captain Elric," she said as she stepped forward, barely forcing a smile as she found a familiar face among the paladins. "The Neon Merchant Group has always abided by the law. We even sold 80% of our goods in New Silvery Moon, and you granted us the clearance to leave." Anya was speaking in a thick nasal voice, the trace of coquettishness in her tone a habit learned from her line of work. It was unfortunate that this approach had no effect on the paladins, and Captain Elric's eyes were instead filled with disgust. However, he didn't say anything. He stood down respectfully, giving way to a female paladin standing behind.
The Holy Night.
The moment she recognized Rafinha, Anya felt despair well up in her heart, as if the bones had been pulled out of her body.
Looking at you, I knew there wasn't an error with our intelligence. Sinner Anya, are you still unwilling to admit your sins? At the legendary realm, even simple questions from Rafinha were terrifying. The power behind them pierced through to Anya's heart, the horror almost causing her to collapse and confess. It was all arranged by the captain. Do you think I'd abandon a paladin's honor just for your worthless dirty tricks? Elric pridefully raised his head while disdain filled his eyes. Exterminating you within the city would be too conspicuous. However, it is different here. Surrender obediently, and you shall receive a fair trial. We never let villains go, but at the same time we won't treat any good person unjustly. Elric was naturally confident in his team. They were composed of multiple high-ranked paladins, and their leader was the legendary Holy Knight. They could clear away all evil. In the name of Her Majesty, I request to search the caravan. Rafinha declared loudly. With Rafinha and the paladins representing both Tyr and Illustrial, a majority of the people in the caravan started wavering. Many of them had been kept in the dark, and even the expensive mercenaries seldom knew the truth. Standing against the Silvery Moon Alliance and a greater God's Church, Anya was skeptical of who would be willing to stand along her regardless of how much she offered. Captain Rafinha, you have always been my idol. I believe in your personal integrity, but I am sure that there is some sort of misunderstanding. Anya dismounted and gave Rafinha a lady's greeting. Afterwards, she walked to an overturned carriage and tore the tightly wrapped oilcloth off. Please take a look. These are all common leather and majority are empty boxes. Anya tried to show Rafinha her transported goods. Everything here is approved goods, there's no contraband. Your little tricks are nothing in the face of justice. Stop showing them off, it just seems ridiculous, Rafinha replied with a cold face, flipping over some of the leather. Clank, the scabbard on her waist released a crisp buzzing sound, and a ray of dazzling bright light drew a beautiful arc mid-air. Kacha, the axle of the carriage was broken, and the wood cracked apart. The horses ran away in fright, whining as they'd been broken out of their shackles. Their escape caused dirt to stain Anya's beautiful skirt, but she didn't seem to mind in the slightest. Only one thought was cycling through Anya's mind right now. They'd found out. Crash, splintered wood flew into the sky, revealing a layer of storage between the carriage's storage and its bottom. A few pieces of dark red crystals emitting a bloody glow fell out. Even the merchants standing far away could smell the stench of blood. A blood sacrifice. For the blood essence to be this pure, just how many souls would it take? Rafinha's hand trembled as she held onto the hilt. You bear to sacrifice your own kind for those murderous evil gods? Your sins have been determined. The entire Neon merchant group and the Bane family shall be punished for your sins. Rafinha announced loudly. The paladins behind her unsheathed their long swords at the same time, their eyes filled with disgust and determination. The terrifying atmosphere caused those who hadn't been aware to collapse suddenly. Dear Lord. This has nothing to do with me, I'm only a hired stable boy. Please forgive me. The legs of the coachman who was wearing a straw hat and coarse linen clothes gave way, and he directly fell to his knees with his whip still in hand. Others reacted similarly. With both the monarchy and the theocracy against them, not many were courageous enough to fight back. Retreat. The mercenaries employed by the caravans were more quick-witted than ordinary people. Sensing a bad situation, their leader immediately shouted as he fiercely whipped his horse. They intended to fall back. The mercenary leader obviously knew the severity of this incident. Even if he was unaware of it and was innocent, the church would rather kill the victims than let a sinner go. He wouldn't be able to prove his innocence. And with high-ranked paladins on the opposing side, there was no way for them to win the fight. Fleeing was the only choice. A vain attempt to escape punishment? Fools. Rafinha evaluated indifferently. Even without her acting personally, two of the paladins beside her rushed out. Summoning light flickered as several celestial horses emerged, the devoted comrades of pure paladins. With the paladins being so strong, how could mercenaries on ordinary warhorses escape? Wait. I can testify. I didn't. The mercenary leader did not manage to escape far before he was caught. His face was in despair, and he went out screaming. Unfortunately, the cold-looking paladin did not utter any superfluous words and directly pierced his heart with a long sword. Numerous paladins riding on their celestial horses surrounded the caravan and sealed off all possible escape routes. Everyone was left trembling on their knees. Sinners! How much harm is done to the world because of your greed and evil? Looking at Anya's pretty face, Rafinha flushed red with anger. A source of evil like you should not exist in this world.
In the name of justice, I shall judge you. Milky white light condensed on Raphania's long sword, and Anya sent a meaningful glance to a trusted aide that was preparing to dash forward. These servants are innocent and unaware, please bestow them mercy and forgiveness, she said at the end. Cunning evil sinner, are you still trying to display your hypocritical kindness? A callous murderous spirit could be seen within Raphania's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1138, Letting Go. Letting go. The world rumbled as a purifying sword of light crashed down, but it futilely swept through the air. Someone who could penetrate my ability to lock spacetime. Is that a legendary wizard or sorcerer? Raphania turned very serious, looking at the uninvited guest. Priestess of the god of massacre, Barbara, greets the Lady of Hope. This person is a follower of our master, so please hold back. A native maiden wearing the robes of a priest appeared in front of Raphania, the holy light from a legendary priest exceptionally obvious as it emanated from her. Beside her was a devil hunter with thick chains wound around his arms. The man with a dark aura had already caught Anya's arm, he was the one who'd saved her from Raphania. You're from the giant serpent church. Anya immediately realized the identity of the person who had saved her, a look of hope rising on her face. A person who makes use of the evil power of devils. Raphania gazed at the devil hunter next to Barbara. He had numerous little plates in his hair, and his tan, yellowish skin identified him as a native. More important was that she couldn't ascertain the strength of his aura. It seemed like she was actually looking at hell when she looked at him. A legend. A legendary devil hunter. Raphania realized the identity of this person in an instant. Only someone of such strength could cause her to feel such fear. Legendary strength, especially with devil hunters, was a qualitative increase in power. Devil hunters needed to seal legendary devils to reach that level of power. This person had legendary power himself, and on top of that he was supplemented by equivalent magic ability. Just having ascended, he was equivalent to centuries-old high-ranked legendaries. Such devil hunters were new to Leyland's armies, having appeared after he took over 3 of the 9 hells. Leyland had grabbed a bunch of devils who'd opposed him, using them to have a large number of devil hunters on the verge advance. The only issue was that there were few devil hunters qualified to reach such strength right now. The person in Raphania's way now was someone with such strength, and he was accompanied by a legendary priestess. Giant Serpent Church. Do you wish to help evil and go against justice? Raphania looked serious as holy silver light appeared on the surface of her armor. She made a few secret hand signs to the paladins behind her. Don't even try to contact New Silvery Moon. Did you think we wouldn't prepare for that? Barbara spoke the language used in the mainland in a very articulate manner. Knowledge of all languages was an essential ability for priests. I've already altered the space here. Forget signals for help, even the power of faith will be slowed down. The paladin's expressions quickly changed, as if to accentuate her words. One of them pulled Raphania aside, whispering something to her that caused this legendary paladin to turn grim. Hellfire. Claws of confinement. Large numbers of dark figures emerged from the surrounding forest, terrifying devil spells being launched from them. Even the celestial horses didn't dare to touch the blazing hellfire, and the paladins who'd originally had the upper hand were now constantly being forced away. So many high-ranked professionals. Raphania's expression was very dark as she brought up a great screen of light that prevented many devil hunters from attacking. She knew full well that the only reason she could persist to this point was that the other party didn't want to take things too far. If not for that, she wouldn't last long against that legendary devil hunter. Are you declaring war on our church? Raphania questioned loudly. He. An accusation like that is rather terrifying, Barbara sneered, not the least bit afraid. Raphania. I remember you. The priestess suddenly gazed at Raphania's face. You were the knight who once followed our master in the north. While his sacred and holy being has cut off all connections with his mortal self, you did serve him at one point. For that reason, you may leave. Barbara's words surprised Raphania greatly, especially when she mentioned letting them off. Damn it, are you insulting us? A young blonde paladin's face flushed red, and his neck seemed to bulge as he grabbed the hilt of his sword in preparations for a charge. Wait. Raphania easily knocked this young and impulsive kid unconscious, and had an older paladin nearby grab him. This was a mistake in my plans. There's no need for more pointless casualties. I brought you out of the city, and I shall bring you back. Raphania took a deep breath. Let us go. Even the most zealous of paladins had learnt to compromise. That was a price Tyr had to learn to pay in the mortal world. I won't see you off. Barbara saluted her with a gentle smile, while the devil hunter nearby sneered.
Why didn't you keep them here? Anya half reclined on the devil hunter as the paladins left, her eyes on their backs.
The devil hunter completely disregarded Anya's flattering behavior, causing her expression to stiffen and become awkward. We could take them out with our strength, but it would have caused immense casualties.
Barbara answered in his stead, saving the situation. You're being too presumptuous, Anya.
A stern voice sounded, causing Anya to turn back in surprise. She saw a white-haired middle-aged man slowly emerge from the shadows, bowing towards Barbara and the legendary devil hunter. My lords, please forgive my daughter for her ignorance.
Father, why are you here? Anya asked, stunned.
This was her father, the master of the Bane family and manager of the Neon Merchant Group.
Isn't it all to take care of this mess? Quick, apologize to the two lords.
Fagus glared at his daughter. These were two legendaries, who had a true god church backing them. He understood very well how terrifying such strength could be. Much more importantly, if the giant serpent church were to be offended, the Bane family would probably have no place to go in the north or even the entire prime material plane.
Our Bane family and the Neon Merchant Group have completely sworn loyalty to the giant serpent church.
From here on, they are our benefactor, Fagus reminded Anya.
My apologies, my lords. A blush appeared on her cheeks.
Forget it. Even our master would forgive the mistakes committed by the youth, Barbara laughed as she waved her hands. Besides, the reason I did not keep them here is not primarily because she and the master are acquaintances. She is a legendary being after all, and the god of justice will surely pay much attention to her. Since we've tampered with this space, there's a rather large chance of Silvery Moon and the god of justice's church finding out the moment a battle breaks out. The other side has already gathered Elminster and a huge batch of high-ranked legendaries. With our current strength, we still can't go head-to-head with them. That's why we need to leave as quickly as possible. The devil hunter in command, the devil hunter commander, who had looked expressionless all this time, now spoke up.
We shall do as the lords suggest. Fagus smiled flatteringly, as if fawning on them.
It caused Anya to feel resentful and relieved at the same time. At the very least, the serious responsibilities had been taken over by the giant serpent church and wouldn't be her problem anymore.
What are you still standing there in a daze for? Pack up, we leave immediately. Fagus yelled at the servants who had yet to move.
Only now did they comprehend what had gone on, a look of disbelief in their eyes as they watched their master. The events today were too damaging to their mental states. First was the paladins, and just when they thought they were in a pinch that was impossible to escape from, their master had brought an even more powerful group that sent the paladins running.
The Neon Merchant Group was only a middling business.
In that moment, they began to revere their master. The servants moved quickly, thankfully packing up all the fallen items.
Fagus moved forward, taking all the blood essence made of flesh and soul and giving it to the devil hunters.
The blood essence here is very pure, and its characteristics make it incompatible with spatial items. If it isn't stored in dimensional pouches or other such storage items, it will soon lose its effects.
It needs to be stored using blood-traced wood.
If not for all that, we wouldn't have such problems, Fagus sighed as he spoke.
Let's go.
After everything was collected, Barbara turned to leave, with the father-daughter pair of Fagus and Anya close behind. The rest of the merchants followed the original route and hastened towards the next town. Whatever it was, they now had no taboo items on them, and would no longer be afraid of any checks. In the eyes of Fagus and other higher-ups, they had to make the best of the situation.
As long as the other merchants could take the attention off them even slightly, that would be good.
What happened to all these people was not their problem.
Currently, within Leyland's divine kingdom in Bator, the god of massacre saw an avatar of Umber Lee once more.
The goddess of the ocean had an even denser aura than before, evidently growing more imposing after consuming the divinity of the Sharkmen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1139, Negotiations. Negotiations. You want to attack Mailer?
Umberlee's gaze showed that she was pondering the idea. We're of the same alignment. But not of the same alliance, Leyland countered quickly. The two of us work in the same domain, we'll never see eye to eye.
He sent his avatar to attack me during my ascension.
The goddess of the ocean smiled, radiating a crazed aura.
She'd always been temperamental. Good. Since I owe you one, I'll help you. No, I think you misunderstand me. I don't want you to help me based on the contract. I just hope that, as my ally, you can stall the orc gods in my stead.
The orcs? Umberlee now felt like it was impossible to make sense of this new god.
The enemy of an enemy, after all. Don't you feel like I'm a better ally than Mailer?
Leyland blinked.
Ha ha. Interesting.
How interesting, Umberlee burst into laughter, the terrifying phantom waves sweeping behind her in the dark showing her power. The blue waves formed a passageway, and Leyland and Umberlee slowly faded away. In the north, within a hidden underground room, numerous distorted runes were carved into every corner of the wall. If one took a close look, they could sense the power of blasphemous incantations on it. It was here that Fagus and Anya Bain sat together, discussing matters at ease.
Father, I just don't understand what we're doing.
We might be asking them for help, but we're letting them handle everything that has to do with our family. Anya's face was slightly flushed. She'd watched her father hand over the business and the secret connections that she herself had labored over for years, and she could not help but feel her heart bleeding. In her mind, all of that belonged to her.
Now, the giant serpent church had taken everything away without any effort. With just one thought, they could easily destroy the Neon Merchant Group and the Bain family. You need to see the facts, Anya.
The church would only help us after we handed everything over. Fagus seemed calm, something glimmering in his eyes. Besides, attempting to hoodwink a true God's church is an extremely foolish idea. We aren't one of the huge business groups, we don't have the right to be so haughty, but Fagus' experiences had let him know the terror of a true God's church. Gods never died of age, and very few deities had been killed in the world of gods, basically not one in thousands of years. This let the churches live comfortably in the prime material plane.
Even if they were exterminated, they could still make a comeback. Compared to the giant serpent church, the Neon Merchant Group was just an ant. Fagus found his daughter's worries hilarious. The giant serpent church needed his channels and connections in the north, but the wealth gathered by the Bain family? It probably couldn't even measure up to a palace in the Divine Kingdom, right?
Besides, the Neon Merchant Group wasn't powerful, they were the party asking for help.
Who would dare bargain with the giant serpent church?
I'm sorry, Father. I was too rash. Anya now seemed to realize her mistakes. She had acted too conspicuously in front of her father, and ducked her head in shame. It's best if you understand this. Fagus looked at his most outstanding daughter, feeling that he still needed to guide her along. The world of gods was mostly a patriarchy, and the girl child could not compare.
However, Anya had just been far too outstanding.
If she could find a husband within the family and remain, it would be very helpful for the development of their business.
Fagus Hans began to speak, his voice low. A newly ascended god has vast future prospects.
Those who follow a church during its birth will naturally gain great benefits at the end.
Look at the top businesses of the mainland, which one of them isn't backed by a true god?
It all comes down to the merits they gained when the church was established. Father seems to think highly of this god, Anya thought. But then she laughed at herself in mockery. Which true god wasn't worth the Neon Merchant Group investing their everything?
The god of massacre. What kind of god is this Kukulkan? Anya muttered under her breath, a trace of admiration in her voice.
She still revered and worshipped the highest existences of the world of gods.
Be careful with what you say.
Even with the protection of the demonic words, you shouldn't utter a true god's name without caution. They'll sense it unless you're in a divine kingdom or near other gods. Fagus immediately looked solemn.
I understand.
My apologies. Anya covered her red lips as she looked around her, as if afraid that the god of massacre would suddenly jump out.
He. A mighty existence like that has millions of tasks to settle every day.
There's a very slim chance of you being noticed, as long as you don't have the worst luck. Fagus saw how his daughter was acting, and it drew a rare chuckle from him. He finally relaxed, not having noticed the sly look within Anya's eyes.
I actually do know a little about this existence, Fagus told Anya. Do you remember the youngest legendary wizard in the world?
Of course.
Anya nodded. I know all about his achievements.
There's also the wealth of the fallen family, and the great business opportunity in the southern seas being such hot news.
I remembered it all died down suddenly.
There were too many figurative halos on Leyland's head. Up till this point, he was still the idol and ideal lover of many noble ladies who did not know the inside details.
He's the current master of the giant serpent church. Leyland Fallen is the god of massacre. Fagus stated coldly.
What? Anya was now truly shocked. He seems to have abandoned his old name when he advanced, coming up with a new one.
While this isn't common, it has happened before.
The other churches, especially those of the god of justice and the goddess of the weave, have sealed up all information regarding him for some reason. That's why many on the continent still can't associate the two. Fagus chuckled as he revealed an open secret. What great aptitude. Without the remnants from gods of previous generations, he became a god. Anya now had no schemes in her mind. She felt ridiculously base compared to Leyland. The native empire on DeBanks Island became a part of the mighty god's divine kingdom, which is why the southern sea fell in trade.
It impacted quite a few coastal kingdoms, Fagus narrated. Even though he was giving her a rough idea, Anya was already shaken to the core.
The reason I'm telling you all this is to inform you that an existence so mighty and with such talent definitely will have a far-sighted goal.
Hence, don't try anything and serve him with sincerity. Only then will you gain approval from him. Fagus finished off. Is that why Father handed over all control? Anya looked like she had understood something.
I will also send a few of your younger brothers to the church to study priesthood and learn the ways of the devil hunters. With a hasty understanding of Leyland's rise, Fagus completely gave up any other thoughts. He knew that any being who could ascend themselves in such a cruel environment was extremely terrifying. Not only was he more powerful than the others, but his shrewdness was also impeccable. Trying anything with an existence like this was akin to seeking death. Hence, he decided to swear his loyalty. The decision to send hostages basically meant putting everything on the giant serpent church. Even if their plans failed, the giant serpent church would remain completely safe. At most, they would lose a few external powers. However, the Bane family would be wiped out completely. On the other hand, the profits coming from success would definitely surpass Fagus' own imagination. What should I do? Father Anya looked at her father, feeling that she still had much to learn. This was especially so in terms of making decisions with the big picture in mind, something impossible for the current her who still worried over the most minor matters.
Have faith in the god of massacre and serve him with sincerity. Fagus answered sternly. Of course, you'll need some help. I've used my connections to have you stay by a saintess. You'll have to perform well. Saintess, would that be Barbara? Anya's eyes flashed.
Yes. She's a saintess that the god of massacre himself chose, and has a very high position in the giant serpent sect. It's even said that she's more powerful than the other saintesses, and is second only to the Pope. Fagus glanced at Anya, implying something.
You mean I have to do anything, regardless of the cost, to gain her favor?
Anya nodded, expressing her understanding of the situation as well as her determination to follow through.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1140, Proclamation. Proclamation. The next time Anya saw Barbara, the saintess was casting a heel on an old servant.
They were in a hidden stronghold in the north that belonged to the Bane family. There were a few powers here who provided servants and slaves to their master, Fagus Bane, and this old man was obviously one of those servants. His back was humped with all the work he'd been subject to, and his clothes tattered. There was a disgusting stench coming from him, one that almost caused Anya to crinkle her brows and escape. She could swear that even sewage smelled better than him, and on top of that the old man had a few disgusting lacerations on his pus-filled hands that almost caused her to vomit. The world of gods wasn't very advanced medically, and most priests only cast divine spells on nobles or high-ranked professionals.
Commoners had to power through sickness, while the wealthy looked for potioneers.
But even the potioneers could only brew some useless anesthetics, or they just used some batshit mixed with canvas ash to cheat others. With this old man's lowly status, it'd normally be impossible for him to be healed.
He was looking at Barbara with imploring eyes. This is from half a month ago.
I accidentally cut myself with a stone knife while working, and it turned out this way. Don't worry, the Lord loves us mortals. He won't let you suffer this torture for eternity. Barbara maintained her kindly smile even while facing such a person, not seeming at all bothered by the smell. Bright divine light was emanating from her hands as a healing spell caressed the wound. The swelling disappeared quickly, and much of the pus was cleaned up before bright red flesh began to emerge.
All done. However, you still have to keep this arm clean.
Don't do anything too vigorous the next few days, Barbara cautioned him.
Oh. So kind. Thank you, kind-hearted priestess. May I know which god you serve?
The old man asked somewhat incoherently. The Lord is the master of massacres and healing. He is the god of massacre, with feet in both life and death, Kukulkan.
Barbara answered seriously, turning solemn at the very mention of Leyland. God of massacre, Kukulkan?
The old man was slightly confused, obviously not having heard of this name before. However, he soon regained his senses. Only a very benevolent god would have a priestess like you.
Please allow me to donate to him.
The old man trembled as he took a few coppers from his pocket. However, the coins fell to the ground the moment he spotted Anya from the corner of his eyes, and he trembled slightly.
Revered Mistress Anya.
The old man did not care for the rolling coppers on the ground, kneeling down immediately.
Anya answered reservedly.
When it came to a servant who could only spend their whole life in this stronghold and serve her family, even a slight answer was a great favor. However, she quickly caught herself and looked at Barbara.
My apologies, Saintess.
The attitude of nobles towards servants is just. Barbara shook her head, crouching down to pick up the fallen coppers. The Lord sees your offerings, she said as she stowed the insignificant wealth away. She held the old man's hands. The faith coming from the bottom of our hearts is what the Lord wishes for. Wealth means nothing, all beings are equal in terms of soul. I will arrange for him to be given easier and safer jobs, Saintess, Anya said immediately after the old man left.
At the same time, her thoughts began to run free. A kind and benevolent Saintess? Good, it's better to deal with people like her than orcs or savages.
I'll be grateful, but it won't be very effective. Barbara shook her head, eyes glimmering with wisdom. It caused Anya to feel like this Saintess in front of her wasn't as simple as she seemed.
We can only do what we can to save the person in front of us today.
However, there are far too many people like this where our eyes cannot see, too many. As individuals, we cannot help them all. Barbara's eyes glinted. Of course, it's great that he can get such kind treatment from you. Our Lord often tells us that success is brought about by the accumulation of small things. Barbara gazed at Anya with a half-smile, her wise eyes seemingly seeing through everything. I was notified by Chief Fagus that you shall be my communications official here.
I will be troubling you from now. No. It is my honor to be able to serve the Saintess.
Good.
Barbara used a finger to raise Anya's chin. However, she actually seemed a little excited. I don't want to stroll around yet, and I'm a little tired now. How about a bath?
Barbara suggested. While it was strange to have a bath in the day, Anya did not question it. Although she felt slightly uneasy, she brought Barbara to a huge bathing area. There was a marble statue here, that of a servant crouched respectfully with a vase in hand.
Water was streaming out of the vase, large amounts of steam covering the huge, spotless white jade-like pool.
Barbara's body that was full of youthfulness and vigor disappeared into the pool, before she waved at Anya.
Come here.
Me? Anya felt dizzy at this, but her body still moved forward involuntarily. Having finished the bath, Anya was dressed in a long, loose gown with a few droplets of water on her silky hair. She looked more beautiful than ever, but there was a look of perplexity on her face. In contrast, Barbara was full of life as she pulled Anya to another area of the plaza.
Sister Barbara! Sister Barbara!
A few little boys who were in the middle of training immediately ran over. At this point, Barbara's aura changed once more, and she was now like a gentle big sister living nearby as she greeted them kindly. The huge difference caused Anya to feel like she was still in a dream, leaving her slightly confused. These are, she inquired robotically. Lost sheep that the Lord's warriors found along the way. Barbara caressed the head of a little boy, looking towards a devil hunter who was guiding them. How is their homework?
They're doing rather well.
These kids can take hardships. Vegeta, in particular, is the most outstanding in terms of his understanding of battle techniques and learning how to read. Upon hearing this, a trace of pride appeared on the face of the boy who Barbara was caressing.
You did well. Barbara's smile grew even more tender. But, the instructor seemed hesitant to speak. What is it? Go on.
Barbara frowned, but it did not seem to mar her beauty. It instead seemed to compliment her, making her seem more delicate. However, the instructor trembled, as if afraid of something. There's a child who doesn't understand the lessons at all, and has a poor physique.
Anya understood the situation from the side.
The giant serpent church was taking in orphans, nurturing them into manpower in various areas. A child without any real talent would probably be useless in the future.
What's his name?
Barbara followed the instructor's gaze, and found a petite figure crouched in a corner. It seemed like he hoped to disappear into the shadows.
Lance. I think?
That should be his name, the instructor answered uncertainly.
How can you treat someone you're so unsatisfied with this way?
Barbara glanced at the instructor. Have Amic come over, your position is being changed.
The instructor didn't dare resist the enraged Saintess. He bowed and left without another word. Lance. That's your name, isn't it? Barbara asked as she walked towards the little boy. Why yes, my lady.
When Lance looked up, it was like he saw a being of light. The holy rays emanating from her made her appear elegant and warm.
I believe you have exceptional talent.
Don't mourn for a moment's failure. Barbara kindly patted Lance's cheeks, causing the flush on his face to extend to his neck.
But, Lance sounded ready to cry. If you still can't handle this, then pray. The Lord will give you courage.
Lance gritted his teeth hard. Only by doing so could he stop the tears of shame that were about to surge out of his eyes.
To Anya and the rest, it seemed like Barbara was the perfect saintess.
She reached out to Lance with a glowing hand of redemption, pulling him out of the shadows. The self-abasing boy seemed to grow brighter, with the courage to take on the entire world.
So strange. Why do I suddenly think that way?
Anya wiped at her cheeks, suddenly coming to a realization, this power of influence.
You've given me an extremely terrifying and difficult task, Father.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1141, Hound. Hound.
Walking on a cobblestone path, Barbara suddenly turned back to look at Anya.
What's wrong, Saintess?
Anya, who was still astonished at Barbara's display, suddenly felt her heart drop as if she had been seen through.
Do you know who those children are?
Barbara's black eyes carried the traits of the natives, but that didn't matter.
It actually left Anya wanting to get closer to her. They should be the refugees and fleeing slaves from the north, right? It's become common in the past few decades. Saintess Barbara taking them in is an act of kindness.
Anya naturally knew where these children had come from.
Refugees and fleeing slaves who couldn't stand the orcs' harsh treatment were everywhere ever since chaos erupted in the north. Unfortunately, even here they would not be guaranteed a better life. Freezing or starving to death was so common that there were mountains of skeletons at the sides of every road and in the plains. With the situation being so bad for adults, children were even worse for the wear. If not for Barbara's help, those little imps would probably die from the hunger or cold in the near future. There was nothing wrong with calling her actions kind. Yes, an act of kindness. Anya reiterated. Anya.
Did you know that the Lord took in a batch of refugees and children from the north when the unrest began? He nurtured them, making priests and scholars out of those orphans. Now, as the grandchildren of these priests return to the mainland, they find their homes still ravaged by war.
Things seem even worse than before.
Larger families, merchants, and churches would take in a certain number of children before, but now the market is full. Lance and the rest have nowhere else to go, and they can only starve to death. While this was but a simple statement, Anya could see the glint in the saintess' eyes brighten.
Anya! Barbara suddenly yelled. Yes. Anya went forward apprehensively.
Are you willing to change the north with me?
She wants to break away from the chaos of war and help the commoners recover? Anya was shocked, not expecting these desires from the saintess.
But another thought occurred to her right after, leaving her shocked. Wait, with her status, it could very well be an order from the Lord.
Maybe. Is a divine battle more terrifying than that of the mortal realm about to descend upon us?
Anya's heart filled with fear in that moment, but she still managed a stiff nod.
Good.
I believe in the loyalty of the Bain family, as well as your faith in the Lord. Barbara nodded in satisfaction.
Saintess, may I know how the church intends to end this war? Anya asked cautiously.
First we focus on the trait of sacrifice blood between your family and the Black Blood tribe. That batch of blood essence will be dealt with. Barbara glanced over at Anya.
Does the church know everything already? Anya's voice showed her uneasiness.
After all, not all churches could tolerate such things. Massacring commoners, buying slaves to be killed, and pandering to evil gods of other races. Barbara counted with her fingers as large beads of cold sweat fell from Anya's face. Any one of those sins is enough for your family to be consigned to eternal damnation. However, thankfully, the Bain family is still of some use to our master. The threat in her voice was obvious.
Yes. Anya guaranteed, the family will adhere to the church's instructions.
Good. Barbara smiled slightly, though Anya had no right to resist. Continue the trade with the Black Blood tribe.
I just need our people to take over.
It shall be as you say. But, there was a rare hint of hesitance in Anya's voice.
Speak. Is there any issue? The smile on Barbara's face did not lessen, but Anya could sense the atmosphere chilling in an instant.
Well, our family is only in charge of the collection and processing of the blood essence. The main power still lies with a large business. They're also in charge of helping us contact the Black Blood tribe, and take profits from us in exchange for being the middleman. Anya's words implied that the smuggling into the Orc Empire had flourished in the darkness of the north. It was such a joke that even the higher-ups of the Silvery Moon Alliance were in on the action. Rumors abound that old Mage Elminster had shares in the operation and Priests of Wealth were acting as guarantors.
All trade with the Moonwood is controlled by the Black Moon Merchant Group.
We're only wandering merchants. Anya's lips curved in a wry smile.
Black Moon Merchant Group? It doesn't seem to be all that powerful in the north, though. Confusion shone in Barbara's eyes.
It's a large business group set up in secret, formed in the black market by offshoots of the other large-scale businesses.
It controls over 60% of the trade in the north. Anya's eyes reflected an obvious mockery.
How gutsy. The Queen of Silvery Moon really is quite pitiful, Barbara shook her head. Although she hadn't met such situations in her life on DeBanks Island, she still had enough experience to understand a great deal.
Then, who exactly is it that stands in our way? Barbara asked. Anya took a deep breath before spitting out the name, the master of the Black Moon Merchant Group, Shadowhound Gloff. Shadowhound? What an interesting nickname, Barbara began to laugh.
He's always hidden in the shadows, like a hungry wolf not letting go of even rotten meat. Even the savages fear his greed and violence. Anya's shoulders trembled, as if she had thought up something terrifying.
How interesting.
The smile on Barbara's face grew. Help me make an appointment with him. Dark businesses like the Neon Merchant Group and the Black Moon Merchant Group had channels to transmit information in secret despite the surface ban on the Bain family. It didn't take long for Anya to receive news that Gloff had agreed to meet.
The venue for the meeting was an underground bar.
The owner was an intelligent person, and they'd avoided using a place where paladins could find them here. The smell of cheap wine permeated the place, mixing with tobacco and cheap perfume to cause Anya to cringe. Once they saw Gloff's true appearance, however, even Barbara looked slightly surprised. Anya just cried out in shock. The Shadowhound just looked far too powerful. Canines protruded from his mount, and he had a spotted black nose that complemented red, bestial eyes. His skin was bunched together and wrinkly, full of fat and flesh.
A mixed blood with a Sharp, eh? It's a rare combination too, Anya thought to herself.
Such beings were normally exterminated at birth, and those who even survived were rare, let alone someone growing to such heights of power. There was perhaps less than 1 in 10,000 who could do so. Please sit, beauties. The rumbling voice coming from Gloff's throat made it seem like he was speaking with his tongue stuck out.
Anya needed to spend a great amount of effort to understand what he was saying. Many thanks,
she said as she bowed sincerely, but as she sat down she soon felt a disgusting gaze scanning across her. The feeling of greed and lust immediately caused goosebumps to rise on her skin.
Shadowhound, the king of rotting meat. This nickname really was created aptly.
What is it, ladies? You don't seem quite satisfied with how I'm attending to you. Gloff gulped down a fried quail stuffed with little mushrooms and spices, the sickly crimson-yellow tongue that was wagging out causing Anya to feel nauseous. It's about communication with the Moonwood, she went straight to the point, forcing down the discomfort. So it's about that. Gloff was still stuffing food into his mouth, and a servant took a large black notebook and began to flip through it in front of him. We don't really have any needs in this area now, so the noble merchants will have to wait a while.
Are there no other ways? Do you think we could discuss the allocation of profits here? Anya asked, sounding him out. It's not about profits. Gloff seemed rather resolute.
He had already finished off all the food in front of him, and a few female fox servants were using white serviettes to wipe his mouth for him. But if Miss Anya insists, we could continue this conversation in private. The red glint in Gloff's eyes brightened.
Damn it.
That stupid hound, swine, Anya began to complain once they reached the street. I do find him rather intelligent. Barbara pushed at her black cloak, revealing her charming face. Saintess, do you mean I should? Anya immediately felt bitter, but she nodded with difficulty. If it's for the church, I'm willing to do it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1142, Scheme. Scheme. Hee, where has your mind gone to, my little Anya?
Barbara lifted Anya's chin. The church isn't doing so badly that you'll have to make sacrifices for it yet.
Anya heaved a sigh of relief after hearing those words.
Although she didn't mind such things, it also depended on who the other party was.
What does the saintess mean? Though I didn't state my position, doesn't the fact that he didn't seem to care enough to ask say something?
Barbara gazed at Anya with a half-smile. News of the Bain family siding with the giant serpent church surely must have spread throughout the north, and he must be unwilling to enter such muddy waters. Besides, their thought process is far more complicated than you'd think.
I even suspect that. Anya immediately turned solemn.
Only now did she realize that, even in terms of the refined war of business, Barbara was no less competent than her. Within the hidden meeting room in the underground bar, the Shadowhound stood up respectfully to bow to a figure in the shadows. Things are as you instructed, my lord. I've let them know it isn't possible and had them leave.
A young noble walked out of the darkness.
He was dressed in tailcoat and tie, with not even a strand of fiber out of place. He had silver hair and dark green pupils, the arrogance, reservation, and slyness that only nobles possessed shining forth from his eyes.
You did well. Even if it isn't enough to fool him, we've clarified our stance. Every movement of the youth was filled with grace, as if he was hosting an important wine reception. They have dealings with the church. It's not quite appropriate for us to get involved in this, Gloff began, but an explosive sound rang out as a cane hit Gloff's forehead. The man began to bleed profusely. What a disgrace! The youth's expression had changed. The smile was gone, replaced by a brewing storm. I was wrong, master. Please forgive me. How was Gloff anything like the shadowhound he was said to be? All he could do was shake his tail and look pitiful while kneeling in front of his master. Do not forget your position, you're just a lowly mixed-blood slave. How would you have the right to suggest something to me, the noble Eric? The youth's expression was full of malice, but he quickly concealed it. Still, Gloff could only crawl in front of him in fear, his body trembling. Just remember. Your power, your status, your everything, it all comes from me. I gave you the world, but I can also destroy everything in an instant. Eric patted Gloff's head in reminder, a noble smile surfacing on his face. I will remember it well, master. You are my everything. The only thing Gloff wasn't doing to express his loyalty was wagging a tail. The Neon Merchant Group is far from enough to fill my appetite. However, what do you think about that saintess? She isn't too bad. The young man's eyes flashed wildly, and he burst into laughter. His shadow on the wall swayed around, like a demon dancing freely. After following Barbara back to the residence, Anya perked up. Here's the information you wanted, saintess. She saw the legendary devil hunter that had left such a deep impression on her arrive. He stood respectfully at the side, hellfire sparking atop the surface of the chains in his hands to give him a unique, blazing aura. Barbara nodded as she took a gold crystal from him. Her brows suddenly wrinkled. You had to attack someone just now? A few high-ranked shadow thieves who were fearless enough to spy on us. So foolish, the devil hunter sneered, and a few translucent faces showed themselves amidst the distorted hellfire. He's profaning souls. That's something only devils and demons do. Anya's pupils shrank as she shrieked in her mind, but she managed to hide her expression well. However, Barbara seemed to have sensed her uneasiness. He's imprisoned them for now. These people will be sent to the Lord for punishment, she consoled, though her words were suspicious. The devil hunter shot an indifferent glance at Anya, that gaze that deemed her a little bug causing her soul to tremble in fear. She understood well that this was the imposing aura that came from legendary might. If he wished to destroy her, it wouldn't be much different to stomping an ant to death. Only now did Anya realize how amazing Barbara's kindness was. Take note of your own actions. You frightened my communications officer. Barbara frowned. My apologies, saintess. I'll be on my way then. Space rippled, and the devil hunter's figure disappeared. He'd served the purpose of demonstrating his strength, making it fully clear to Anya that her family was just paper in front of legendary might. If this place was found out and there's people watching us, should we? Anya cautiously asked Barbara. There's no need to move. After all, finding another stronghold will be difficult. With him around, everything will be taken care of. Barbara's tone displayed her absolute confidence. All too casually, she passed the information she'd received to Anya. This is information on the Black Moon Merchant Group. Anya's pupils shrunk, feeling like the papers in her hands suddenly weighed a ton. It implied that the giant serpent church had a huge information network. Uneasiness rose in Anya's heart, fear that her family would lose its use. If that happened, there wouldn't be much time left before they were destroyed. Take a look, the saintess commanded, and Anya read through everything. Her shock only grew as she read on. The person in control of the Black Moon Merchant Group is Earl Eric? He's the grandson of the consul that Queen Illustrial trusts the most? The news left Anya speechless. Although she knew that the nobility was dirty, the content of this report still exceeded her expectations. Such is the nobility. They can betray their own ilk for profit, Barbara smiled in mockery, that's not all. He seems rather interested in taking over the Neon Merchant Group. And me. Although Barbara maintained a smile as she spoke, Anya still felt a chill down her spine. She recalled the shadow thieves the devil hunter had just eliminated. He's the one who sent them? He. Foolish mortal, my body, soul, and everything belong to the supreme god, Kukulkan. Those who dare covet his belongings will definitely be punished, their souls crying. A sick flush appeared on Barbara's face, causing Anya to shudder. All of a sudden, Barbara pointed at Anya, come, accompany me in a bath. Al, all right. Anya stammered as she agreed, the trepidation rising in her heart mixed with a tinge of anticipation. New Silvery Moon, Church of Tyr. Captain Raphania. The large, dusty doors of the church opened up, revealing the face of an old priest.
He spoke slowly, your wisdom allowed you to protect numerous budding paladins.
The Lord does not blame you.
The dim light revealed that Raphania's clothing was lined with spikes, and she was kneeling to atone for her sins. She seemed to be punishing herself.
I have not forgiven myself. I let evil escape my grasp, and the innocent commoners will suffer for it. I have sinned.
Raphania looked extremely pale, her eyes sunken with dark lines.
The torture had to have been for quite a while. The Lord needs you now. New Silvery Moon needs you, and the commoners of the north need you more.
The old priest naturally knew what to do to affect her. The war is about to begin, and the city is in turmoil.
The innocent are still suffering, so what are you waiting for? Look at the city, it needs you. Besides, shouldn't you correct your mistakes?
The old priest opened the doors, producing a barely audible sound that gave rise to a sense of urgency.
I've never denied that.
Raphania picked up her long sword, and her aura surged with power.
Even in the garb of sinners, the captain of the paladins had returned. I'll uproot the Neon Merchant Group and the Bane family. The Giant Serpent Church as well. They'll pay the price, I swear on it. Raphania solemnly guaranteed.
Very good. The old priest left in satisfaction, not noticing a dark luster becoming more distinct at Raphania's back. Meanwhile, in a certain grand residence in New Silvery Moon.
The captain of the paladins is coming out? Ah, good. Leak the location of the Bane family's stronghold to them. Eric began to laugh crazily. They dare take the shadow thieves I nurture with so much effort? They must pay the price.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1143, Arrival.
Young master, this will harm our reputation, an old butler spoke, his words staggered.
We're a mighty noble family, our glory eternal.
All this filthy business is the work of those under us.
Got it? Eric looked towards the butler with a gaze full of meaning.
The man understood what he meant, backing down respectfully as the young noble continued to swirl the wine in his glass. It seemed like he could see those two captivating faces within the blood-red wine.
You shall all become mine.
Just you wait, he muttered pervertedly, and his cheeks flushed. The news leaks from the Black Moon Merchant Group caused a lot of pressure to fall on the Neon Merchant Group.
Under Raphania's lead, the paladins went all out to completely decimate a few hidden strongholds.
They even managed to find an encampment close to Barbara's current position. With her church supporting her, Raphania had grown more sly and cautious in dealing with the Giant Serpent Church.
High-ranked priests accompanied practically every team, and a squad of legendary paladins were ready to reinforce them at any moment. History would not repeat itself in the next encounter.
With the millennia it had spent amassing power, the Church of Justice was just more powerful than the Giant Serpent Church. Tyr being a greater god wasn't the only thing they had.
Anya's face flushed red as she sent an emissary from the Black Moon Merchant Group away. It's a show of power. A brazen show of power.
She complained to Barbara, I'm sure they were the ones who led the paladins here.
Anya paced around uneasily in the drawing room. Our location being leaked was just a warning.
If we don't agree to their requests, they'll definitely hit us with something more powerful.
What foolish and ignorant people.
They're walking further and further along the path to death. Barbara put the letter in her hand down, smiling with confidence.
They want to take over the Neon Merchant Group and work together with our church, and they want you to go personally as a show of sincerity? Will I have to go in the future as well?
Saintess, Anya looked hesitant, feeling apprehensive. Of course we'll fight back, and we'll fight back strong.
Barbara sounded resolute.
That's right. Any sinners who have the guts to go against our Saintess must be punished with hellfire.
The legendary Devil Hunter entered the drawing room, accompanied by Fagus.
But the Black Moon Merchant Guild has complicated relationships underground, and Earl Eric is someone of high status. His family can be ranked amongst the top 3 of the Silvery Moon Alliance. A trace of fear appeared in Anya's eyes. The Bane family as it was right now did not have the means to duke it out even with the Black Moon Merchant Group, leave alone the Duke backing it. Without the Giant Serpent Church assisting them in their fight, they would be like little ants.
That's not all.
Eric's father, the Duke in office, is a high-ranked legendary, Fagus mumbled seriously. He turned towards the Devil Hunter. How confident are you in your chances, my lord? It was apparent that Fagus was good at public relations. Even this prideful Devil Hunter pondered over this seriously, before answering stiffly in the mainland's language, I'm confident I can kill him, but only if there's no interference.
That's pretty much impossible in New Silvery Moon.
Exactly, Fagus sighed.
Queen Illustrial and Old Mage Elminster are present there, both peak legendary beings with the power of divinity.
Silvery Moon was known to be the place with the most advanced spells in the continent, a sacred land for all wizards.
Countless high-ranked spells had been created there, and even many legends had improved their craft. It even included the likes of Lyle.
In the minds of many normal beings, the ascension of the young wizard was largely thanks to the great accumulations of Silvery Moon. The power the wizards had accumulated over time caused the Silvery Moon Alliance to grow into a terrifying existence. Its numerous high-ranked and legendary wizards allowed it to stand the test of time, being able to hold on in the wars against the Orc Empire. Most of New Silvery Moon was filled with high-ranked wizards, their combined strength letting them contend even with the avatars of gods. In this light, planning an ambush or assassination was a poor decision.
Besides, there's no use killing Eric and the Duke. Their family is huge, and has organizations all over the continent. It'll only give us more enemies, Fagus sighed once more. The Duke's family was truly enormous, with numerous hidden branches and powerful beings in their ranks.
They were scattered all over the prime material plane. Even if their chief and his successor were killed, they would never give up. Unless they could eliminate the entire family at once, trying to take it on would only result in an endless amount of trouble. The Duke's family was leagues beyond the scope of the Bane family. But that was only to be expected. After all, the Banes wouldn't be so troubled by the Church of Justice if they had such power in the first place. They would have instead been higher up the ladder in Silvery Moon, able to live comfortably. You don't need to worry about this issue at all.
Barbara stood up, solemn and dignified.
A hazy layer of divine light descended upon her, and a mighty existence's conscience began to converse with the saintess. A golden luster flashed in her eyes, and she turned certain. She delivered a decree with complete seriousness: the Black Moon Merchant Group and the family of that Eric are marching to their deaths.
The Lord will completely exterminate them.
The very moment Barbara stood up, the devil hunter had knelt down to pray like a devout follower.
Anya and Fagus were crouched on the ground, their bodies still trembling. They'd been frightened silly by that imposing aura that even dragons couldn't hold a candle to. Just the conscience could cause an ordinary being to bow their head. After that powerful conscience disappeared, Fagus regained his senses and asked fearfully, "What? Is the god of massacre descending?"
"That's right. The Lord has already informed me that Eric and his family will be wiped out." Barbara spoke with conviction. From her point of view, since even the god she believed in had made a prophecy, the family would definitely be wiped out.
Is this the aura of a god?
Even if it's a large family like that in the prime material plane with many connections and legendary beings in charge, with limitless powers hidden in the shadows, wiping them out is an easy task.
Right, how could I forget?
No matter how generous and gentle the servants of this existence are, he's a powerful god of massacre. An absent look flashed in Fagus' eyes, and Anya's own filled with heat. This was what she truly pursued: power over millions of lifeforms.
Outside, Leyland's avatar descended towards the north.
A land filled with the stench of war, a greater god watching over it at all times. Leyland's eyes flashed as he understood everything, and he snickered before entering the prime material plane. As a true god, he basically had nothing to fear anymore. He naturally didn't have to keep a low profile. He spread his senses slightly, and large numbers of golden threads sprang into view. They consisted of strong emotions, the souls of his worshippers forming multiple scenes before him. The threads of faith are being managed quite well here.
It must be from the impression I left behind at the beginning, and Barbara's hard work.
Leyland tapped a random strand, and it took him to the children inside the stronghold. A weak little boy was praying to his statue within.
"Mighty Lord of Massacre, I beg you.
Give me the courage and strength to protect Sister Barbara." Lance's gaze was extremely resolute and filled with determination. "Please, I'm willing to give up everything."
Such great awareness.
His faith is bordering zealotry already. Such people were the best of seedlings for a god, ones that had to be nurtured properly. With the emphasis deities placed on faith and piety, every zealot was a treasure.
Let's see, Leyland sent his conscience down, scanning through the boy's memories without him even noticing. So he's related to Black Moon as well. Eric rendered him a homeless orphan, and now he's a refugee?
Seeing these dark memories, Leyland poured a trace of his conscience into the golden thread. Lance, who'd been praying all this while, suddenly felt himself being flooded with energy. "I am the god of massacre, the ruler of devils and setter of laws, Kukulkan. Speak, pious child, what do you need of me?" The dignity and intimacy in the voice let Lance affirm that this was the god he worshipped. Realizing that a prayer from even the lowly him had been gifted an instantaneous response, hot tears filled the rims of his eyes.
"I see the future.
Eric shall wail in the fires of hell in the future, while you will obtain strength to protect hope. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1144, Rebuke. Rebuke. The gods possessed the strength to turn the heavens and the earth upside down.
Leyland's divine ability, warp reality, made a joke of things such as innate talent or aptitude.
Even as the boy was stupefied, some changes manifested on Lance's body.
Before the youth even had the time to express his gratitude, Leyland's prophetic words ended and he fainted immediately. The incident caused a stir all around them. The priests saw the imprint Leyland left behind on the boy, and knew what to do next. I'll most likely get another zealot once news of Eric's end reaches his ears, Leyland stroked his chin. Gods had a myriad of complex tasks to accomplish every day, and from one point of view Leyland's actions just now were a net loss. However, his worshippers needed a boost in morale from time to time. Since Eric and his family were being destroyed anyway, he chose to reveal his divine presence.
Let's use their demise to announce my arrival.
A freezing radiance was emitted from Leyland's eyes. Umberlee had put him in contact with the orc gods, and their greater god Grumsh welcomed his arrival. Though, that being said, the orcs wouldn't reject anyone who wanted to team up with them to fight two greater gods. However, things were different when Malor was brought up. Grumsh had an ambiguous attitude at best, expressing helplessness in Leyland's conflict with the god of the hunt. The most he could do was remain neutral.
However, his reactions made Leyland feel like Malor's relationship with the orc gods was closer than his. However, that was quite easy to understand.
The orc and beast gods were of the same faction, and there was an intrinsic foundation for their cooperation. Malor had been a longtime ally, and he would be more reliable than a stranger like Leyland.
However, these gods had misunderstood Leyland's thoughts. Malor didn't qualify to be Leyland's enemy.
He was mere prey, and not something he paid any mind to. Leyland's gaze instead pierced through space, entering New Silvery Moon, ignorant plebeian, you dare eye my property. The body and soul of a saintess were the personal property of the deity they served, and this was true across all alignments and churches.
Eric daring to harbor thoughts of defiling Barbara was blasphemy.
Leyland hadn't found a suitable opportunity to establish his presence and dignity before, but Eric had now come knocking on his door.
Wasn't it akin to committing suicide?
Even with all its legendaries and hidden branches, the dukedom was just a bunch of ants in the eyes of a god. Well, it's about time to let my main body through, so I'll need some test subjects as well, Leyland smiled, as if seeing the fall of Eric's house. Earl Eric had no idea of this star of death shining brightly over his house, and his high spirits hadn't been dampened in the least. His malicious schemes and plans had led Raphania and the paladins under her to clamp down on the Neon Merchant Group, and they'd obtained fantastic results. His rage had calmed down.
I won't have to wait much longer before Anya comes knocking on my door, do I?
Eric stroked his chin, anticipation in his eyes. He'd been longing for the Rose of the Bane family for a while now.
That saintess won't be long either.
I haven't tasted a saintess yet. Suddenly, Eric's body seemed to blaze with passion, and a small stream of heat flowed to his lower abdomen.
My lord!
A voice interrupted just as Eric was about to get some maids to vent his lust. It was his old butler.
What is it? He asked with impatience, speak. If the old butler had nothing of import, he would be taught an unforgettable lesson. The master is back. He's waiting for you in the study. However, the butler only took a sentence to calm Eric down immediately. It was like cold water was poured down on the boy.
Eric's grandfather was a Duke of the Silvery Moon Alliance, a legendary wizard who managed the city's consulate. He was on the same level as old Mage Elminster, the two having studied together in the past. Put bluntly, he was the pillar of support for the entire family. Eric seemed very powerful as he flaunted his authority, but he was nothing before his grandfather.
Just a word from the man would strip him of all authority. I'm on my way.
Eric straightened out his clothes in a hurry. The Duke never liked his descendants being tardy or messy. At the same time, the burning desire in his eyes was replaced by a fawning gaze. It didn't take long for Eric to stand before his grandfather in the study. The Duke had a goosefeather quill in hand, and was continuously scribbling away at a pile of documents. It took over a dozen minutes for Eric to hear his grandfather's voice, his knees on the verge of buckling. It wasn't loud, but it carried a strange power that caused the young noble to straighten his back immediately. I hear you've been quite happy recently, forging close ties with the paladins of the God of Justice.
Especially Raphania, you've allowed her to gain many contributions.
A hint of mockery appeared in the corner of the Duke's eyes.
Forgive me, Lord Grandfather.
I'm only doing this for the sake of work, Eric replied feebly. Let me make this clear first. The Lady of Hope holds power equivalent to mine. She isn't someone you can covet.
Now moving on. Have you been clamping down on the Neon Merchant Group as of late?
Eric's body trembled as he tried to reply, his back being drenched in cold sweat. You know, grandfather.
They're fugitives from New Silvery Moon, I'm only performing my duty. No matter what it is, stop now. The Duke interjected. But why? Eric felt somewhat repressed.
Although he had his own plans when dealing with the Neon Merchant Group, he'd also kept the expansion of the family in mind.
The Neon Merchant family is backed by the Giant Serpent Church. One should always show respect when dealing with a god.
Had the old Duke known of Eric's lust for Barbara, his words would not have been this calm.
Right now, he only felt extreme weariness.
His work in the consulate took up too much of his time, and he'd remained stagnant without advancing.
I've expanded the family enough.
We don't need to grow further, we should focus on stabilizing ourselves. The Duke rubbed the bridge of his nose.
Think carefully about what I said. Do not try to provoke a faction that has the backing of a god. The results will not be pretty. Yes, Lord Grandfather. Eric bowed and retreated from the study room.
The youth only started howling after he'd returned to his own room.
Why? He roared like a beast, when I'm just about to succeed. My lord. The maidservant Eric doted on the most ran in, her face filled with worry. What happened? Who let you in?
It was then that the maid saw a pair of bestial eyes staring at her, icy and filled with murderous intent. An ear-piercing scream sounded out, but it quickly faded as everything returned to normal. A hidden passage opened up some time later, and the shadow hound Gloff walked out. Master, the owner of the Black Moon Merchant Group, took off his black robes, revealing animal hide and a body laced with fat as he greeted Eric with respect. The corpse on the floor did not faze him at all. Hurry and dispose of it, do not let it taint my room any further. Eric kicked the maid's corpse away, her once soft and supple body already growing brittle.
As you wish, master. Gloff moved to obey.
However, he stopped for a moment in hesitation. Also, master, do we continue suppressing the Neon Merchant Group? Eric frowned, before throwing a flower vase at Gloff's head.
A loud shattering noise sounded, and blood spilled to the floor. So you got the news too. Well, aren't you quite loyal? Don't forget who it is that reared a dog like you. Fear entered Gloff's expression as Eric bellowed in rage.
However, the half-blood was instead feeling more misery than fear in his heart.
No matter how powerful he seemed in the darkness, Gloff knew he was only a lackey that Eric could dispose of any time.
If Eric grew annoyed with him, he'd end up like the maid in a matter of seconds.
Of course not, master, how could I have the guts?
You're the greatest power in my eyes.
Gloff bowed his head and put on a fawning expression. He was almost licking Eric's boots.
Listen up, Eric's breathing resumed a regular pace. He viewed Gloff with a higher importance than the maidservant earlier.
Our plans must go on.
Only now, it should be kept secret from the others.
Continue with our actions until the Neon Merchant Group yields. Is that understood? There was no way Gloff did not understand Eric's intentions. However, if he did not obey, he would die.
The Shadowhound valued his own life over the Duke's commands, so he immediately agreed.
I understand.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1145, Curse.
Curse. If that legendary Duke working in Silveryman's consulate found out what his grandson was up to, he would probably jail and hang the youth as soon as possible.
He might even have blasted him to smithereens with a disjunction spell.
Unfortunately, he'd been swamped with work as they prepared for battle, leaving such a huge disaster to go unnoticed.
That was until that day, that is.
Warm sunlight was shining down on the north, and a few pure white clouds dotted the azure sky to make it look like velvet that was changing patterns.
Eric was in a very good mood that morning.
The pressure he'd consistently put on the Neon Merchant Group had let those fools know to compromise. They'd sent him an envelope through hidden channels, which indicated their resolve was weakening. He believed the letter would be full of flattering words, leaving a small request at the end and an indication that they were willing to offer something in exchange.
Compromises between nobles always went along these lines.
Thus, at the headquarters of the Black Moon Merchant Group, he was reclining on his couch with his eyes closed, full of the pride of a victor. Gloff was stood at his side like a humble servant, and there was another black-robed person in front of him. All checks have been performed, there's no problem, he said as he handed the envelope over. Naturally, Eric wasn't a careless person. The black letter had undergone countless tests before it entered his grasp. This man in front was his most trusted subordinate. The man had a pair of arms so shriveled one could see pale bone underneath the skin. His eyes had sunk deep, and there seemed to be no muscle on his face. It was like his entire body had been formed of skin and bone, and he stank so badly of decay that even Gloff seemed slightly disgusted.
The man's robes were huge for his build, and a necklace of bone and black pearl flickered with a dull glow as the aura of death and evil spirits emanated from it. This man was obviously a necromancer.
Necromancers liked to play around with bodies and souls, being rejected by the remaining wizards on the continent. Illustrial, in particular, had set numerous bans on them and Silvery Moon, making her rule the most severe in history.
Since Mentor Adas has spoken, it must be true, Eric said.
With everyone else eager to beat them down, it was enormously difficult for any necromancer to develop. Still, as a result, every single high-ranked necromancer was earth-shatteringly powerful. Even if Adas wasn't a skeleton lich yet, he was almost at the legendary realm, and his proficiency in curses and spirits left no fear of threat behind. Eric chuckled as he took the envelope from his mentor, tearing it open. This was the moment he was waiting for. The pleas of the defeated always gave him immeasurable delight. This, however, his expression soon changed. The paper inside the envelope was completely blank, with nothing on it. Eric turned it over a few times to confirm, and a feeling of humiliation surged up within him that caused his face to flush red.
This isn't even a prank. It's a challenge. A despicable and weak family like that dares challenge me, the grandson of a legendary wizard and the star of Silvery Moon? They will pay in blood.
Eric yelled, and viciously slammed the paper onto the table.
Ma, master.
At this moment, Gloff suddenly found something strange.
A dark green flame had erupted the moment Eric touched the paper, greedily devouring everything around it.
This, Adas quickly made his move, many magic items on his hands flickering as the spells he prepared were launched.
Detect Curse, Holy Defense, Armor of Thorns.
Numerous layers of light shrouded Eric, and a teleportation light quickly swallowed the mentor and pupil.
The spatial transfer took them straight to their residence at the core of Silvery Moon. We got the right coordinates.
Even legendary beings wouldn't dare charge into Silvery Moon without caution. Adas glanced at Eric. Not discovering this new type of curse was my fault. Please don't say that, Mentor Adas. Eric was still lenient in front of those with real might. Without you here, who knows what kind of trouble I would be in now. At that point, Eric's expression changed. The damned Neon Merchant Group. They actually dare to use such underhanded means.
I won't let them off.
I'm actually rather interested in that new curse. Adas caressed his necklace. It could actually escape my detections. I hope to return and observe the reactions.
That's not a problem at all. Isn't Gloff there?
He's the best test subject you could have. With how close he was, he must have been affected by the curse as well, Eric answered without any hesitation, the only emotion in his eyes exasperation, not pity. That stupid dog, I'll need to find someone to replace it. Eric waved his arm, and a bit of green light flashed in his eyes.
Oh. No.
Only when Adas exclaimed did Eric realize that the green flames had appeared once again, sticking to his fingers like maggots. Thin black lines appeared on his skin, wriggling like they were absorbing his blood. How can there be a curse like this? It doesn't make sense. Adas felt like everything he knew was coming apart.
Eric's yells continued to grow louder and louder, until the green flames were done absorbing his blood and swallowed up the dark lines.
They continued to blaze in mid-air, the enchanting fires forming a small portal. It was a sound that nobody could describe, one that did not exist in the world and was impossible to recreate. It sounded like a roar that possessed all the resentment and hate of the world, like a low mumble from hell that was more evil than the devils and demons combined. It spread out in all directions. What's happening to me? Eric grew dizzy, feeling like there was a fire in his throat. His voice grew incredibly hoarse, and he sounded worse than an old bellow. All of a sudden, Eric pointed at Adas in fear. The necromancer now had huge tumors growing on his face one after the other, and was becoming obese. Terrifying pus spilled out of the sarcomas, and great corrosive strength began to swallow up his body.
No.
Eric looked at his own hands, where abscess the size of gold coins appeared continuously, emitting pus that smelt of decay as they began to explode and corrode his skin. The great pain overwhelmed his senses. He then lay on the ground, watching Adas, who had already turned into bone and could no longer speak. He had once been someone with immeasurable strength, basically a king in the north. Now, however, he couldn't even cry for help, much less decide life or death. Eric could only watch his body be corroded in total despair, his head swelling into a huge tumor. It went out in a loud explosion, thus ending his life of sin. Meanwhile, everyone in the prime material plane that was related to Eric by blood was startled to find their bodies filling up with terrifying tumors that ate away at them in but a moment. Within New Silvery Moon's castle, Queen Illustrial was gazing at the legendary Duke as he made a report. These are the logistics of the Nojo defensive line, my queen. There were other legendary figures in the hall beside the two, including Old Mage Elminster. They were evidently discussing something extremely important. The Duke looked poised and was about to say something when his expression changed. His skin turned a terrifying green as a tumor began to grow underneath. It was like a little mouse running around as it scurried around his body. Curse! Elminster was the first to stand up and throw a dispel out. The wizards present here were amongst the best and most powerful in the world, and there were even legendary priests present. Everyone cast spell after spell, as even the Duke himself tried all methods to save his life. However, nothing worked. The rest could only watch as the Duke collapsed, crying out in misery. A very terrifying curse. Elminster wrinkled his forehead, using a layer to separate the legendary Duke from them. He then turned to look at the Duke through the barrier, or perhaps he was looking at the obsidian protection runes on the ground. Those are legendary substitutes that can take out any attacks, poisons, or curses in his stead. However, they've lost all effect, he said to Illustrial. A trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Looking at the current situation, even a clone wouldn't work. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1146, Extermination. Extermination. Asterisk bang, asterisk under the eyes of numerous helpless onlookers, desperation surfaced in the Duke's eyes. However, their legendary might was all for naught as his body suddenly exploded, flesh and blood scattering as the corrosive pus covering the barrier almost caused Illustrial and the rest to puke. To kill a Duke right in front of us. This is a serious provocation. A solemn look surfaced on Elminster's face. He was disappointed that he hadn't been able to identify the enemy from the Duke's eyes, and soon that solemnity was replaced by infinite fear. The Duke was a legendary wizard himself, and he was killed so easily. What about everyone in the hall right now? Report. A high-ranked wizard staggered in, the panic noticeable on his face. What's wrong? Elminster asked with a frown, overstepping Illustrial's authority. Earl Eric, Chekhov, Viscount Agar, and even Dorwick and Lady Merida. We just received news that they're all dead. The hall grew completely silent in an instant, and everyone stared blankly at the spot where the legendary Duke had exploded. That is to say, everyone in Silvery Moon carrying his bloodline was eliminated in an instant? Elminster felt a sudden chill in the air, invading his very soul. It seems like the bloodline curses from the Magus world work quite well. Leyland withdrew his gaze. Even those with legendary might could not withstand his rage, and despite numerous powerful existences surrounding him, the Duke had died. This was the terror of the Magus world. With the extinction of all of the Duke's blood, Leyland had announced to the influences and gods with the north that he'd arrived. This is clearly provoking us. Seeing the unending stream of death reports from the frenetic city, an unperturbed look appeared on Raffinia's face. However, this was obviously the calm before the storm. Everyone related by blood to the legendary Duke had perished without reason, and the terrifying sights of their deaths had astonished all of New Silvery Moon. Adding up the clones and true bodies as well as the descendants of the legendary Duke and his family, there were hundreds within Silvery Moon. Furthermore, numerous family members had perished in the sight of the general public. The disturbance caused by event allowed other villains and adventurers with ulterior motives to take advantage of the situation, causing the chaos to intensify. To Raffinia, who'd been entrusted with maintaining public order, this was an insult to her job, a shame that could never be removed. Dispatch the paladins to assist the garrison in stabilizing the situation. Numerous solemn paladins rushed out of the church, causing all wild schemes to fall apart in an instant. However, the vague moans of lament within the gradually recovering city caused Raffinia's expression to grow even more heavy. A curse with hundreds of victims. If we can't capture the culprit, I won't be able to account to the Queen and other citizens who trusted me. Raffinia swiftly started to speculate about the true mastermind. Was the culprit an enemy of the Duke? A wizard trying to collect souls, or an evil god trying to spread fear? Raffinia knew fully well that if this incident was related to a god, it would become an extremely huge problem. However, the ideal of justice in her heart would not allow her to back down. Raffinia, a cardinal said as he walked towards her, his face drooping with gloom. We just received word that another family at the Ironsward Castle met its end, the symptoms the exact same as the Duke's family. Could it be? Raffinia's brows twitched. Yes. It's a branch of the Duke's family that separated 100 years ago and settled down at Ironsward Castle. Even the branches passed away when the Duke died, and the old and young weren't spared even if they were in a church at that moment. A faint trace of foreboding emerged within the cardinal's eyes. The church gave us the same news. The branch in the central kingdoms perished as well. A curse that can affect the entire continent, Raffinia muttered. Not just that, there were a few cases of other aristocrats in Silvery Moon, and even a few stable lads and gardeners. There's a lot of panic thinking it's spreading,
but we know why they died," the cardinal continued. "Those licentious idiots, having numerous illegitimate children and causing a huge problem now." Raffania was secretly elated. She'd been irked by the luxurious and messy lifestyles of the higher nobility.
"The main problem is even the descendants that we weren't aware of were killed off. This is the power of a god. An evil god has declared his arrival,"
the cardinal said with all seriousness.
Raffania nodded her head in acknowledgement.
Only a true god could release such a large-scaled curse upon the mainland. Even peak legendary wizards couldn't wield such terrifying power. Those evil gods are the greatest threat to our cause.
Raffania clenched her fists, missing the cardinal's bitter smile.
There aren't many evil gods capable of killing off descendants 1,000 miles away, and they're all terrifying existences, the cardinal sighed in secret. With his understanding of gods, he naturally knew the terror of the one behind this event.
Still, his expression returned to normal soon enough. "Paladin Raffania. Your mission is to assist Queen Illustrial in maintaining peace and stability within New Silvery Moon City. Do you intend to shirk your duties?"
Raffania's face instantly blackened after the cardinal left, and she drew her longsword to a terrifying keen. She'd noticed a clear hint of warning within the cardinal's words, asking her to accept a compromise. It was like the church didn't plan to take actions against that cruel god. Even though Raffania knew that one needed to compromise and back down sometimes for the sake of justice, this incident had exceeded her bottom line.
"Don't tell me even the Lord's church has started to be corrupted by darkness." Even though she knew she shouldn't think that way, a trace of darkness enveloped Raffania's thoughts.
Her expression warped within the shadows, and that trace of dark red grew even more bright. "Oh Lord! Please pardon my sins, do not afflict me with such a terrifying curse.
No matter who it is, Lord. Please protect me, Coco, and Laffrey.
Dear Lord. I pray for you to swiftly end this disaster.
Oh Lord, whoever you are, wherever you come from. Thank you for exterminating Earl Eric and avenging my family."
The amount of golden faith in the void had increased several-fold, and numerous prayers that matched Leyland's expectations were transmitted to him. The horrifying death of a family protected by legendary beings had caused mass panic within New Silvery Moon, and only the gods had the ability to protect and comfort these civilians. Those of faith had increased substantially within New Silvery Moon, and the strength of the faith already present had grown as well. Aristocrats and businessmen grew more generous in their donations to the churches, as if such actions would prevent the misfortune from falling upon them. All gods had raked in a great harvest, and inevitably some of this scattered faith had been devoured by Leyland. After all, spreading terror and power could also grow faith. It was simply normal for people to pray to the harbinger of this disaster out of fear. The goddess of plagues and Umber Lee both adopted similar methods to grow their following. Although this line of faith isn't stable, it could be considered great replenishment. Emotions of fear and gratitude followed the faith to Leyland. Every action of a true god would affect the entire prime material plane, and this one from Leyland could be considered a different type of miracle. His godfire and divine domain were strengthened by the massive faith, accumulating with Leyland's true body. However, Leyland seemed apathetic, seemingly not affected by the fanaticism of the mortal world. Now that the Black Moon Merchant Group and their backers have been sorted out, there should be no more obstacles to the plan. The transaction with the Black Blood tribe should speed up as well. Leyland simply couldn't care about a possible counterattack from the good gods. Someone had blasphemed his divinity, so how could he tolerate it? No action taken in punishment would be considered too much. What's more, he was also an evil god. If he didn't leave a trail of terror wherever he went, would he be worthy of his reputation? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1147, Caravan. Caravan.
I never thought I'd come back to the north. Anya stopped her horse and looked around at the wilderness, a trance-like expression in her eyes.
Arg. Ah.
Sharp growls could be heard from goblins in the shrubbery as an enormous malicious intent enveloped the caravans behind her. If they couldn't show a sufficient amount of force, these goblins would continue to follow them, looking for flaws in their defenses as they waited for reinforcements. When the time was ripe, they'd rush into action and make mincemeat out of everyone in the caravans.
Go! Anya naturally knew how to deal with them. She didn't even have to say anything before several armored knights rushed ahead.
The mounts whinnied as they brandished their swords, causing the goblins to cry out in panic.
"Ha, you green-skinned midgets!" One knight laughed loudly, the dragon-patterned greatsword in his hand driving several dirty green-skinned goblins out of the grass. Asterisk bang. Bang, asterisk several of the pitiful little fellows suffered fatal injuries, and the ones that were left remaining began to scream in horror as they lamented their fates. The remaining goblins fled quickly, the tall grass shaking as wave after wave escaped.
A caravan could not survive in the north without the ability to defeat the goblins and ogres of the endless plains. They would be swallowed up and exterminated by the other merchant groups, dispatched in a harsh fight that left their bones to rot in the wilderness forever. Several goblins were then hung at the front of the caravan, screaming the loudest. These wails would be the best deterrent against danger, even if only against other goblins. Anya intentionally distanced herself from the stench of the green-skinned barbarians, draping a white scarf embroidered with gold across her face.
Damn, isn't there a better method than this? Her eyes scanned across the normal-looking servants with a hint of resentment in her heart. With them here, even if we were surrounded by ogre tribes, there's nothing much to be scared of, is there? Of course, Anya was well aware that this place was now the territory of the Orc Empire. If they were surrounded by the horde here, even several legendaries would not be enough to save them. This was why she decided to swallow her resentment, refraining from speaking. There are matters for you to attend to, Miss Anya. A skinny servant ran over, looking young and immature.
However, his eyes revealed a calm resolution that did not match his sweet face.
What's the matter? Anya asked reflexively. It's most likely an issue regarding our arrival at the Moonwood, the youth replied, causing Anya to take another glance at him.
I'll go immediately, Anya promised, and her eyes bored into the little boy's back with a rare trace of jealousy. What a lucky fellow.
Wasn't he called Lance? He actually received the favor of the Lord.
When she'd first laid eyes on him, this child was but a weak boy hiding within the shadows.
But now?
His temperament and physique had both been transformed greatly, and he was now receiving focused training from the Giant Serpent Church.
He awakened his talent as a devil hunter with divine inspiration.
That legendary devil hunter will very likely accept him as a disciple. Anya looked at Lance back and thought of her own brothers who were sent into the Giant Serpent Church. A wry smile appeared on her face, but she could not complain. She understood the reason behind such treatment well. The Banes were a business family without any real faith. Given that they had to be converted to Kukulkan's faith, their devotion could not be compared to what Lance showed. Even if the heirs to the family were still young, it didn't seem like they would become zealots. Perhaps the next generation of children can be nurtured. Anya deeply understood the fundamentals of the church and what it relied on to exist. Monetary and other help was one aspect, but the most fundamental aspect of one's relationship with the church was the strength of their faith.
Talent and money did not matter in the face of fervor.
Anya knew that the Giant Serpent Church had a unique divine skill which could determine the depths of one's faith through the light of faith emitted by the worshipper. This sort of analytical ability made her feel that she was in deep danger. It looks like I should deepen my understanding of the doctrine of their God. Sister Barbara might be able to help me with this. A blush appeared on Anya's face as she thought of Saintess Barbara, for reasons she herself did not know.
Father.
Anya rode to Fagus' side, continuing the journey alongside him. Their current journey was so important that even the head of the family had personally joined the caravan. We have to handle these matters well for the Lord. We cannot afford a single mistake, Fagus said with a solemn face.
I understand, Father. Anya inhaled deeply.
Leyland had bestowed a miracle upon their family, taking out Black Moon and the house backing it in one go. This freed up the Neon Merchant Group immediately, allowing them to put trade with the Black Blood tribe on the agenda. No matter how Fagus and his daughter looked at it, the Giant Serpent Church's actions this time were rather evil. However, they'd boarded this ship themselves, and could only walk the path that Leyland had paved for them. Fagus knew deeply of the horror of a war between gods, and now an innocent like him had been thrown into the mix. Even if he was unwilling, he could only bite the bullet and continue on. A commotion suddenly sounded out up ahead, and Anya moved to whisper into Fagus' ear, "Father, we've spotted Knights of the Orc Empire."
It doesn't matter.
Fagus looked at the flags they'd put up, a pass the Orc Empire had given them to guarantee the safety of their caravan. Arg, arg, bleak howls sounded out as a few knights finally appeared before Anya's eyes.
These werewolves were about 2 heads taller than the average human, with green eyes and hair.
They were riding giant wolves with silver fur.
The mounted wolves.
Anya paled as she saw these elites of the Orc Empire, their equipment being able to contend with human knights. The mounted wolves were a nightmare to all the people of the north. The horses of the caravan neighed restlessly under the wolves' gazes, stomping their hooves on the ground as white vapor condensed from their breath. Fortunately, the commander of the wolves waved his hand after seeing the banner atop it. The wolves made way for the caravan, and they moved ahead despite their fear.
The captain even dispatched 2 riders to protect them at the tail.
Sigh. Compared to the Silvery Moon Alliance, the strategic warfare of the Orc Empire is actually, Fagus muttered under his breath, but he didn't end the sentence.
Anya knew what her father wanted to say.
The Orc Emperor Saladin was a wise leader, possessing great foresight. Seeing how the humans flourished with the advent of civilization, he was mimicking their ways to develop his own empire. For the sake of food and material, Saladin had promised the Neon Merchant Group and Black Moon Merchant Group to protect them within his borders. Orders had been sent for orc troops to not harass them, and only engage in fair trade. This would in turn attract more merchants, and increase the strength of the empire.
Alustriel and her subordinates weren't even comparable in this aspect.
The only thing that helped them was that they were of the same race, and the orcs were their natural enemies.
The benefits of trade with the Orc Empire couldn't always get rid of the shadow of war.
On the other hand, the fact that the orcs were buying magic scrolls and powerful equipment told Fagus that they were already prepared for war.
What do you think? A tall and skinny figure asked Lance, are you afraid?
No. I have nothing to fear with the protection of the Lord. Lance gripped a string of hemp that was tied around his neck.
Something seemed to be hidden within. Alright then, what do you think of the orcs turning towards civilization and protecting our caravan?
The tan man seemed like he wanted to test Lance's deductive abilities.
This question would be difficult even for an adult to answer. I feel like, Lance bowed his head and pondered.
When he lifted his head again, his eyes no longer filled with perplexement. The orcs give off a savage and bloody aura. It seems right to improve themselves and march towards civilization, but I keep feeling like something's not right. Although he didn't elaborate further, the man seemed to be satisfied with his answer. You're right. Grunch, the orc god, is a god of savages. This change doesn't match the true nature of his domain, so it'll cause a serious problem.
How many of the orc gods will want to change their natural disposition to civilization? Is it very difficult?
Lance nodded his head. Just thinking about it proved to be extremely astonishing for him.
It is.
Sometimes the gods cannot even choose the change of alignments and disposition, the figure side, and even though Grunch himself approved this change, not many others will.
The imbalance in power has caused a fatal blow to the Orc Empire.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1148, Trade. Trade.
The Emperor's decree was enforced with might and savagery, causing fear to spread across the Orc Empire. The Neon Merchant Group dumped much of their goods along their way, using iron, food, weapons, and magic artifacts to trade for great amounts of precious metals. The orcs gave out some special items of the north at unimaginably low prices. Gems were but stones for the orcs, and to exchange them for weaponry, rations, and clothing was a great bargain. It led to a great environment for the Neon Merchant Group as they finally arrived at the Moonwood. This was the Black Blood tribe's base, a place where Leyland had fought hard in multiple times in the part. Trade with the Black Blood tribe was also what caused the Paladins to notice the Neon Merchant Group, but with the urging of the Giant Serpent Church they continued with the transaction.
At the same time, another mounted group entered the Moonwood as well.
They quickly passed the strange branches and obstructions, the slight wind in the forest raising their robes a little to reveal a silver luster. The North, the Moonwood, and the Black Blood tribe. I'm back, their leader muttered as she glanced at the Moonwood, lost in thought. She pulled off her cloak to reveal a young face. It might not be where everything started, but it was where the most blood was shed. It seems like a good place to end everything, she muttered. One of the cloaked figures halted beside her, revealing a benevolent and sorrowful face.
Are you feeling at a loss, Captain Raphania?
It's nothing, Cardinal Carroll. Raphania shook her head. I spent a long time here before, so I'm just feeling nostalgic.
Your familiarity with the terrain will be to our advantage.
We need to make use of that. Cardinal Carroll made a hand gesture in front of his chest. We've received intel that the sinful Neon Merchant Group is going to make contact with the Black Blood tribe's war creatures here soon, and supply the other side with materials for a blood sacrifice. Those unscrupulous souls should go to hell. Raphania gritted her teeth, her terrifying energy raging at the back of her hands as she grasped her sword. Just the thought that they were using the blood and souls of innocent beings to please the evil gods made her feel like a frightening bundle of flames was about to surge out of her chest.
In the name of justice, I shall purge all evil and sin.
The high-ranked paladins began to chant alongside her, their faces glowing with a faint white light. The Neon Merchant Group quickly met a group of war creatures after entering the Moonwood.
However, they'd obviously traded with the other party many times.
The leader of the war creatures even knew who they were, and once they showed their tokens they were quickly taken to the core of the forest where the Black Blood tribe resided. It's been a long time, Shaman Gara. Fagus greeted a shaman that was smaller than the war creatures around him, with many strange ornaments all over his body. I smell something different on you, Gara said as he moved forward to sniff at Fagus, causing Anya's heart to clench. Fagus froze for a moment, but then he replied coolly, Huh? What are you saying, my friend? Maybe it's the darn chef of mine who put too many onions in the morning soup. Her father's calm expression caused Anya to feel ashamed for herself. Perhaps, Gara didn't press on as he led the way. You're late, my friend. You almost caused us to miss the ceremony this time. If the Lord gets angry, I swear your head will be hung to dry on a tree branch." The war creature opened his mouth to reveal terrifying teeth. His tongue was barbed, and the disgusting smell of flesh coming from his mouth gave Anya the urge to throw up. "You should know," Fagus began to complain immediately, "Silverymoon's guards were switched out with a bunch of paladins.
All the businesses have come under great pressure. It took me far too much to make sure I didn't miss the transaction. Indeed, there's fewer caravans coming over recently."
"I heard your queen is squeezing the merchants dry to start the next war," Gara nodded, as if sympathizing with Fagus. He then pulled at the man's body in a friendly manner, making the difference in their builds all that more obvious. "We won't let a friend of ours suffer, I promise you that," he exclaimed as he patted his chest. If Anya hadn't seen how brutal the war creatures got in their hunts and ceremonies, she would be thought this man to be kind-hearted and honest.
"Come, let me see what you've brought for me." After the chatter, Gara soon got to the main topic. "Of course, my friend.
I've prepared for this trade for a long time," Fagus smiled. A dozen servants moved forward with a clap of his hands, bringing over heavy boxes with large bronze locks. One could see a thick layer of elven silk within, the fabulous material reduced here to a tool that pressed down on and prevented the items from shaking. Fagus then opened up a smaller box after he removed the layers of silk, one made of mahogany covered in thick veiny lines. The blood essence within glowed with a radiance that caught everyone's attention, and the dense stench of blood it emitted caused Anya to wrinkle her eyebrows.
"This is it. This smell." Shaman Gara took a deep breath.
He seemed intoxicated, a flush rising upon his face. "I can confirm that this is an item of the greatest quality. But of course, you don't know what I had to go through to." Fagus started, saliva spraying out, but Gara waved him off in annoyance.
"I know what you want, my friend."
He gestured to two war creatures, and they lifted a box of items to bring it before Fagus. The wooden box seemed rather shabby, not at all comparable to what Fagus had brought. However, the light shooting out from within dazzled Anya the moment the box was opened. Silver, gold, rubies, emeralds. All sorts of precious materials were within the box. It strove to thirst for wealth within the group, the kind that caused adventurers and merchants to throw out their fear of even death.
"How is it? Are you satisfied?"
The war creatures burst into laughter, watching as Fagus practically pounced onto the wealth.
This was a box full of gold coins and many other valuable jewelry.
With some of it twisted and bloodstains still on some because of a lack of protection, it was easy to imagine how pitiful the original owner had been while the war creatures were collecting them.
However, O Goddess Joaquin, which merchant cared for that? Enough. It's enough.
Shaman Gara, your generosity is as great as the mountains and seas, more beautiful than the stars in the skies. Fagus started to repeat his words.
"I'm glad you like it.
As long as you can bring us even more weapons, magic artifacts, and important ceremonial items, you can have as much of this stuff as you like." Gara took charge, and they quickly finished the transaction.
The shaman then personally brought Fagus to the edge of the moonwood. "You know this.
When our Black Blood tribe conducts ceremonies, we never let foreigners stay unless they are offerings to our god," Gara laughed.
"Of course. I understand. I'll leave right now."
Fagus used a white handkerchief to wipe at the oil and sweat on his cheeks. The war creature shaman stood at the boundaries of the forest, watching as the neon merchant group disappeared into the horizon. His smile had a deep meaning to it. We should have left the territory of the war creatures by now. Anya watched the forest disappear into the horizon, urging her horse to catch up to Lance and the native next to him.
"Are we leaving just like this, my lord?"
"Of course. The church will deal with the rest. The Lord does not treat anyone who trusts in him poorly."
"All that wealth belongs to you."
The native who looked like a servant spoke stiffly in the language of the mainland, and his body began to transform. Light flickered as what seemed like a layer of water slipped off from his body, revealing his true appearance.
This was the legendary Devil Hunter. "Wait. I'm willing to donate half of my profits to the church." Fagus quickly interrupted.
The mission he'd believed to be extremely dangerous had gone so smoothly, and it had left him overjoyed. Even if he gave half his profit to the church, the rest would still be a huge windfall for him.
"Thank you for your generosity." The Devil Hunter did not hesitate to accept Fagus' donation.
A budding church needed the donations of its worshippers. The goddess of wealth even used income as an important criteria to measure the accomplishments of the priests of wealth, and this was used extensively by others as well. While Leyland himself had a great amount of property, the giant serpent church was still developing, and he naturally would not reject this.
"This is a final warning. There will be a war and conflict here soon. Leave immediately," the Devil Hunter told Fagus before leaving with his men. Fagus waited till the devil hunter, Lance, and the rest disappeared into the horizon. He then yelled, "Leave behind all the carts. Bring just the food and gold, we're leaving immediately." The mournful sound echoed in the empty plains, full of urgency. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1149, Ambush. Ambush. My lord. I've already done as you instructed, and completed the trade with the Neon Merchant Group. Gara prayed before Mailer's statue after sending the Neon Merchant Group away. Gore. Roar. A golden light descended upon him, and the statue released a beastly growl. Mailer's conscience had descended to pass a holy decree. The shaman would have to interpret this string of sounds accurately, but that was natural to him. Hara nodded his head from time to time. At the same time, several gods had gathered within Mailer's divine kingdom. The giant serpent church is too arrogant, an orc god sneered, his body shrouded in a strangely tranquil darkness. It was Shargaz, the orc god of stealth. Not bad. A mere lesser god dares to ally with us orc gods, another tall and mighty orc god smirked, giving off a rugged and barbaric aura. This was Ilneval, the lesser god of combat. Roar. Right at that moment, a series of roars and howls sprang forth from the divine kingdom. We know, Mailer, we know. The massacre domain will definitely come to you. We've worked together for so many years, can't you have a little faith? The god of death Urtris said from the side. His tone dripping with sarcasm caused Mailer to want to rebuke, but the vengeful spirits around his body somehow did not take away from his calmness. Although they were all lesser gods, most orc gods were suited to fighting. Their only greater god Grumsh was busy preparing to fend off Mistrit and Tyr, and since they only had to deal with another lesser god, there was no need for him to be here personally. The sacrifice of a god's avatar, hee. I can't wait much longer. Several avatars' gazes began to pierce through the horizon, and they peered into the moonwood, where a massive sacrificial ceremony was being held by the Blackblood tribe. The tribe had consumed all the blood essence from the Neon Merchant Group, forming a river of blood in the ceremony site. Vengeful spirits seemed to be wailing in anguish on the surface of the river. A powerful prisoner of another race was tied to the altar, their body filled with seals. The wounds littering it indicated the fierce battle it took for the war creatures to cause it to submit, and the damage it had given to them before it lost. As a god of massacre, Mailer blessed his worshippers for the deaths of powerful enemies. He'd even personally send his avatar down if they slayed a legendary expert. The ritual being held by the Blackblood tribe now was even larger than that. There were several legendary experts being used as sacrifice, alongside the blood essence of countless humans. The Lord will definitely enjoy this ceremony. He'll even give us his blessings, ranking us up. The shamans assisting the ceremony looked somewhat excited, their eyes filled with delight as they looked at the bound prisoners. However, their leader Gara and several other legendary shamans didn't seem as elated. There instead seemed to be a trace of worry in their expressions. War creatures had evolved from beasts, and they shouldn't have held such emotions in the first place. That they were appearing now was a sign that the danger they were about to face was extremely terrifying, one that even legendaries would have no control of. Mailer, my lord, you are the Lord of Massacre, amongst the stars in the skies. You are our protector, your name forever sacred amongst our kind. You are the one true Lord. More and more of the war creatures prayed fervently, and the ritual slowly reached a climax. Several shamans draped in white robes held short black daggers in their jaws as they walked up amidst the prayers. Mailer, my lord, you are the devourer of blood. The fear of your enemies gives you strength, their flesh and blood becoming your divine power. The blood of these legends shall be a source of your glory and strength. Even knowing their fate was sealed, the sacrifices began a futile struggle. There was even a legendary dragon amongst these prisoners, its spiritual force only inferior to the great dragons. However, there were no traces of emotions on these shamans as they skillfully wielded their daggers. O Lord, please accept our offerings. Kacha, the thick, sturdy scales of the dragon did not seem to have any resistance against the special black dagger, cut open mercilessly as fresh green blood poured forth from the wound. Sigh. Sigh, the corrosive blood burnt a hole into the ground, but the dragon's eyes dimmed as they eventually lost their light. Roar. The war creatures seemed to cheer louder than before at the scene. The shamans expertly dissected the dragon's body amidst the clamor, separating its limbs and tossing them into the river of blood. The corrosive river began to boil, and a crimson glow was soon emanated from it as it absorbed all the flesh. A golden glow had settled around Mailer's statue, indicating that the god of the hunt had been summoned successfully. The roars and prayers only grew louder at the scene, so powerful that even the clouds in the sky were shattered apart. As the last sacrifice, an elven prisoner, was tossed into the pool of blood, the glow around the statue strengthened.
A golden ape descended upon the moonwood amidst the weir creature's roars, and everyone knelt as they watched their lord with a fervent gaze. Maelor howled as he arrived at the river of blood. It was apparent that he enjoyed this offering, and couldn't wait to indulge. His powerful claws stroked several shamans who were kneeling beside the blood, and golden beams of light descended upon the teary creatures.
An instant rank up. The onlookers could only be envious as they looked at the fortunate ones with red eyes. Roar!
Maelor unleashed a few more growls after rewarding his worshippers, jumping into the river of blood.
Boom, but just then, a strange event occurred.
The crimson blood turned black, and the vengeful spirits within materialized as they climbed onto Maelor's body. A strange black net appeared from the river of blood, trapping Maelor within.
What's happening? Several shamans were shocked as they looked upon their comrades, watching dumbly as the scene unfolded. Some of the wiser ones had already reacted, those slimy humans. There's something wrong with the blood essence this time.
It wasn't until now that they suspected the Neon Merchant Group, but it was too late to do anything about it. The black net moved into the skies, and there seemed to be an invisible rope tightening it further.
Kukulkan, my lord.
You are the Lord of Massacre, the ruler of devils.
You are the one true Lord of the world.
A portal opened up in the skies, and Leyland walked out amidst zealous hymns.
He looked like a shrewd hunter, sapping Maelor's energy through the large net.
Once Maelor expended all his energy, he would go in for the kill, but
he's finally here. Rumble, the skies roared. Dark clouds shrouded the moonwood, and a silver serpent emerged from within. Multiple portals opened up as the avatars of several orc gods descended upon the Black Blood tribe, the surge of divine aura leaving the war creatures on the ground awestruck.
God after god stepped out of the portals, causing great shock to reverberate in their hearts. Only the peak of War Creature Society had been aware of this, and they hastily put up defenses as they retreated. They silently prayed for their side to be victorious, and for this divine battle not to spill over to them.
Kukulkan, God of Massacre? Become an artifact for my divine palace. The god concealed in darkness struck first.
A powerful pair of claws swiped out from the void, targeting Leyland's heart. Even a divine avatar would lose a great deal of power if they suffered such a critical injury, but a stealth attack, and they can conceal themselves in the shadows.
Shadow Realm.
It's the god of stealth, Shargaz. Leyland instantly understood who the attacker was, but his expression remained as still as water.
Golden light surged around Leyland's body, indicating that a divine battle was about to begin.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1150, Sneak Attack. Sneak Attack. Meteor Explosion. Ultimate Shattering Poem. Absolute Break.
Leyland moved his fingers like an expert musician as he strummed the strings of the Shadow Weave, releasing terrifying legendary magic. Numerous spells were formed without any setup, complementing and amplifying each other's power to form a vast current of magic. Legendary combination technique Arcane Torrent. This was a project Leyland had been researching for a while. It was a divine version of the spell he'd used in his adventurer days, and this fight against Shargaz was the first time he'd used it. The earth rumbled as a terrifying explosion hit the surface, the aftermath shrouding the space between Shargaz and Leyland. Space itself had begun to distort from the horrifying damage of the attack. This god of massacre. He isn't even 400 yet, but his comprehension of magic is so great. Did he receive the Arcanist's inheritance? Shargaz teleported in retreat, his body in a sorry state as his golden divine force healed the injuries. Fear could be seen within his eyes. However, although the sneak attack hadn't managed to injure Leyland, the pressure on Maelor's avatar lessened unexpectedly. The huge ape roared, tearing through the black net and escaping. Whoosh, the avatar that escaped dissolved into a dazzling rainbow that was instantly absorbed into his divine kingdom. Another avatar stepped forth, taking the former's strength in as its aura rose sharply. The new avatar released a terrifying roar Leyland's way, opening a huge portal from nowhere to send a meteor from his divine kingdom that transformed into a pair of terrifyingly sharp claws. This was Maelor's divine artifact, the Beast Claws. Other than his true body, Maelor had brought everything he had to bear in this fight. It seemed like he'd been harboring hatred over the losses he suffered at Leyland's hand before, and had always been looking for an opportunity at revenge.
Don't even think of escaping.
We've sealed off this space, and Grumsh has sent out his avatar to intercept any possible reinforcements. A tall god with an aura of blood and savagery waved his hands, and the group of four instantly encircled Leyland.
The orc god of war, Ilneval? Leyland remembered having met this god once.
I could see through all your conspiracies.
No scheme you hatch will ever succeed.
Ilneval relied cautiously, trying to probe for information even as he wanted to damage Leyland's confidence.
However, Leyland's expression didn't change in the slightest.
He just moved on to the last god, the one wrapped in a dark robe who had a dense deathly aura. His eyebrows twitched. Yurtris. So the god of death, the god of war, the god of stealth, and the god of the hunt.
Looks like everything here was a trap? Indeed, Kukul Khan. Greed comes before the fall.
Ilneval roared, and Malor at the side was eager to rush forth as well. If not for the others restraining him, he would likely have barreled over by now.
Malor has deep connections to our pantheon. Do you think our alliance could be shaken by an outsider like you?
Yurtris asked coldly. Your avatar will fall this time, and will strip you of your massacre divinity as compensation for Malor.
So the Lord colluded with the orc gods to ambush another god?
Gara muttered as he watched the situation incredulously. They'd already escaped a great distance, and Gara himself only had some of the information.
Will the Lord's plan succeed?
The war creature chief asked by his side, obviously worried.
Everything is as the Lord wills.
We only have to follow his instructions and conserve our energy, taking part in the battle at the right time, a legendary shaman stated from the side. There was an unspeakable resolution contained in his voice. Although legendary might was nothing in front of a true god, they could still contribute to an assault on an avatar. And it's 4 gods fighting him this time, our chances of victory are quite high.
Gara was confident in the current situation.
The god of massacre, true name Kukulkan, the orc leader muttered to himself, the youngest legendary wizard of the prime material plane, and someone who ascended at such a young age.
That spellcasting ability. He really is a 1,000-year genius. Gara looked at the legendary magic seemingly blossoming like fireworks from Leyland's hands, the terrifying arcane torrent causing him to subconsciously shrink his neck. This is the Lord's plan, it will definitely succeed. He tried to console himself internally, but the feeling of unrest couldn't be erased.
Rumble, endless spatial storms swept across the original land of the Black Blood tribe, wreaking havoc upon it. The prime material plane was too weak to withstand a fight between gods, and with the entire sky filled with golden light, even high-ranked professionals would instantly be dissolved into nothingness if they tried to enter the scene. Numerous war creatures were screaming as they escaped the scene. A few legendaries smiled bitterly at the sight. Even they didn't have much confidence of being unaffected by a god's might. Only at the higher ranks would they be able to trade blows with an avatar, hoping to kill it. Sure enough, these orc gods are uncivilized and ignorant, not being able to notice even basic benefits. Golden chains spread endlessly from Leyland's avatar in midair, making the entire surrounding area his divine kingdom. The dark red massacre domain was released, ensuring that any slaughter would only increase his power. He could stand calmly amidst the center of a barrage of orc attacks, and even had the leisure to examine his surroundings.
When he sensed a familiar aura approaching the scene, a strange smile surfaced on his face.
The elite troops led by Raphania and Cardinal Carol had reached the core of the Moonwood just in time to notice the terrifying fight between the gods.
Kukul Khan. And the orc gods.
A trace of excitement appeared in Raphania's eyes. Quick, inform the Lord and ask for reinforcements. Losing a few avatars should teach these gods a good lesson. The remaining paladins also had a look of eagerness on them, but their actions were soon stopped by Cardinal Carol. The Lord sees everything. Carol's reason was strange, and caused suspicions to emerge on Raphania's face. She still maintained her trust in the church, however, following orders and standing down. Such a strong massacre domain, and he still has such divine force. The orc gods had entered a bitter struggle with Leyland. He was already a rank 8 god, his power far surpassing these orcs.
If not for their advantage in numbers, they would not be his match.
The Crimson Massacre domain expanded endlessly, about to cover the entire Moonwood.
Shargaz couldn't hold on much longer. Damn it, is he really a new god?
He snarled, his body covered with numerous small wounds that were leaking golden blood. Crash, lightning flashed in the sky, forming a terrifying large door. Another of Shargaz's avatars walked out, joining the forces that were besieging Leyland. Golden light flashed continually as the other gods did the same.
This number of avatars. Are they crazy? Raphania and the rest who were watching from afar cried out in surprise.
Although the loss of one avatar wouldn't cause significant damage to a god, the number of avatars they were throwing at Leyland would exhaust their divine force. Even as true gods, they would likely fall into a slumber or just die. If their luck was the same as Beelzebub's, having poured a majority of their will and divine force into an avatar that was eliminated, they wouldn't be far off from a true death. These gods were now putting themselves at risk.
It's time.
A trace of a smile suddenly appeared on Leyland's face in spite of the imminent danger.
What's going on?
The 4 gods were stunned.
Leyland's expression was completely unexpected. However, they didn't have more time to think about it.
A loud explosion sounded as two terrifying powers descended upon the moonwood, their strength directly breaking apart the spatial seal that the orc gods had set in place. The whole world trembled as an elderly warrior and a young lady entered the scene, their bodies rippling with the unfathomable power of greater gods. The two entrants immediately spread out a huge net, seemingly wanting to catch the orc gods and Leyland in one go.
Tyr and Mystra.
Where's Grumsh?
Ilneval muttered with incredulity.
Outside the prime material plane, Tyr and Mystra had combined to trap a powerful greater god. Give up, Grumsh, Mystra said coldly, we only need to mobilize a few avatars to take out those gods of yours. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 1151, Cornered. Cornard.
For New Silvery Moon City, for the Alliance, and for the people of the North. Even as Leyland was facing the orc gods, Queen Illustrial was garbed in her seldom used armor as she riled up the troops in front of her. The war for the North has come.
Ow! Ow!
The troops let out a war cry as they banged their swords against their shields. With how slow armies traveled, it would take a few more days of travel to reach the battlefield, but that didn't matter at all. Illustrial was currently boosting her troops' morale, and under Elminster's lead several high-ranked wizards had already ambushed several orcs along the borders. With Silverymoon's strength and the backing of several legendary figures, their powerful spells would teach those orcs an unforgettable lesson.
Illustrial's chest was bursting with excitement and pride. You're declaring war? Grumsh roared in rage at the two greater gods before him.
He'd found out about the events in the prime material plane instantly. Tyr spoke slowly, this is it, you'd better choose to retreat right now. Stalling me here and sending your avatars to defeat my pantheon.
Indeed, this strategy will deal me a heavy blow. Was it that god of massacre that told you this?
Grumsh immediately understood the situation. He is indeed a crafty and evil god, with no qualms about not keeping his words. Indeed, that's why we don't plan to let him go. However, that will come after we defeat your lot, Mystra said in a deep tone, the powerful weave appearing behind her back. The orc gods had been thrown into disarray by the avatars that had just descended upon the moonwood. What was originally supposed to be an ambush had become a catalyst for a grand war, and it wasn't something they had prepared for.
They couldn't help but take a second look at Leyland, whom they trapped. The battle in mid-air was extremely interesting. Several orc gods had encircled Leyland, but surrounding them were the avatars of Mystra and Tyr.
These circumstances could lead to the deaths of any avatar present here with the slightest misstep, and that would result in grievous injuries to their main bodies.
The orcs didn't dare act recklessly.
Leyland's grin grew wider as he surveyed the scene that he'd crafted himself. His first interaction with Grumsh had told him that the orcs wouldn't give up on Malor. The war creatures could rely on the orc pantheon. That was why he'd attracted Mystra and Tyr with the curse on Eric's bloodline, so he could meet them and come to an agreement.
However, this agreement hadn't been easy to reach.
Leyland knew both his allies hated him to the core, and he was sure they planned to attack him together with the orcs in one go.
How would they let go of an avatar of a lesser evil god?
Knowing all this, Leyland didn't hope for much from the situation. It was enough that they'd deal with the orcs for him. The quartet would take the attention off him until they were wiped out.
This is the plan of the Lord.
They will first attack the avatars of the orc gods, stopping any experts from aiding them, Cardinal Carroll said to Raphania and the remaining paladins.
How about that god of massacre? Raphania frowned.
He's promised to engage with the orc gods for now, so he's useful for the Lord's plans. Our goal is to deal with the orcs before we kill him, Carroll replied. This war concerned the lives of countless inhabitants of the north, and with this excuse of dealing with the orcs first, the alliance with Leyland would be accepted by most of the paladins. The cardinal represented Tyr's will, and wouldn't allow the paladins to harbor any thoughts.
However, this reason that could convince many immediately caused Raphania to lose a great deal of faith.
Her mind grew weaker and more biased under the devilish influence Leyland had planted within her, and she growled in anger.
Teaming up with an evil god?
He's the main perpetrator of the curse that hit New Silvery Moon City. Watch your words, Captain.
Carroll's face darkened.
As a legendary priest of Tyr, he would not tolerate anyone questioning the will of his lord. A thought arose in his mind, it seems like I need to report this to the Pope after the war.
She isn't fit to serve as a captain. Yes, Cardinal, a hint of unwillingness emanated from Raphania's deep voice.
She gripped the hilt of her sword so tightly that her fingers turned pale. At the same time, the divine battle had reached a climax.
Mage flame. A bright light was emitted from Mystra's fingers as the weave materialized in the surroundings.
She seemed to gain the support of the very world as overwhelming origin force surged forth.
With Tyr's cooperation, the mage flame seemed to blaze through the skies as it trapped Leyland and the orc gods within.
Silverfire, Leyland looked at the glowing sea of flames, a trace of fear emerging in his eyes. Silverfire, from what he could remember, was the source of all magic in the world of gods.
It was a materialization of Mystra's divinity, possessing great destructive might. Roar!
Mailer was the most irascible of the lot, and he was the first to suffer. Several balls of fire landed on his hands, their temperature high enough to burn even the beast claws.
Damn it, Mystra, why are you this determined? Ilnevil's expression turned ugly as he watched Mailer's divine weapon being corroded.
Some of the silver flames were pressing towards the rest of them. Mystra's legendary silver flame had the might to destroy divine weapons and even the bodies of true gods, but it consumed her divinity to burn. Ilneval was stumped as to why she was willing to give up so much divinity to harm them.
Retreat!
Yurtra screamed as he unleashed a pale orb of light. Many lifeless souls sprung forth from the orb, creating a translucent barrier. Sigh, the silver flame began to corrode the wall the moment the two came in contact, and the barrier seemed to give way immediately. They've activated a powerful spatial lock, we'll need more time to break through, Ilneval frowned. They were facing the avatars of two greater gods, and even if all avatars were more or less the same and more powerful deities had more efficient ways to dispense their powers, they still took the upper hand in battle. On top of that, their low divine ranks caused these lesser gods to be at a disadvantage in terms of the number of avatars and their recovery speeds. The greater gods would be able to overwhelm them in these aspects.
Why retreat?
Shargaz roared in rage, and his eyes turned bloodshot. He seemed to have lost all signs of intelligence, turning into a primal beast. These aren't just two greater gods.
Don't forget that there's many more subordinates. What if one of them descends as a saint?
Ilneval rebuked coldly, causing Shargaz to stall for a moment. Although it was extremely dangerous for gods to descend with their true bodies, when they did come down they would be at the epitome of power. If Mystra or Tyr gave it their all, several subordinate gods like the god of wizards Azuth would descend as saints. None of their avatars would be able to escape, the loss of divine strength from the fight taking thousands of years to replenish.
Ilneval indeed excelled in strategy. He hadn't been overcome by rage when he was ensnared in Leyland's trap. He'd instead considered how best to conserve his energy. You want to leave now? Leyland asked as he laughed like a maniac.
He was now the one who'd decide if he let them go. A phantom of the first three hells surfaced in the prime material plane, and the powerful origin force of Bator expanded Leyland's massacre domain until it encompassed all the orc gods.
Are you crazy? Ilneval asked Leyland. Even if you give your all in this battle, they won't let you go either.
Of course.
I'm aware of that, but how can I just let go of a good chance like this?
Leyland's voice covered the entire moonwood, and the crimson glow on his body grew more apparent than before.
Damn it, this lunatic! Is he a chaotic demon?
Ilneval suddenly felt a huge headache, but he could only think of one way out right now.
Mailer,
he sent, hurry and bring your worshippers into the fight.
They'll help out.
The giant ape had already been scared off by the power of the silver flame. He'd hid by the side, stroking his beast claws tenderly. His golden fur had been burnt black in that attack, and he himself had been reduced to a miserable state. Hearing Ilneval's words, he began to roar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.